Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV tonight, even as we dive deep into our open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to hear what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Thank you so much, all of you that are coming in from all the four corners of the earth. We really want to appreciate for your continued support and continued followership, especially for this open forum political discussion show. Well, tonight we're looking at Raila Odinga asking his supporters not to interfere with his opponent's campaign materials. What does that imply? And will the other side also accept the offer, or what is going to happen? And of course, Raila Odinga Mother Karua ticket is now clear. No return, no retreat. They are on the ballot, cleared by Chebukati and the Iebc. What does this one spell out for this country, spell out for the future, and spell out for the right now politics? Let's get talking and get to know what is happening. Of course, Kenya Kwanza and William Ruto are on the campaign trail, giving more promises. Today, he has promised 15 years of everybody clearing their mortgage and owning the house they've been renting. How viable is that? How true can that be? Well, let's get talking. Of course, AZIMIO UMOJA were in Nakuru today. What is your take? How did the Nakuru respond? Does that mean there is a basket full of votes for AZIMIO UMOJA, or what is cooking? Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in fast and furious. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this very space for us to get talking. Thank you so much. Tatu Juma anasema RUTO tawe. Thank you so much. Abdallah Mume, asante sana. Kuna Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Good evening to everyone. Thank you so much. Kuna the Berean, asante sana. Mungu akubariki. Fatuma Nasimiyu, good evening to you. Thank you so much. Smith Craft, asante sana. Baba the Fifth, hii inaitwa Mamena. Nyahururu Locked, asante sana. Ferdinand Juma, karibu kwa show. Bakiz Muhammad, asante sana. Kuna Yufin Otieno, asante sana. Belido Gweno, karibu kwa show. Meril, asante sana. Peter Kamau, karibu kwa show. Oyo Silas, asante sana. We really appreciate all of you. Kuna Kabunga, kuna Alum, of course, Cosmo Bwire, kuna Adrian Omondi, asante sana. Chris Official, thank you so much. Nasema Rarua ticket is unstoppable. Ben Charlie, thank you so much. Commander Hannah, asante sana. Ni Kamande, yes, Hannah. Kuna Jerry Owatch, kuna Jackton Ogutu, kuna Rabi Kendagor, asante sana. Daktari GKE, kuna Wanga Abraham, kuna Daniel Okembo. Hey, thank you so much. Felix, James Felix, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Niyo anaitwa Nyayo nani? Nyayo Fangoramana. Hey. Karibu. Unasema unajua Onyango Stoni. Ilo jina pia. Asante sana. Stephen Ojuma, I love John Oholo, Steve Semarao the Fifth, alafu kuna Patel Seboka Manyi. Asante sana kila mmoja wala ambao mnajumuika nasi usiku wa leo. Naomba tu endelea kumkaribisha mmoja, wawili, watatu, tukajumuike pamoja katika kuchambua siasa zetu na kumakinika. Kusikuwe na Mkenya yote ambaye atakaye hadaliwa na wanasiasa. Asante sana. Thank you everybody as we come in and get set to break down the politics of the day and be able to appropriate and appreciate the direction our country is taking and the responsibility that comes thereby. A great day indeed for all this great country, and historical elections, even as everybody drums up support from their various corners. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Hey, poa sana. Leo
Naona
tuko
una
na
amani mingi sana.
sana. Baba ametauliwa, mama ametauliwa, na chenye imenifurahisha sana Penat ni wakati walikuwa Bomas of Kenya, baba na mama, na wakati waliongea na 10 questions alipatia Chebukati kuhusu mambo ya election. Tumekuwa tukiongea hii mambo, na leo nimefurahi kwa sababu baba amepeana orodha na Chebukati akapromise atawaita na watatenda. But ya muhimu ni ile discipline niliona hapo. Chebukati was receiving a presidential candidate, no question. Hapo ndiye niliona uongozi. Unajua Penat, mali utukufu wa Bwana na mali mafuta imemwakiwa, the all Bomas were so quiet, calm, na vile baba aliongea, vile Chebukati alirespond was really a presidential campaign, ama alijua ana receive makaratasi kutoka mwenyewe. Nikimalizana na hapo, nikafurahia wakati walitoka, baba akaenda Lang'ata, wakakuwa na mkutano ya ajabu, watu wakimngojea, na akamwambia supporters, kwa sababu Chebukati alisoma the conduct ile wanastahili kufuata kwa wakati ya uchaguzi, na baba amemwambia supporters wake tusifanye chochote, tusitoe posters, tusikutane na watu, wacha wenyewe pepe msiko yao. Nimeona watu wengine wakirudishwa makwao na malori, walilala barabarani wamevaa yellow. Hiyo ni yao, utatuonyesha baadaye Penat, malori vile. Kumbe watu waendi na mabasi siku hizi, wanabebwa na malori ya kubeba mchanga, changarawe na zile za kubeba mawe. Hiyo ni walikuwa mahali wanarudi makwao. So IEBC celebration, Martha Karua, na shukuru our deputy president, alikuja na wasasi, baba na mama na familia kuona yeye akipeana makaratasi. Kenya Kwanza wanaendelea kulalamika, walalamike tu, haina shida. Kalonzo, wow. Nakuru, sijaona watu kama hiyo Nakuru. Penat, sijaona. Hiyo ni kusema Nakuru wameamua. That is my county, that is my hometown. Nashukuru watu Nakuru sana. Baba, Kalonzo, Hassan Joe na hiyo group yote. Kalonzo, nataka kufurahia neno moja tumekuwa tukipika Kalonzo, lakini leo nimecheka. Penat ametuambia walikuwa Kenya Kwanza majina kubwa kubwa, lakini kuna watu wamesaulika dunia, hawataionekana tena. Akasema na yeye alikaa akafikiria, akataka kupeana karatasi, akasema hapana, hataki hata yeye apotee, na akasema amerudi kwa baba, amepongeza na watu wamefurahia. Hapo ni serikali tumeona mahali imekuwa. Nashukuru wenye waliweza kuongea kuhusu Kimani Ngonjiri na matusi, kiboko yao mama, watu ya Nakuru wakati man aongee, wakati mwingine wa Jubilee aongee. Kwa hivyo Nakuru iko in Penat kwa 2 months. Sasa ni kuangazia na kufuata mambo vile ilivyo, na tuambie watu yetu. Martha amesema kwa ballot kuna blue na picha ya baba. So usiende kutafuta picha ya Martha Karua ama ya nani, weka kura blue na picha ya baba, weka tick hapo tu na isitoke nje. Hapo ndio nimeshukuru, kwa sababu tunaanza sasa kuelezea watu ya kwamba wherever you see a blue na unaona picha ya baba, usitafute mtu ingine, weka tick, uteremuke tick, uweke blue, tufunge kazi. By saa 5 vile Joe ametuambia, tutakuwa tumejua baba ameshinda. Lakini Penat Kirwa ameongea na nikasikia, nimeona Itovu Imanyara amerudi. Wacha nikwambie, watu yote wale reformist wote wamekuja kwa serikali ya baba. Najua Itovu Kimanyara amesema amerudi, tunangoja hata yeye wakati mkutano mahali itakuwa tunaona kurudi kwake. Na Itovu Imanyara ODM ilikuwa ni chama yake, akapatia baba heshima. So tuile tuliambiwa Nyanza imekuwa locked, Western lock, Ukambani lock, Mombasa lock, Nairobi lock, hata Rift Valley tumejitetea. Nikaona Tarus, nikaona Kirwa na nikasikia kuna wengi wanakuja. Nakuru wameamua. So Bernard, wacha niwachie watu wengine. Otherwise ni kufuraha. Leo ni the day is today. Hiyo ndiye siku ya muhimu. Ile ya tarehe 9 ni kwenda kupitisha, but today hiyo ndiye ilikuwa siku ya muhimu kwa Wakenya. Asante Penat.
Okay, thank you so much Mama Selina, we appreciate it. Tuendelee kujadiliana ili kila Mkenya amakinike. Wanakama wanatoroka. Sawa, naomba tu kila mmoja ukifika
tafuta hiyo watu ya lori. Penat,
watu ya lori
watu wenye wanaenda mkutano wakibebwa na lori.
Leo wanabebwa kama ng'ombe zikitoka Marsabit. Sawa. Naomba tumlete Steven, na ukifika hapa tafadhali your camera and your audio must be on throughout. If you go behind the curtain, we remove you from the screen because we want to sustain the quality of the video for the people who come to view this show after we are done. And this show, we want it to be here many years after we are gone. And so we wouldn't want to have bad quality videos in broadcast and people behind the curtains. Please work hard on improving on your camera, but it is good, better a bad camera on the screen than behind the curtain. Thank you so much. Stephen, endele.
Yes, Ben, good evening.
Evening to you. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. And how about my fellow panelists on the studio today? I hope everyone is fine, eh?
You're all looking good. You're all looking good.
Okay, I didn't know, I didn't hear you say something. Let me remind you something, Ben, eh? Is it by coincidence that today is 5th? Raila is his 5th stab, and he was presenting his papers today. Is it by coincidence, or CLA, did he choose the date, or it's just the heavens conspiring more? You need to expand on that, Bernard.
It's God's conspiring because he's not in charge of choosing dates. He's given
you have to dig on that, please. Later you'll have to expand on that. Okay, let me start by Raila talking about his supporters. Okay, one thing about this old man, yeah, he's a very peaceful guy. It's only that when the injustices that are meant on him, they convert his supporters to extremely violent people, because injustice for one is injustice for all. So going by the last 3 elections in 2007, after what happened, we have people in the other side who were telling Baba kanyagia hapo hapo, but for the love of this country, Mzee had to compromise. You see, it happened again in 2013. He had to compromise. 2017 he had to compromise. This shows clearly that Raila is a peaceful guy. You can't take that from him. He loves this country. it cannot come out of him. Hiyo ni natural kwake. Haezi kukubali Kenya iangamie, haezi kukubali Kenya ipotee. By him telling his supporters us to be peaceful, not to interfere with our opponents, it shows clearly this is the guy who has peace. He has a peaceful heart. He also knows about his supporters, because when you vandalize a material for the opponent, hiyo ni pesa ametumia, you know. It's better you vandalize his ideologies and his nasera zake and beat him on the ballot rather than vandalizing his materials. At the end of the day, people invest heavily in these things. Yeah? So I think that was wise of him. It shows he's a statesman. He has Kenya at his heart na anatakia nchi vyema. Okay, the other thing is about the issue of the 15 years promises. This guy is just confused. I don't know how to put it, but at the end of the day, you know, he's going to lose his base, as he calls it. He's the kingpin of the mountain. The landlords of these countries are known well. Even in Kilifi, Mombasa, Nairobi, they are the Kikuyus who own most of these buildings. When they hear that people, they sweated for these houses for all those years, and you are coming with a plan to take away those properties after 15 years, my friend, this is an own goal. Let him continue making the same mistakes. It's a plus. And now people will start knowing him as somebody who is just confused. His base is going to slip away from him. Hiyo ni kitu na kuhakikishia Ben. I've been in Facebook and Twitter, nimeangalia Wakikuyu wameanza kuongea vibaya kuhusu huyo mtu. They are scared. They're scared because you toil, you work for your property, then somebody comes and say after 15 years, who has completed a mortgage in 15 years? Who? Unless these corrupt politicians. But people who work hard for their money, unakatwa 30 to 40 years ndo umemaliza mortgage. So I think the mistakes he's making, they are good for us. Let him continue saying what he thinks is right for him, but on the other side, it's a plus to AZIMIO. Okay, I'm happy how the Nakuru rally was attended, and you know, we always say it's organic. Hakuna mtu anafuatwa kwa nyumba na shilingi 100 ambiwe kuja utapata nini. Huyo mzee ni mstingy. It's good, you know, ukiwa hivyo wacha watu wale wanakuja waje tu genuinely, you know, because at the end of the day pesa ikiisha hutawaona like venye tunaona upande ule mwingine. So Nakuru was a big success. I think we are on the right path. Mamba wametoka. As Kalonzo was saying, sahi ni kuvuka tu. Ni kuvuka, hata watoto wa miaka 2 watatembea, hakuna kubebwa. Tutavuka tu softly na tunaenda huko Canaan sote na yeye. Hata hao udaku wote tunaenda na wao Canaan, yeah? So it was good. Nakuru was good, and the other thing is I saw Chebukati saying that the election will be fair and verifiable and justifiable. It's fine. Let him say these things because to impress us, but behind the scenes we need to have this commitment, because compromise is just not far from him, because he's not a guy who can stand for himself sometimes. He's very shaky. So I think it's good that amejaribu kujieleza na wacha asimame na huo msimamo huo. Okay, thanks, nitachia hapo kwa sasa.
Okay, asante sana bwana Steven, tunashukuru. Naomba tucheze video moja alafu tumlete bwana Kamau. Naomba ukiwa kwa nini lazima your microphone ikae off until it's your turn to speak, because it offers a feedback ambayo ina create kelele. Let's try out this before Mr. Kamau comes in.
Na kulisha familia yake. Ndio tumekubaliana. Na tunaibigania. Hiyo tunaelewana kabisa. Tutatembea pamoja. Umefanya tuone hii serikali. Just imagine, Wanda nimwambie. Ndio mjue hii Kenya iko na balaa. Yaani nilisikia ule jamaa wangu tunashindana na yeye, mzee wa kitendawili. Ati anasema ati shida ya Kenya ni ujinga. Imagine. Anasema sijui 1963 ilikuwa ujinga nini. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Udhiro. Bado kuna mtu mjinga hapa Udhiro? Hakuna. Kuna mtu mjinga hapa Udhiro? wajinga pande hii. Wajinga walijitokeza. Shida ya hawa vijana si ujinga bwana kitendawili. Hawa vijana wako na certificate, wengine diploma, wengine degree. Shida yao si ujinga, shida yao ni ajira. Ama ni aje watu wa Mbeu? Si kweli? Na shida yao bwana wanataka pesa ya kufanya biashara, waweke pesa katika mfuko yao. Na ndio mimi nawauliza kwa unyenyekevu watu wa Mbeu. Nataka nimalizie kwa kuambia hivi. Najua vijana wengi hata wanaogopa kwenda hospitali, hawajui watalipa na nini. Wamama wetu, wazee, ndio tumesema safari hii kwa mapenzi ya Mungu, tunasema kila Mkenya by December this year, kila Mkenya atakuwa na bima ya afya ya NHIF. Kila Mkenya. Na hiyo bima ya afya tumesema kwa wale watu wako na mapato ya chini, tutawapunguzia ile gharama ya kila mwezi shilingi 500, tutaipeleka iende chini. Na wale ambao hawana uwezo kabisa, tutawalipia kama serikali ya Kenya. Ndio kila Mkenya aweze kwenda hospitali, atibiwe na aende nyumbani bila ya kulipa pesa yoyote, kwa sababu bima ya afya ya NHIF itasimamia malipo ya matibabu hospitalini. Haitazidi 5%, kwa sababu tunataka kila kijana na kila Mkenya ambaye analipa rent tuanze kupanga vile watalipa mortgage, kwa sababu Kenya hii hatutaki iwe ni Kenya ya wachache, itakuwa ni Kenya wa Kenya wote. Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana?
Haya, bwana Kamau, mmekubaliana?
Hakuna kukubaliana. Unajua nasalimia kila mtu, mko salama? Unajua one day President Uhuru Kenyatta kwa Nakuru alisema hii safari ya siasa inataka hekima na ni marathon. Hii unajua, kuna ndugu yangu mwingine wa huko Limuru, katika primary school tulikuwa tumetambua yeye kwa kukimbia short races, na tulikuwa tunajua yeye hakuna mtu anaweza piga yeye katika mbio. Lakini siku moja tukasema tutaenda trials. Uzuri wa trials za kukimbia Kenya, hainanga ubaguzi, hainanga corruption. Unaingia kwa uwanja na unajiprove. That's a good thing about athletics in Kenya. And therefore we took our brother to Nyayo Stadium. But what we didn't know, there are people who from Iteng, people from Eldoret, who are dangerous. We had never seen that, because marathon si mchezo, ama hizi mbio si mchezo. So when we went there, my brother who was called Kamau like me, alizungukwa mara 5. Na kwa hivyo tulipokuwa tunaenda nyumbani, we went in a different ways, kwa sababu ilikuwa aibu kubwa sana. And therefore what I'm simply saying is that hii race ya siasa ni kama hiyo. Ruto for 4 years amekuwa akikimbia peke yake, akifikiria kwamba amechukua Kenya, amechukua Mount Kenya, amechukua Western, lakini when the rubber meets the road, now the story changes, because now it is evident that he has no numbers. In fact, I will be so surprised if he can gather more than what he gathered when he opposed the constitution. I'm so sorry for him, because they say in English, and I think it's a saying in English that says, when the devil wants to make you, when the devil wants to kill you, he makes you mad. He makes you mad. You choose Rigathi as your appointment. He makes you mad. You attack the media. He makes you mad. You attack the landlords. And that is where now you lose a vote, because I don't understand. You who will vote for you if you are threatening to the landlords that people are going to own houses in 15 years, houses that you have not built. I think there should be an elaborate plan on how you can put subsidy on houses so that people can be able to attain that. And therefore, now the gods have conspired against him. And now the favor of the Lord is with one Raila Odinga. You know, me, I'm a Christian. And unlike the group that keeps on saying that they have God and the people, me, I believe that God is a God of everybody. You know, at one point, I almost believed that God is a member of UDA, because you will find when they are going to a rally, they are saying they are with God. And even when they win a parliamentary seat, they say that mimi hawakuwa wanajua tuko na Mungu na watu, ni kama wale walishindwa hawana Mungu. And therefore sometimes you are amazed. But I want to say this: a Christian like me who knows numbers that preach, you'll understand that the 5th attempt of Raila Odinga, it is significant even in the word of God, because in the word of God, number 5 signifies grace, signifies overcoming. And that is why you see when Jesus Christ was pierced more than 5 times, or was pierced 5 times, because now that was a moment that he overcame. So Baba has been pierced for 5 years. For 5 times he has tried, but this time he is going to overcome. And that is why you see things are actually they are just happening. It's like, it is like imepangwa lakini ijapangwa. That is God's grace, because number 5 is also God's grace, is a number of favor. And kwa hivyo where I sit, I don't think there is any competition. I think Baba will pick this thing over 65%. I want to thank Alonso for playing that character of keeping Kenya Kwanza busy, because they were so busy thinking that he will stand alone. But now, because he is back, I think all indicators are showing that Baba is the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And one Samoei Chipchir Ruto is going to be in the opposition. It is okay, because being on the opposition is also preparing you for future, maybe. But I think it is good, it tests the opposition. Asikie vile kuna kuanga pia huko. Aitishe maandamano, Raila akienda kando kidogo. And therefore, what I saw today is God's favor, because the ticket of Raila and Martha Karua has excited many people, has excited the women, has excited us in Mount Kenya. We are happy. We have, I think it's the first time we have a serious contender of a president is choosing a woman. It's not the first time a woman to be chosen, because Kalonzo had done that. But I think it is the first time a serious contender has chosen a woman, and a woman brings a completely different scenario, completely different trajectory, where we find, because a woman leader is not like a man leader. Woman comes with the mind of a family in leadership. And there's sababu where you work, when you have a woman as your boss, she will consider so many things even before she sucks you. Lakini a man wants, men like blood. They like, we are built to kumizana. Yeah, we fight. But when a woman is there, there is soberness, there is nationalization, and there is that aspect of family. And therefore, us, and I'll speak from where I come from, Limuru, we have changed. We are going to support baba na mama. Hizo stories zingine, hadithi za nini, hizo zinaitangwa hadithi za Mogoka, hizo tutasikia. Mara sijui tutapewa 50 billion, mara, you know, those stories that excite people who are taking Mira. We will not allow that in our place. Now we want reality, and that is why some people are afraid to go to the debate of a president, because they know once you are asked, elaborate, what is this thing that you're talking 50 billion here, there, how is it going to work? Which structures? Are you going to start a bank? Are you going to compete with the banks? Those are things that now people are asking. Hatutaki stories za kuambia sukari imepanda, so tuchague tutarudisha chini. Utarudisha aje? Give us the nitty gritty. They give us the dots and the commas. Tutatengeneza sukari yetu kutoka Western, tupeane kwanza kwa watu ambao wako under 18, kitu kama hiyo. But don't tell us si sukari imepanda, si unga imepanda, at therefore sasa we choose you. I mean, that is not the politics we want. We want soberness, we want reality. Like when Baba is asked, Where will be the 6,000 come from? He says the money that is lost in corruption is going to curb it. And when you look at that, then you see it is possible. President Uhuru said borrowing is not even bad. But when you are full of thieves in your camp, then that is when the borrowing becomes expensive. But if you borrow to build your house, if you borrow and not eat your money and do a project, then it's going to come and help you. However, it is time for Baba. It's politics 101 every day. In fact, we want Mutembei now as we get closer to the election. We do these things each and every day, kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni, every day. Thank you, Bwana Bena.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kamau, nashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Nashukuru kila Mkenya ambaye anajumuika nasi katika kipindi hiki mahala popote ulipo. Naomba tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu, wawili, watatu, wanne. Share that in all your WhatsApp groups, all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in and get to learn one or two things about our politics and the kind of decisions that we are faced with come 9th August 2022. I really want to appreciate all of you that keep following us faithfully. Stick with us for 8-9 hours throughout the show. We appreciate all of you. Please, let's keep it up. We must make Kenya great by ensuring that no Kenyan is taken advantage of by people who want to run down this country. Thank you. Let's listen to Kevin Ombati even as we proceed.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I told you yesterday. Today was the day, and in the real sense, it has been a day with a lot of activities, and it has been very successful. And I know more and more people are joining the camp. We are now believing we are getting the reality of what is expected. You see, as Stephen has said, Muse is not always violent. What happens is, Baba has a following, and in most cases, what happens is just a backlash of when injustice is meted on us. So people have to react. But I think it is good he has said that no material should be vandalized, because materials don't vote. It is the ideologies that people should listen to in order to support someone. For that one, I think he's very right on that one. What I want to say, you look at what RUTO is doing more and more each and every day. It's just a mess. You cannot tell people that people should acquire houses that people have struggled to build, as in terms of mortgages. Now, how do you be in a position someone has rented a room or an apartment? How do you tell that person to pay a mortgage for that room? Some things are just some mileage things that there is no practical part of it. Because does he think that all Kenyans live in houses? Some people live in rooms. How do you take a mortgage for just a room? Maybe someone pays for it around 3,000 or 2,000. How do you pay a mortgage for a room? So some of these things, as one of us has said, if you take him head on for a debate, he may not be able to answer some of these questions. You can't pay a mortgage for a room. And you see, today he's telling, I was listening to him, he was saying, Uhuru wachana kusukuma Raila kwa Kenya. Where is Uhuru here? Uhuru is not here. Otherwise, he should know it is him who is forcing himself to we Kenyans. And it is we Kenyans who are forcing ourselves to Raila. That is what he should know. It is we who are in need of Mzee to sort out so many things that are in a mess. And I think as we move on, things are going to be very difficult for him. He is going to mark time around Mount Kenya when he'll be moving to the rest of the regions in this country. He thinks that everything starts and ends in Mount Kenya, and he's going to lose the grip of Mount Kenya because that is what he relies on. It is not going to work for him. It is about people seeing, where are we heading to? Where are we safe? what is the future. People cannot tell us that we should not look at the history of what has taken place. We should look at where we come from and where are we going to. But people are telling us, oh, don't look at the past, let us look at the future. So I think the more people are seeing the sense, things are not going to be good on RUTO side. But for our side, I know as we've started, RUTO promised us yesterday that we are going to see the mother of all campaigns after being cleared. There's nothing, because the more he speaks, the more he loses. But if you want to understand how campaigns take place, let him watch how things are going to be done on our side from today up to the last day. I know he's not prepared for what is taking place. It is going to be very difficult. It is just starting. Let him. He has maybe 20 years to look presidential. For now, let him try and watch and observe what is taking place. I think I know he was. I saw a quote somewhere where he was saying, "Oh, that the deep state has been caught off guard by him being cleared." What? He's the one who told us there is no deep state. He now has a fear for the deep state. There is nobody who is worried about him being cleared. He had doubts that maybe because of so many cases concerning him, he thought that he was not going to be cleared. We don't want a lot of problems. It is good for him to be cleared so that he does not use the excuse of, I was not cleared. Otherwise, we are sure of 60 plus. As time goes on, if he does not give up, things are going to be hard for him. Otherwise, that is the much I can say. I'll come back again.
Okay. Asante sana Mwana Kevin, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tuendelee mbele. Wakenya, asante sana. Wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana, tujumuike pamoja, hakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika. Hakuna Mkenya anasalia nyuma wakati kila mmoja meli imeng'oa nanga, safari ishafungwa. Hii safari ya Kanani huko ndani ama unataka kusalia kwenye boda? Lazima ujitahidi uingie kwenye safina. Safina isifungwe mlango kama uko nje. Okay, naomba tumsikilize Yufin kwanza, alafu tutaendelea na Mkururo for that. How are you, Yufin? Yufin, are you able to get me?
He's sleeping.
Kizito, where is your sleepitometer? Sawa, wacha tusikilize huyu MP. MP nani huyu? Murko. Murko namna gani? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Hi, how are you Mtembei?
Embakasi gani? Embakasi ziko nyingi wewe afisa.
Niko na papu hapa. Papu Owino.
Oh, wewe ndio unataka kuansiti Papu Owino?
Huyo sasa ni opponent, but me sasa ndaamuka 2027.
Oh, sawa. Hiyo ni maandalizi mazuri. Endelea basi.
Asante sana Mtembei kwa kunipea fursa hii kuongea na Wakenya kupitia studio huu wako. Ningependa kushukuru kila Mkenya kwa maana tukiangalia kwa kila pande sote, upande wa Azimio wanataka uchaguzi wa amani. UDA ikiwemo William Ruto anataka uchaguzi wa amani. Sisi kama UDA si lazima Ruto aongoze kama ataanguka kura, na akianguka kura kwao ni Sugoi, na akipata vile Raila has been so democratic since 1960 saying that he has been fighting for the democracy. I will wonder about the impugned Raila allowing the rigged election in favor of him. And the whole Kenya will will cast Raila. You know, we'll put a hot news. They impugned Raila when we accept the rigged election. That is the first thing. RUTO is not God. Raila is not our small God also. When RUTO fails, he will go home to Sukai. I could wonder why some people here sometimes they could say ati hata RUTO akishinda atanyang'anywa na deep state. What if Raila akinyang'anywa na deep state? Do you think it is good? Hata mtasikia kwa roho yenu mzuri. To me, I just want to see a hero Raila when he wins free, fair, credible election. I will celebrate. Even if I am from RUTO side, I will see a hero somewhere. I can't see an impugned person mwenye yeye mwenyewe ati amekuwa akipigania demokrasia, ati RUTO amewin for example, alafu kesho ati ameibiwa by the so-called deep state and then later accepting that to be sworn in. That is mockery, Mutembe. So I would like each and every Kenyan that if RUTO can fail, he could go home. If Raila can fail, he could go home as well. You see, let's celebrate RUTO's victory if he won. Let's celebrate Raila's victory. Never put this in your heart. Ndio unasikia Manda kwa akisemanga hii maneno msiweke kwa roho, msiweke kwa roho hii maneno, hapana, weka kwa roho. RUTO akianguka ataenda nyumbani, ataenda endeleza biashara zake. Raila akianguka ataenda nyumbani, ataenda endeleza biashara zake. Who am I to die on behalf of RUTO? Nobody. Who are you to die on behalf of Raila? Let's give all of them equal chance. Let's give all of them equal chance. Let Raila say, now my student has passed his all exams. Since 1997, I got qualified. 2013, I got qualified. 2017, I got qualified. If he could qualify 2022, let him call his son a victor also. Let Raila. Si ati tuko na chuki na Raila. Sisi Wakalenjin na Wajaluo, we are almost the cousins, you see. Hakutakuwa na mfurugano pale huko kule nini. Lakini kama ule Mjaluo mwenye anajua demokrasia yenye imepiganiwa na Raila, ati RUTO ameipiwa kura for the favor of Raila, Jaluos will never be happy for such activities. By the way, it is so bad manners. No, for me, if Raila can win, free, fair, credible.
Anamurgo, ngoja kwa sababu wewe una prosecute kesi ambayo hata haijapelekwa kotini. Sasa mimi nashindwa unajitetea vipi?
No, I can hear some people here dictating that if RUTO can win atanyang'anywa.
Ngoja, hiyo umesikia wapi? Kwa hii debate?
I always hear I always watch Mutembe TV. I always see Mutembe's fans, you see. I am your fan also, you see. I can hear from some of your people, but I can't blame them. Maybe they are
ngoja nikuelekeze. Unajua wewe ni mbunge. Mbunge anayejiandaa kwa mbunge. Na kitu moja cha muhimu kama mbunge ni kukubali kuelekezwa na speaker. Sawa sawa? So hapa leo tuko na mada inasema kwamba Raila amesema watu wafanye campaign, wasiinterfere na wale wengine wakifanya kampeni yao, kampeni ikuwe ya amani. Hiyo ndio maoni ambayo Raila amesema. Mtu asiende kutoa billboard ya mwingine, siende kurarua posta ya mwingine, tufanye kampeni ya amani. Hiyo ndio nataka utoe maoni yako kuhusu hiyo. Alafu hiyo ingine amekuwa cleared kurun for president for the 5th time. This time akona mama kama running mate. Nataka maoni yako kwa hiyo. Alafu Kenya Kwanza wamepromise kwamba wale ambao tuna rent nyumba hapa Nairobi, tuna rent tu miaka 15. Hiyo rent utakuwa unalipa mortgage. Baada ya miaka 15 wewe unakuwa mwenye nyumba. Hiyo inawezekana? So hiyo ndo maswala nataka tuongee. Hii maneno ya kufight shadows, imaginations,
Okay.
and other things, tuachane nazo. They are taking our energy for nothing.
Thank you very much, Bwana Mutembe. I'm sorry, I can apologize where I went wrong, you see. And also, I can congratulate Raila. Congratulations, Raila. He has been given opportunity to run as a presidential candidate. All the best, Raila. As you have said now, let's now campaign in peace. Let Raila come to Eldoret, campaign and give and milk. Let Ruto also go to Kondele, campaign and give a fish. You see, that is the fairness we want. When Raila wins, let's all celebrate. Raila cannot be a president from Nyanza only for Nyanza. He can be for the Republic of Kenya as well as Ruto. Are you seeing this? That's why I was saying, let us give now equal chance. You see, let's not give our minds to be so biased that ati lazima Mugina win alafu aanguke mara 3 4 4. Tuacha na fitina kama hayo, mambo kama hayo tuachie Mungu. Sisi tuamini ya kwamba Raila ni binadamu, akiongoza ataongoza Kenya mzima. Ruto tena ako na haki yake, akiongoza ataongeza Kenya mzima, na hapo ndio tupo. Si ati watu waweke hii maneno kwa roho sijui ati nini. Hapana, tuache hapo bwana, hapo si mzuri. But all the best, Raila. We wish you all the best for your journey. Ukiwin 2022 tukumbuke bwana Jalango. Unajua tumetoka mbali na nyinyi kuanzia 2007, bwana, tuko pamoja. Alafu hata Ruto bwana, lakini sasa unajua hao watu bwana Mutembe, hapa kuna shida ndugu zangu, hapa tuko na shida jameni. Isikuwe tena Ruto, Raila. Niko na shida hapa. I have a very big problem here. Let's Kenyans hear me. I have a very big problem. Let's now don't just sing Ruto. Raila. No. Wakuje saa hii waandikishe. Kama Ruto vile anatuambia atatuletea loan. Loan gani na hatujaona na hakuna agreement? Interest agreement iko wapi? Utakuwa na loan na wapi? Hakuna bwana, akuje saa hii tuketi chini. The same Raila mwenyewe. Raila amekuwa akisema atasaidia watu. Wakuje saa hii tujuane. Hapana, hii maneno isikuwe tu ya kutuona kesho ikiwa wazi.
Ngoja kwanza tufike Kana. Unataka kupokea matunda ya Kana ni kabla hajavuka mto Jordan.
Hapana, maisha kwanza irudi chini. Kwa nini Mtembei? Maisha irudi chini. Hautaniambia 6,000 kwa mwezi, in that which it is 200 per month, per day. In that one day, I can buy salad at 300. No. Wakuje sahi watuambie, warekebishe maisha ndio wapee pesa. Waketi na Ruto, hatutaki handshake. Ruto akianguka sugai, Raila akianguka hivyo. Na kama wako na nia kutusaidia, wakuje sahi kwa meza, wakuje watuambie vile watatusaidia, watupee hii pesa haraka mapema. Mbona wangoje election?
Sawa basi. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Kuna watu wawili wangependa kukuuliza swali. Tulia hapo. Mama Selina, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Yes, Penat. Mambo ni moto. Ninaona mheshimiwa, asante mheshimiwa kwa kukuja hapa Murko, na unasema tunataka kampeni ya amani. Yes, baba ako na amani na sisi pia. Nashangaa we unaona mambo aje, tunaelekea aje? Naona Wakenya wanasema wako farasi ni moja. Sisi Rift Valley tunasema nini? Najua tunataka watu wakuwe na amani, hatutaki matusi, hiyo ni ukweli. Na umesema aombe kura na watu wamsikize na Ruto aende Kisumu, hiyo ni sawa. Lakini sasa tunaona calculation kama leo Nakuru tumeona Kalonzo, tumeona Martha Karua, kina Hassan Joe. Tunaona mambo imeenda, watu ni wengi, lakini nimetolewa ama niko
Pole, ulikuwa umekatika lakini
niko
umerudi.
ama
Karibu.
imetoka?
Pole.
Okay, so nataka kuambia niko ama bado
Murkomen.
nimesema uambie watu wengi waingie kwa these 2 months tuelezane, ili Wakenya tuwe kitu moja. Kenya ni yetu sisi yote, hakuna mahali tunaenda. So tunataka watu wakikuwa pamoja, wakiongea, wanasema, Mutembei anasema tukikuja pamoja hatuwezi pigana. So tumeshukuru kukuona hapa, na tunataka kwa sasa tunataka ile mature politics. Tunaombea watu yetu kura, lakini naomba pia ya kwamba kigilegisete taya katam kongotogero ole kagolulji emet masta agenge komo kange tebetimin amu magimete gegerkei sang kemwa ngolyo ile kakichor kura ko ngiyakteni chorchi chito nguni ache ko kakiam keakutan amu boisionik chekikiyachini chito age ko kakiwekchech sai amakitinye chi. Ameche kityo asom kole biikab Kalenjin ongebe mutyo mache igen, ongetebi kuye meche biikab Kenya, ongen ole kitokosasech biik akobo boiyot nikinyaos, ko nguni ngonyo kainet akomach kosubkei komatachame chi, asome kityo ale ongetebi komye, ongeng'ololji biik komye, ako kakile kicham kelen Kalenjin ngiwe koito simakikonin lakwet kelechinin tun inyotun. So ngotko makinyoru lakwet keyan kityo kele kechopkei situn kenyoru lakwet kenyit age ko kakitebi ak kalyet. Kongoi mising, lakini imutu biik chechang. Tumeongea naye kidogo kwa sababu saa ngine tunaambiwa ukiongea in your mother tongue things comes. Murko nimesema kitu ya at least unasikia hata wewe unafurahia kwa lugha. Hii lugha ya kununua inakuwa ngumu saa zingine, but tunajaribu kuwa pamoja, lakini nakuomba, sisi wakale hatujui kukaa opposition, tulizoea kukaa ndani, na tunataka hata sisi tupate mali ya Kenya, lakini makosa moja mumefanya. Mkisema mambo ya loan miaka 15, alafu hiyo ingine nikishindwa kulipa naenda na nani? Serikali itaninyang'anya, ama kuna watu wanataka kuwa tayari alafu waseme tumeshindwa kulipa, wachukue vile ile mashamba zetu ama chai yetu wasungu walikuja na walimaliza, tukitaka kurudia tulikuta kuna watu walichukua. So nafikiri hapo Yuda wamefanya nani ni landlords. Mkisema kitu kama hiyo, sijui kama mumeangusha kura. Kama mulikuwa na 100, najua saa hii karibu mufike 25. Si mzuri. Hapa Amerika mahali tuko, watu wanapatiwa 30 years, alafu wanaendelea. Lakini mkisema 15, na vile uchumi ya Kenya ni mbaya, tutatoa wapi hiyo pesa tuweze kulipa hiyo loan? Hapo nisikie Murko akiendelea kuongea na alete wenzetu wengi tukuje tuongee. Hili election after 2 months, Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Asante Penat.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to keep it brief. Gizito, uko na swali kwa MP?
Yeah, good evening to all of you. Good morning. I just have only 2 questions to Mr. Murkomen. I think you are just Murkomen in short, Murko. But I would like to ask you just one question. Just to add on top of what Mama Selena said, How do you think a normal house with a mortgage or paying, how much can you pay per month? So that this house that has been built with even 500,000, with the uchumi that you people are saying uchumi is bad, how much will you pay per month that will enable you to finish this mortgage within 15 years? 15 years, it will take you, let's say you are paying even 200 because uchumi is bad. You will pay this small amount of money. After 15 years, the person who was promising this, where will you find this person to go and ask him that you promised us to pay, when now the owner of that plot wants the plot back? And how much are you going to compensate him for staying in his place for 15 years? That is the first question. Secondly, you are a good young man, and I see you have got the morale to become an MP. Just sit down, call your members, 1, 2, 3 people, tell them to come and vote AZIMIO, because I can see your heart is just in AZIMIO. Stop this kind of having two-way traffic, that you are in order, I'm in AZIMIO, I'm in order. Decide once. You are still young. See where your life is going and see where the lies and the truth is. So, where will you decide to be as a young man? Not only to come here and try to tell us that, oh, you know, Raila is good, RUTO is good. If they are good, why do you say this AZIMIO is like this? Can you please tell the panel which position are you taking? Because we are only having 2 months. Right now, we are not entertaining people, we are talking facts. And we are trying to tell people that now is either today or not. Only those 2 questions, please just answer me, then I will be okay.
Thank you, Bwana Kizito. Murko, you have 1.5 minutes to respond quickly, please.
Thank you very much Mutembei. Kwanza nataka kuongea na Selina Seko, kongoi nea kongo chepkametinyo, kongoi amu imi yotok. Akameche kora keyai kuni. Ngesete tai akatam kelechini Jehova kongoi amu mi nekamach kosete kora katam. Anan komi nemache kosete tai. Oset maameki. Lakini kakichome kora kekonech akichek heshima nenyo ngabut ane anan ngosir ko celebraten Kenya mzima koboto choronokchok chekokibeligei tugul. Mutai ngesir ko celebraten akichek mat koesio. Unotok netai no. Nebo aeng kemeche kora kemwa kuni. Makieshe kele mi chito nemeche sikele ati kechore kura. Okase ole ng'ololdoi emet ak okase ole ng'ololdoi biik. Amune kabun ano chito nekale mi biik chemi opposition. Uya katakas uya kele makibendi opposition. Makoi kibe. Anan ko ngot kobendi koba opposition. They fail. They should be at opposition. Ikere ngot kobutyo biik chok malasima konyor ng'echeret. Ma Mungu nenyo ngobutyo kobendi gaa. Ko ngonyor kemache akinennywa akichek kotendekan eng icheket angot ako celebraten akichek kole kongoi amu kakonyor. Mami ng'olyo ngobwa Rift Valley kimi komie kakimi Nakuru achek kora mi shughuli kidogo nekeyai. Okay, I do interior design.
Keep it brief please.
Okay, so kongoi tagat kalyet korok ngosir ko celebraten jeje got kesir ko celebraten kora. Okay, my brother pale ameulizia kuhusu bottom up economy. Thank you. My brother there has been talking about where does UDA will get the money to run all these things. In fact, UDA has been giving some parts that they say it will produce money for Kenya. Why? In Kenya, we do invest in very big investment parastatals, for example, KAA. KAA can be given up to 100 billion loan while our brothers here when you wanna produce up to 70 TTP hawapewi loan. Kwa nini? Hana mahali pa kupata hiyo loan. Unaona? Sasa kwa serikali ya UDA ikaangalia ikasema ya kwamba hiyo KAA kwa mfano inatupea a less of almost 18 billion to 22 billion per year, na mnaangalia hata kwa magazeti mnaangalianga mpaka kwa taarifa. Akasema itakuwa aje? There are those small entrepreneurs, ule jamaa ako na butcher, legit butcher ako na leseni, lakini sasa shida ni moja, hawezi akaran sometimes kwa vile hana pesa. Badala ya tuchukue hiyo pesa ipeanwe kwa watu kama hawa, yule mdogo ako na haki na ni jukumu la serikali bado kuwapea nini? Kuwapea loan ili waweze kuendeleza biashara zao. Unaona? So mlikuwa mnauliza hiyo pesa itapatikana wapi? That money has been there. Zimekuwa zikipeanwa to some people who are doing business on behalf of this country of ours. You see, this first of all, it will go to a common mwananchi. In that, mimi nikiwa MP wa Embakasi, kuna Kinya anatoka Kisumu, ataweza leta nini samaki kutoka Kisumu, tukuja tuchome naye wapi? Embakasi East. Through bottom up economy, atapewa loan kidogo kutoka huko, akuta afanye kazi Embakasi.
Bernard,
si ati hana pesa.
hello Bernard, sorry. Mr. Murkomen, you are wasting a lot of our time of answering of Mama Kinyi that will come from Kisumu. Can you tell me, you want to be an MP of Embakasi and the aviation, do you know how many people are being employed each and every day with that airport?
Kenya
And
Airport.
do you know how much this, leave alone that one, do you know how much money the tourists bring in the Kenya's economy? Even these people who are seeing who are outside, they use these airplanes to come. And if you close them, you're going to give Mama King to bring fish. How will they pay? Do you want them to pay Turkish Airlines to come to Kenya?
No. Thank you very much. You have asked a very good question. Umeuliza swali mzuri sana. Sisi hatutaharibu miradi kubwa za serikali ikiwemo parastatals. If there is possibility, kama hao wenye wanarun hawana hawawezi kurun due to small finance, labda hawana good management, capital itself, unaona. So watachange, itasapeanwa kwa private sectors. If you yourself you can't do a business to run profit, wewe umesema how much does it give? It gives us less. They give us nothing. They give us nothing, 0 shillings. A loss of 22 billion.
Asante. Ningependa tu kuuliza swali moja alafu tusonge mbele. Umesema unataka kuwa MP wa Embakasi East, eh? Huko ndio kuna airport, sio?
Yeah, kabisa.
Huko ndio kuna airport. Sio?
Takusikia vizuri bwana.
Jomo Kenyatta Airport iko Embakasi East, sio?
Kabisa.
Sasa mimi nataka kuuliza wewe.
Yes.
Tuseme wewe uko na butcher. Okay, butchery hapo unachinja mbuzi. Okay.
Yes.
Unategemea watu wanatoka airport wanunue hiyo nyama wakienda kwa nyumba, sio? So wakati wewe umechinja mbuzi, umeweka kwa butchery, na hao watu wanatoka airport wanatembea kwa mguu, hawana hela, hawana pesa ya kununua nyama yako. Okay? Lakini wewe umepewa loan ya bottom up, ukaenda Kiamaiko, ukanunua mbuzi, ukachinja, umeweka kwa butchery. Na hao watu wanakuja kupita, hawana pesa ya kununua hiyo nyama. Itakuwaje? Mbuzi utakula wewe na mke wako ama kutakula?
Asante sana bwana Bernard, Asante sana. Hao watu unanisikia? Hello.
Yes.
Hawa watu hawana pesa.
Mimi nakusikia sasa.
Kama hao watu wangekuwa na pesa, mimi wa butcher ningekuwa nimemuuzia na ningekuwa na faida. Na tumepata kweli already na tupea hasara. Na si ati kuna makosa ama tuharibu. Hapana. Tupe mtu mwenye anaweza run. Unaona? Labda management ni mbaya.
Sikiliza
na ni
Murko, wewe
private
unaweza run,
person.
okay? Wewe unaweza run, uko tayari na nini na butchery, okay? Ile unasema shida yako ni pesa, sawa? Sisi watu wa bottom up tukakupatia pesa, ukaenda Kiamaiko ukanunua mbuzi, ukaileta wapi? Hapo karibu na airport. Watu wakitoka airport hawana hela ya kununua hiyo nyama, okay? Wameenda kibarua, wakafukuzwa kwamba airport haifanyi kazi, ndege hakuna pesa ya kutosha. So ile kibarua walikuwa wameenda kufagia wapewe pesa ile wanapata, ili wakipita wanunue nyama, hawakupata. Wewe uko na nyama, ulipewa loan ya bottom up, lakini wanunuzi hawana hela. Hiyo itakuwaje?
Mtembei, si ni swali rahisi sana hiyo.
Yeah.
Unajua mimi kwanza hapa Embakasi East, yeah? Mimi sitaenda na nyama yangu ya mbuzi moja pale Kiamaiko kukuja kupeleka huko, kumaanisha nitafanya biashara na watu wapo Makuti kasi ya mimi. Juu ya nini? Nitawauzia. Alafu kuna ule mwenye ako na uwezo atapewa pesa bado, kama hoteli kubwa kubwa kama za Weston.
Wewe unahepa kujibu swali langu.
Bernard.
Order
everybody. Thank you.
Unachukua pesa yetu kwa Weston. Sikia, mulikuwa na Sirion, mulikuwa na KCC. Sirion liko Eldoret, Sirion liko Nakuru headquarters yake. Na kuuliza kama tulimaliza Sirion, tulimaliza KCC, mpaka saa hii simefungwa. Si kwanza hata mungetuambia KCC ipate pesa, Sirion ipate pesa, wakulima wakuwe na pesa badala ya kwenda kufunga airport.
Sawa, thank you Mama Selina, and I want that to rest. Even Murko ametoroka.
Anataka kuchukua nyama ausie Wellton Hotel. Anataka mupatie
kuna Nyayo anasema, Bernard, I can't believe Murko want to unseat Babu Wino. Really? Nakuambia hii Kenya tuko na maswala mengi, lakini tunashukuru. Now, tumsikilize Yufin kwanza, alafu tusonge mbele, please. Thank you. Yufin, come in.
Hi everyone. I hope you're all doing great.
You. Welcome.
Yeah, this is a moment that I wouldn't want to miss. You know, today is the real day. Today is our day. We already have the presidency, so we are just waiting for date 9 so that we can resume officially. But we're asking people not to destroy people's, but actually that is statesmanship. That is the Kenya we want. We want the Kenya we can differ in ideologies, but in the long run we still remember that we are all Kenyans and we still need to coexist. It doesn't matter. And then the promises of, the deputy is called Mr. Promises. He's Mr. Promise. So he'll give promises and this is not the end. Maybe he said, yesterday he said, watu wataona kampeni ile yenye wajaona. So we are waiting for more empty promises, Empty devils make the loudest noise. So tumezoea hiyo noise for 4 years now. So we are used to it. We just we hear it from one side and then we let it go because it never come true. That's an empty promise and you can't hope for what's not there and what it's never gonna come. At least someone can just give you one promise which is gonna come. You be sure, rather than giving you 100 and not fulfilling even one. And I think I like the campaign. I like the KKA, They're like a dying man, you know. A dying man will clutch even at a straw, you know. A drowning man, I mean. When you're drowning, you know, anything you think can help, anything that you can grab, you grab it, you go down with it. So they're going down, obviously. So they have to cling on anything. Well, even if it means giving 1,000 promises, they will do it because they know they are drowning. But God's time is the best. And when your time comes, nobody can stop that. And when that time comes, God will use your enemies to pave way for you. Because I think God has used the DP to pave way for Baba. And they're just confused. They're just confused from the very moment he named the running. They've been confused since then. And God's time is the best. Whatever God time makes for you, whatever destiny you hold, it will come to pass when the time is right. It will never be too late. And this Baba's time, and we are glad that it's Baba's time because we need it. We need our country to move forward. We need to get jobs for people. We don't need to give handouts because handouts never help. You know, if you get something that you've not worked for, you don't know how to use it. You need to work for something for you to use it properly. Because if you give me even 50,000 right now, what will I do with it? I've not even planned for it. I don't know what to do with it. I just waste it and then come back to you because I know you'll still give me another one. I have to work for what I need to work so that I know how to plan myself and how to do my things and where I want to be with what I've worked. It's good to eat the hearts of the work of your labor. It pays off, and when you eat it's so good, and you'll know how to manage it. But if you tell me you'll come and give me, because not everyone want to venture into business. Some people would love to do something else. So you can't tell me you'll come and give me 50 billion here so that we take it and then use it for business. Me, what if I don't want to venture into business? What will I do with the money? I'll just waste it and you'll never get it back. So you need to give people different platforms. You don't just come and tell us, I'll put this. If you bring, Baba is saying one product, one county. When you build it's called, I think it's delocalization. When you delocalize a farm, you bring a new farm somewhere, it will employ more people. And then that's when these people will know, the ones you've employed, after working so hard and then planning for yourself, you'll know that after such a while, I have these savings, I can do this and this and that. You'll have to plan with what you earn, and then you'll use it properly. But if you come to me with a handout, actually I'll take it and then I won't even know how to use it. And that is lack of proper planning from your side, because you can't give me a handout. You can't bring for me fish every time. Teach me how to catch the fish so that next time whenever I need fish, I'll go to the river to fish for myself, because I'll not come for you every day. You won't have it. So I think we already have the government. We're only waiting to go and vote on the 9th. It's up to us now to wake up early, go and vote, wait for the results, and then we celebrate. I'll leave it for there. Thank you.
Thank you, Euphin. We appreciate it. We really, really appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. It's good to be sober and analyze matters properly as we look forward to a great Kenya by reason of us making wise decisions come August 9th, 2022. And we want this at all levels, at all levels. Remember what Mother Karua said. A bad MCA will make your county very bad, regardless of how good the president is. So vote for a good MCA, a good MP, a good governor, a good senator, a good women rep. If you have quality leadership, you will have quality governance, and quality governance will result into better life. So story ya eshenyu na eshenyu, huyu ni mtu wetu, hatuwezi kumwacha. Hatutaki watu wapigie kura matatizo ikuje kutuuma kama wa Kenya. Tuzuie matatizo ikiwa at family level, we can manage it, other than putting that problem at national level. Don't bring your local family problem to a national level. Deal with it at a family level. We can always come to do Harambee and help you at a family level. Don't make it become a national problem that everybody now has to shoulder it as time goes. Now, naomba tutasonga mbele mbio mbio. Nani huyu Kizito ali drop off. Ni time ya Kenya, lakini kabla ya Kenya wacha tusikilize hii. Watu wa comments, asante sana. To keep it civil please, let's respect one another. Maswali yangu sio ngumu, maswali yangu inakuanga tu rahisi, ni vile tu wale wa kujibu ndio wanapenda
Nimeona Rafael Sauti Ubila Wanjala iko hapa, Osoti iko hapa, mkuje hapa tafadhali, dakika moja. Dakika moja. Haya, subiri. Haya, subiri, anakuja, subiri. Haya, Rafael Wanjala njoo bana.
Haya, tusalimiane nione mkono wa baba. Watu wa Nairobi mmekubali baba? Mmekubali? Uko Western tumekuwa huko wiki iliyopita na baba, watu wa Western region wote wamefanya nini? Wamekubali. Tumeenda Coast, watu ya Coast wote wamefanya nini? Wamekubali. Central wote wamefanya nini? Wamekubali. Rift Valley wamefanya nini? Wamekubali. Sasa Nairobi pia imekubali. Nairobi tutachukua na tuweke. Nasema Nairobi tutachukua na tuweke. Na huko Western region tutachukua na tuweke. Na huko Coast tutachukua na tuweke. Hata Rift Valley tutachukua na tuweke. Tuko pamoja. Na baba amepanga nchi ya Kenya. Amesema Western sisi ndio tunaweka pesa. Na akasema deputy yake atoke Central. Na Eastern akasema ni Chief Cabinet Secretary. Sio ni mzuri? Si baba amepanga nchi na imepangika. Anayekupenda pendana. Anayekupenda. Nauliza anayekupenda. Nairobi anayekupenda. Asiyekupenda. Sasa tunataka achana na watu wa UDA. Tunataka kuachana, si ndio? Let's cross our hands. Tumalizane hii mikora. Hatutaki serikali ya majambasi. Nataka kuona mikono huko. Weka mikono. Na tunasema tawe, si ndio? Ruto. UDA. Nixon. Wetangula. Musalia. ANC. Ford Kenya.
Haya, tuko hapa na mheshimiwa
Tawe Kenya. You will speak Luya, upende usipende. Karibu la.
Jambo sana Mr. Bernard.
Great.
Okay, let me just say hi to Mama Serena, Ombati, Manuel, Morkomen, Onyancha. Yeah, the first point of note Bernard. Unajua saizi ni usiku, toa tai bwana. Unajua watu wa UDA wakikuja chini yako watakunyonga. Make sure una tai hapo.
Hii ofisi ukiwa kwa ofisi unataka boss apige simu.
Hiyo mtu
But
ako
make
na
sure,
matusi, point of order, usimruhusu atuambie hivyo. Usimruhusu atuite
just
hivyo.
for writer notes,
Usimruhusu
small
atuite
comment,
hivyo.
it's just for
Hatuwezi
writer
nyonga
notes.
mtu.
Order everybody.
Don't judge us for nothing. You are judging us negative.
Wewe.
No, don't take it
Tumesema
personal,
sawa,
Malcolm.
iko nini shida?
Hey,
Let's do this.
Malcolm, don't take it personal.
Mute your mic, please. Okay, thank you. Can you make your submission quickly?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Hiyo imeisha, acha tuendelee na submission. So the first thing I want to say, I would like to educate Malcolm for 1 second about these big investment, the businesses like Safaricom, the airport authority, such things, the KQ. Malcolm, you are in Embakasi East, right? In Embakasi Tasia, I have a friend, akona gorofa ya ikona bed sita 220. Na hizo nyumba zote ziko na staff wa Kenya Airways, wafanyikazi wa KAA wote ndio wameishi kwa hizo nyumba. Now you want to tell us mkinyima hizo, mkiingia kwa serikali muamue kuangusha such institutions, au watu 200 wataenda wapi? Secondly, mwenye hiyo nyumba ile tax analipanga, atatoa hiyo pesa ya kulipa hiyo tax wapi? Thirdly, mwenye hiyo nyumba, wale watu wameemploy kufanya hiyo nyumba service, wataenda wapi? So think about that as you talk about kupunguza hizo mambo za the institution. Then another thing, I'm going to send you to Thika, to Safaricom M-Pesa Foundation, because you guys, you want to grow Safaricom like the way I can hear your deputy saying. You go Thika to Safaricom M-Pesa Foundation. You see the work, the investment Safaricom has done there with no pay. Whoever student who goes to school there, they doesn't pay. It's a free sponsorship, free. You go and see how many students are in that school, that foundation. Then you will come back again and try to tell us. So Malcolm, I just need you to come into the right position. Not for bad reason, but for good reason, please. Don't usikue mtu mwenye anabebwa na vitu zenye azionekani. We need those institutions more common. So let me go to the topic now. I think you understand what I've talked about. Let me go to the DP RUTO gives Kenyans more promises. You know, those are the things that we are used to for the last 4 years. We have been receiving the promises day and night. In 2013, we received the same promises. In 2017, if it were not for Baba, even the retro that the Kenyatta has done couldn't have been done if it were not for Baba. Because one thing, your deputy alimobilize MP wake wote, akaamua mambo ikuame kwa bunge. Kama Baba angekuwa mgumu ambie MP wake nao wasisupport serikali, the government could have been foreign. But if the Baba aliingia hapo njuu akona roho ya Hutu, si ati uongozi sana, akona roho ya Hutu. So for promises, we are used into them, and we know it's just for these 2 months. Then from there, hizo story imeisha. About the IEBC clears Raila and Mother presidency, that was what we was expecting, and already we have it now. And the AZIMIO group now, AZIMIO family, because it's an AZIMIO family, we are rejoicing, we are very happy, and we have everybody on board. And still, we are encouraging such people like Morukomen and others who have not yet come to understand about the leadership to come in, and they will learn more.
So about Baba is a statesman. You heard about we supporters of Azimio family. Tusigombane na mtu. Posta zako hata ukikuja uweke hapo karibu na posta ya Baba. Nobody should not touch it. You just come, let's listen to you and go. As long as you normally get Mother Karua says, kura ni yako iko kwa mfuko yako. Sitaitoa na lazima. Ni wewe utatoa ukuje unipe. So that's the campaign we as Azimio family we want. And Morcomen, I want you to take this to the bank near you. Prepare for Baba presidency. Comes 9th August. That is something that has no objection as for now. You know, I'm from Mount Kenya. And what we are doing in Mount Kenya is not a joke. Because we know we are safe in which hands. Because we know we are safe. Our agricultural, our everything, coffee, tea, milk, our investment, tutakuwa safe kwa mikono ya nani? The high percentage of people in Mount Kenya, they are the ones who have most properties in Nairobi. So we must look where to invest. If you guys, you are saying that the institutions should be closed, and most of people from Mount Kenya own those institutions that employ more than 5,000 people, do you think we will go for that direction? No. So I think for now, I think I can say that. More comment, don't go away. Just stay here on this platform, and I'm sure you'll learn more. Bado kuna watu wajaingia, watu wataingia na utalani a lot of things, and because you are aspiring to be in politics one day, one time, by that time you will be understanding everything. Babu Owino is my MP, and you want to unseat Babu Owino, so you must be very keen to deal with that person. That person is a genius. So you must na anafanya kazi. I think unaona ile kazi Babu Owino amefanya. So please, kindly stay in the platform and listen, and you learn more. This platform is for educating people, so that ukujana idea ni kujana zangu, but we like having facts. Come with the facts. That's why you don't see a lot of people from Huda here, because most of them comes with propaganda. We interrogate them, then they run away. But as for you, we want to invite you, you stay here so that you learn. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. And I can give someone else the time now. Thank you.
Asante Bwana Kenya, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Na kwa Wakenya wote tuendelee kujumuika. Asante kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba you are not watching alone. Let us all have this conversation together with the majority of the Kenyan people as we anticipate to understand what's happening, making sense of what is going on. Now, before Stafford comes in, let's listen out to these 2 quick videos, and then it will be good.
That is the joy that people have. That you go under the history, under the archives, under at least he goes down in history that he looked and picked a woman. I think that is the joy that people have. That you go under the history, under the archives, under the annals, that yes, this man, one day, wherever he will be, people will read and say, he's the man who recognized. And not just Martha. By the way, when you look at many of the women who have gone through parliament and even nominated was through him. Okay. The majority of them is through him. In all the men who sit on the table, I've been in Jubilee, I'm now in ODM. I will tell you, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga appreciates women, listens to women. If he listens to the men today, he won't be having Martha, I'll tell you. But the women, everyone just went, lobbied, told him this and this. But he listened to that voice. He listens to the softer voice. That one I'll tell you. I know the rest. They, in fact, when you see it, they wonder, now what is this one doing? Because if they were listening to us, many of them today would not be in what they are in today. I'll tell you. It's not that we don't tell our leaders. We tell them. We tell them in a very open way. But they look at you and wonder, so what are you trying to say? And then they go on and move on what the men, and then they find themselves in hell completely. And for once, because you can imagine the pressure, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Head, pressure from everyone, even the men we were sitting with. If you try and explain why we need the woman, they say, no. This woman will give the Prime Minister a heart attack. But thank God, on this one, I think he just said, on this one, I will listen to the voice of my mother. I will stand firm. And
Okay. Stafford. Onyanja.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening. Yes, I'm in. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you.
Time.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here again. I've been a listener for some time. I've been watching the shows, but I come on board to make my contribution. So I'm happy today. I'm back. And so pleased. Tulienda mambo ya campaign. So Bernard, I want to make some few observations. This is a national platform, not even a national, it's an international platform. So when we make our observations here, we need to be very keen and factual. As matters politics and there are some 2 to 3 things that I want to highlight on. How is this AZIMIO government going to benefit us or Kenyans? You know, at this point, people in their minds, others are on deciding on where to vote. Now we should be very keen to the kind of promises we're being given, right? Kenya Kwanza, you know what they bottom up, they should come and elaborate yearly. We have our AZIMIO, the Baba Care. So we look at the possibilities. I mean, we had someone called Murkomen here, but I really feel for him. I really feel him because at the point, you know, I almost try to understand that Murkomen doesn't prove any point. Just making arguments without points. You know, come to platforms like this, you should be content. Again, I upload Selina, hata uliingia kwa comment kuambia ongea Kiswahili tukusikie. It's because, you know, you try to explain to Murkomen on how things are supposed to be. Like now, when we talk of presidency, I mean, like now we as AZIMIO, sometimes we should not sit and get excited. At the end of the day, we are going to form the government of the forming our government of a day is not an easy thing. It requires an extra commitment. But I thank God, Baba and Mother, we come to their realization that it's no joke. You know, when you see even President Kenyatta, there's a reason as to why. He's trying to make Baba learn how to be a winner. For previous years, he's been, he's not tested any win other than being a member of parliament. So, I mean, what the president is trying to teach Baba here is that being a winner, you have to make an extra sacrifice. You have to work in another level. So whatever they're doing, I was very excited. You know, I was following campaigns, right? And when it was, alienda submit those papers. Although in a busy day, I tried to follow up. I see now there is some sense of direction. That's the way a government is being formed. You cannot form a government by relaxing and going through the opinion polls. Because there's a time when Man was nominated the running mate for Baba, a lot of excitement was there. And a certain question came to my mind. Will this excitement translate into vote? I mean, I could wait and I could give it time to see whether this excitement will translate to vote. It's been a real hurdle for Mother, you know, but I think she's proving a point at this time, because now she's trying to convert the excitement to votes, and that's what we really want. Because if you check on the other side, when this schema, the running mate for DP, even I've forgotten the name, when he was appointed, there was no much excitement. So what now they're trying to do is to bring him on to prove a point, which they're a bit late, because you know we had the other side AZIMIO, we had excitement. Now she's trying to prove a point. She can go somewhere, hold a rally to people, you know. So I'm now starting being convinced that this is how the government should form. You know, they're very factual when they come to people. I told Mother, unajua baba yetu tumemzoea sometimes comedy, you know, afanya watu wacheke, but Mother is a real leader, somebody who can prove a point before people. You know, she's trying now to convert the excitement to votes. That's why alisema kura iko kwa mfuko yako, so trying to seduce. She's trying to plead that no, this is what we should do. This is the right thing. This is the right government. You know, she's very factual. In fact, Mother is a real pillar to Baba. Baba angeteleza kidogo, hii kitu angeona. So she knew what she was doing. She knows what she's doing. Baba really knew that this is the right person to on me to the next level. Lakini angejaribu kidogo hivi lingezama, dau lingezama kabisa, sababu Mother I see and that she can make a leader. She can advise in the right way as compared to Rigathi. You know, Rigathi hata ukimsimamisha kuna kitu akonayo, he is not very convincing. So you see, so I'm trying to imagine that later day come also throwing a challenge to Baba, yani to Bernard. I mean, Bernard nimeanza kumuita Baba, that let him bring this the other side on board. Hiyo ndo even kwa comment, bring them on board. You know, hapa mahali tunaangalia ni wengi, kuna hao wengi they still follow up what we do hapa. As they come on board, they say this is what we can give as a government, you know. As well, na sisi tuambie on our side, we know Baba has told us this, we believe we can do, have the track record. So Another thing that actually inaharibu sasa the of Kenya Kwanza is that the international relationships, how they should try to these Western countries, even here in Africa. You know, there are some treaties that we sign. When you find a presidential candidate who wants to make the next government, anatukana countries like Congo, mara umesikia ametukana kwingine, we don't need this from you, you people, you don't, you know, how will these people relate with other countries when they come to power? So there are other things before we get to elect the leaders of ours, tunafaa we scrutinize them, tujue their behavior, how they themselves, ni watafanya aje tu wakiingia they take the government, ni watu ambao watafanya Kenya tufanye Zimbabwe. You know, whatever is happening in Zimbabwe, it happened in Uganda, it happened in Sudan, again, so many countries. I mean, juu ya uhusiano, you come to realize that now even the value of your money goes down. Like now, I'm talking of the rate of inflation. When I'm happy because the AZIMIO has addressed this, because when we are repaying the debt, when we borrow this money, the rate at which we're changing the dollar ilikuwa chini. So why should we repay now 20 shillings more than what we borrowed? So I'm happy because I had a statement from that they are going, if they take the government, they are negotiate. Wawaambie, no, when we borrowed you this money, this rate, so let us pay at that rate. That's what we want. Us, you know, the prices of these commodities to come down, tusiendelee kufinywa. That's one way of solving that we have. Bei ya mafuta irudi chini because it's shooting of now our currency is unstable. So I love that. I know that we have the right government, a government that can bring solutions to our problems. Otherwise, thank you for your time, and thank you for contributions that you're making.
Okay, asante Stanford Nyanja. Thank you for your contribution. We appreciate it. Your counsel about bringing the UDA people, I just like I did not recruit you. I didn't know you until you came inside this platform. I don't have any prior knowledge of people who come here. We just share the link in public platform, and whoever clicks in comes in and shares what they think. So we had more UDA people here than AZIMIO. When the debate became too tough, they ran away. In fact, we had like more moderators walikuwa watu wa UDA than AZIMIOs, but maji lizidi unga. So all the same, but everybody's welcome, and we are free to listen to everybody. We are really open. I have been trying to understand this bottom-up thing forever, and I am still interested. If somebody can convince me that that's the way the country can recover from where it is, I have no problem buying into it. But nobody has ever told me anything that is convincing. William Ruto believes that Kenya lacks money. If we distribute money, Kenya will just recover. I don't think that is the problem of Kenya. He has no idea how this country can get back on its feet. All he's interested in is to become president, because that is the goal or the thing he said for himself, that after this he will become president. That is not what we need in this country. So he's yet to convince me how a better leader he is, how much good interest he has at his heart for this country. Until he does that, I will still stand in question of him. As simple as that. But all I know is that this country deserves better. And at this point in time, we need to be in the safe hands. We cannot be bringing people who want to experiment on a body of somebody who is about to die. We need a competent doctor who knows what to do to fix and save the day. So story experimentation ya bottom up, sijui tuanzie hapa chini, si hapa katikati na tusonge huko juu, nini, all those are experiment people. Let them go to the lab first, finish with their experiments. When they have come out with their findings, we'll listen to them. As at now, to save Kenya by ensuring that it's in safe hands that are able to handle the situations at hand and help us recover. For example, I don't see why William Ruto should be having a problem about recovering of economy when he was here when Kibaki picked the economy when it was negative and brought it back to profiting. That is the script he's supposed to be telling us. Not even Obama said something like this. Even Biden said, are we going to work on a country on gossip that you had on the paper or you had on TV? I don't think so. So what were you, dear Tafadhali? Convince me that William Ruto has good brains, a good focus, and a good heart for this country. I will follow him. But as at now, from all my assessment, hana idea, hana rada yoyote ya kusaidia inji. Kila anataka ni kuwa rais kwa sababu alijiambia kwamba baada ya kuwa deputy president nitakuwa rais, nikishamaliza kuwa rais nitakuwa pastor. Afadhali aanze upasta tu mapema kwa sababu rais huwa hana saa hii na naenda kuomba tena. Hawezi pata aanze tu upasta kama anataka tutamwekea mikono, lakini lazima apite mtihani pia. Huko upasta ukuji tu na Biblia. Lazima pia upite mtihani na tukague tabia yako. Biblia inasema tukue na haraka kuwekea mikono. I don't want to spoil an evening for anybody. Thank you so much. Let us ask right questions so that we get right answers. Naomba tusikilize hii kwanza ndio Kenya ana swala. Kenya ngoja kidogo tu ndio tushughulikie hiyo swala lako. Okay. Yeah, I wanted this. It refused to play yesterday.
Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya sasa wanasema uchaguzi wa urais wa mwezi Agosti 9 ulikamilika baada ya ujio wa Kalonzo Musyoka kuunga mkono azma ya Raila Odinga. Wakizungumza kwenye kampeni kaunti ya Narok, wamesema kuwa idadi ya wapiga kura ambao wanaounga mkono azma ya Odinga haswa baada ya ujio wa Kalonzo itahakikisha kuwa kura hiyo imeamuliwa kwa ushindi mkubwa kwenye raundi ya kwanza. Vilevile wamepuuzilia mbali madai ya naibu wa rais William Ruto kuwa kuna wapiga kura ambao waliondolewa kwenye orodha ya IEBC. Swala la msitu wa Mau na mauaji ya watu huko Masimba mpakani mwa kaunti za Kajiado na Makueni pia zilisheheni katika mikutano hiyo, wakisema kuwa suluhu ya kudumu ni sharti itafutwe.
Kalonzo kukubali kukuja kuungana na sisi zote kwa Azimio ndio amehakikisha tunamaliza hii kazi round 1. Binadamu, nimesema hii, binadamu anashukisha ambition zake kwa sababu ya wananchi wa Kenya. Kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wetu wapate kazi, kuhakikisha mambo ya elimu, free secondary education, mambo mengi. Akasema wacha niweke wananchi wa Kenya mbele. So yangu ndio kumshukuru kamwe. Ya pili na ya mwisho yangu kueleza nyinyi jamii ya Wamasai, tafadhali shikana kama kwa Kikalenjin tunasema ngabereji. Unajua ile siafu, ushikane, ukue kitu, nyinyi ukue kitu ukipiga kura pigeni kitu.
Mimi naona leo ndugu yangu Chebukati amekilia mtu ya kwao, Mheshimiwa Weluke akasema yeye anafaa kusimama, lakini Sonko afai kusimama. Hiyo ni makosa kwa sababu Jumatatu kuna kesi ya majaji watatu. Angewacha mahakama iamue kuliko kufanya hukumu ya shortcut. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Chebukati, chunga sana wewe, unaweza enda ICC. Heshimu katiba ya Kenya. Yale mengine mimi ningependa kusema kwa wananchi wa Narok. Baada ya tarehe 9 maisha hapa Narok lazima yaendelee. Tumeona pale barabarani wenzetu wa ile chama ya Wheelbarrow wametufuata mara mbili, lakini mimi ningependa kuwapongeza wananchi wa Narok kwa sababu nyinyi mnapenda amani. Si ndio? Tulifanya mkutano wetu na wao wakafanya yao. Hiyo ndio maisha, ningewaomba sana sana youth muendelee nayo. Usikubali kuchochewa, kuleta fujo, kupiga mawe. Tuko na uchaguzi ya amani na baada ya tarehe 9 urafiki wetu utaendelea.
Mimi na ndugu Raila tutakuja hapa tupitishe uamuzi wa mwisho. Leo ilikuwa ni maombi, lakini kabla ya hayo, tangu mimi nitoe uamuzi juzi, hewa ya siasa ya Kenya imebadilika. Na kama uko hapa na ulikuwa na tashwishi kujua nani atakuwa rais wa Kenya baada ya uchaguzi wa tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, nataka nikuhimize ujue na uanze kufikiria na kufanya mipangilio yako. Ujue ni Raila Amolo Odinga na dada yetu akimsaidia Martha Karua. Na kwa sababu hii nina sababu ya kuwaunga mkono. Mimi mwenyewe unajua nimemuunga ndugu Raila 2013, tukapita tena hatukupita. Tukarudi pale 2017, tukamnyorosha watu wa Jubilee, hata kina Gideon nadhani walikuwa, tukanyorosha tena hatukupita. Leo naona tupindue tu, tumuongeze huyo dada Wangari Karua, iwe ni Raila na Karua na Kalonzo akiwasaidia, tutapita na ile kura haijaonekana Kenya hii. Wale ambao walikuwa na tabia ya kuiba kura hawatajaribu. Kwanza ni hawa wenyewe, hawa wenye Wheelbarrow. Nimeona juzi mmoja akilia akisema kura zake zimeondolewa kwa orodha ya wapiga kura. Anajuaji? Ni ile kazi alikuwa akitufanyia mimi na Raila. Sisi hatuna hiyo tabia. Sisi tunataka tuchukue kura yote.
Sasa ni wazi kuwa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini IEBC haitomuidhinisha aliyekuwa gavana wa jimbo la Nairobi Mike Mbuvi Sonko
Okay, thank you. Tukapita na tukupita. Kenywa, ulikuwa na swali gani?
Hiyo ni kuonewa bwana. Okay, hiyo ni kuonewa bwana. Tumepita, hatujapita tena. Okay, I think my question is general to, I think to everybody. It goes either to the AZIMIO, the UDA, and it's a general because I would like people to understand more about it. It goes on this dimension that Ruto said he will give 100 billion, atatenga bilioni 100 ya kupea watu wafanye biashara zao. So my point was this: when the country was hit by COVID, the whole of that here, the business dropped. Pesa biashara ziliharibika, watu wakafutwa kazi, and it was like that. Tukakuwa na curfew and all sort of things. Wakati COVID ilitulia tu hivi, nataka mtu mmoja mwenye anajua aniambie, kuna pesa serikali ilitoa ikapatia Wakenya waanze biashara tena ndio Wakenya wangoje hiyo ya Ruto. Kuna pesa serikali ilitoa ipe Wakenya because the economy ilipanda tu tena once. Kuna pesa serikali ilitoa ikapatia watu wa biashara ndogo ndogo nini, kuna pesa serikali ilitoa ikawapea. So hiyo ndio swali yangu kwa wale watu wananunua hiyo uongo ya Ruto ya mambo ya 100 billion 50 billion. So nikiwaambia finally, we don't need money from the government. What we need is a working environment, good working environment. So mwenye anajua kama kuna pesa watu walipewa ndio waanze biashara tena maisha irudi normal, anaweza tuambia. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Naomba Joben unaweza chukulia hapo ukijibu hilo swali tusonga mbele.
Okay, thank you Bernard. Good evening everyone, good morning to everyone. Today it was a great day, and it was not it's not a good day for anybody to miss, and that's why I just said I must be in this our platform, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. First and foremost, let me greet Selina, second in command in the highest office. Selina, how are you? Bernard, I think first there is something that we have to tell our friend Kenywa, that these people of UDA, most of them, they just come to this platform to maybe to bring their grievances. So don't feel about that guy. We know them. That's their tricks. And if they find it hot, they disappear. And I also sympathize with him. He's still a young guy, focused in politics, and the way he's lying to people, I think he should just start going for the MCA instead of an MP to try his luck so that he can introduce himself on the ground. Baba submission and being cleared, that's a great achievement on our side. And also holding a peaceful rallies, also asking our supporters not to interfere with our opponents' billboards. I think that's a statesmanship, and that's we also expect such things from our opponents. Not that on their regions we can't put our posters, and they expect on our side we secure their posters. So you scratch my back, I scratch your back. Because for now, you know, people are having a social media, and this social media, it reaches everywhere. So you can't tell me that for my person, his posters cannot be allowed within your area. You interfere with them, and you expect yours, I secure yours. So I think they should learn from there, because we need a peaceful election. And after this election, we'll just remain as neighbors, living in the same plot. You are a Kikuyu, you are a Kalenjin, you are a Luo. Our children will just be playing together, no matter the political affiliations. So I think whatever Baba said, it was in order, and also we are for that. If I go to the campaign, I think you saw what happened in Nakuru, and I was surprised. I didn't know that Lake Nyanjui is having a big wave like that one, and nobody was transported to that place, because you can see from after they finished their rallies, everybody was just disappearing on his own. And we also thank God that these people, the Yuda people, they are having a problem within Nakuru. Instead of the DP calling these two people, the Kihika and Ngunjiri, the Bahati MP, and put them down so that they come and be one thing. It's like now Ngunjiri is boycotting most of the rallies because he can't share the podium with the Kimani Kihika. The same thing is happening in Mombasa. Aisha Juma and the Kingi. If you go to Machakos, it's the same thing. Mudama and Alfred Mutua. Like today, there was a rumor that Alfred Mutua and Kingi have been locked out from party Udaku. So first, this person, he should go and consolidate his people first to put his house in order, because you can't aim to have something big if your house is not in order. First, you must have peace within your house. Even if you are going for work, you have to pray in your house. Even if you had some differences with Mama Watoto, you make sure in the morning you leave her with a smiling face as you go out, so that you can achieve whatever you want. But you can't have blessings from outside if you don't have peace in your house. So for the UDA, I think they have now seen that this thing is gone. There is no any leeway that they can win this election. All the doors are closed. they were focusing on central Kenya. And now they have seen that central Kenya, you can't afford to sell lies to them. And you can't tell people, you are DP, the person who want to be second in command, throwing insult to the same community, that you know why we went to this party? Because our people loves money. Surely everybody loves money, and being that we love money, you can't come and tell us that we love money. You will show us how to get this money, and you are coming out to tell us that you want to take over the airport and also the Safaricom. These are the big companies, and the companies that are holding this economy, Kenyan economy. They employed a lot of people. I think these people, they should go to school first and learn whatever lies they want to sell around. And goodness, nowadays Kenya watu wamerevuka. Ye mwenyewe ndiye anasemanga wajinga waliisha Kenya. So I don't see if there is any mjinga that is still remaining in Kenya to be cheated with big lies. Yet this person has been in government for 10 years. Second in command for 10 years. When he was given government slots, all government slots on his side were people from his region. Now, can you trust this person with the entire country that he commands everything? It's a big joke. And I think everybody is now seeing that this thing is gone. Like the other time he was crying to European Union, that is like these people, they are trying to rig him out. Yet the election has not started. The other time he said he will have a parallel tallying center. This time round he has seen that the wave is too heavy. Now he's coming out to contradict himself that he will not have that parallel tallying center. A leader must have some stance. Even in your house, you can't be a father that you keep on promising your kids things that are not that you can't fulfill. Today you promise them this, tomorrow you promise this. You keep on. No. It is too much. It is too much. So I think we are in good order, so long as Baba, how do we call it? We must look a good name for him now. He's not a watermelon. He might be a sweet orange. And he has said that he really tried to talk to these people, Tangula and Mudavadi. And Bernard, politics is a dirty game. I can use you to reach wherever I want, and I leave you on fire. Where will be Mudavadi in the next 10 years? Where will be Mudavadi with such big name? 10 years is not an easy thing. You can't tell us that we are friends in politics today, and tomorrow we will still remain the same in the next 5 to 10 years. No, things keep on changing. So now Wetangula, he has submitted his senatorial certificate nomination papers for clearance, knowing very well that he's going to defend his senatorial seat. And Mudavadi cannot defend anything. Somebody is telling you to bring 70%, of which you went for that office, and the same your people were not even able to give you 30%. Where will you get that 70%? So that you are being given that the chief minister. I think Kalonzo is very much comfortable in our side, and whatever wrangles these people are having within their party, it's also advantage on our side, because our side I don't see any problem. We don't have any problem, and everybody is comfortable, very much comfortable in the house. So I think we are just waiting for Baba to be sworn in, and to our people. Let us not say. Okay. To what we should do, let us not relax that we have already won this election. Let us encourage each and every person that comes August 9th, let's go out and vote. Let's go out and vote. Because this person is just concentrating on Central and Rift Valley. And you know the number within the Central and Rift Valley is a very huge number. So let's go and vote and have the battleground be Rift Valley. Thank you, Bernard. I'm still on the panel.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. Let's keep moving. It is important that we keep the matter of elections in focus. Really, victory will be confirmed on the 9th of August, like Joben has said. Usiseme hii ishaenda alafu ulale siku ya kwenda kupiga kura. Your vote must be cast first in favor of that candidate, for that candidate to win. So ukisema baba ashachukua na wewe unalala badala kwenda kupiga kura, wewe ndio adui wa maendeleo. Hakikisha kwamba kura yako umelinda vizuri, tarehe 9 umeenda ukaipiga vizuri. Tena usienda hapo watu una cross RUTO alafu una tick baba, unaharibu kura. Enda kwa makini upige kura vizuri, uhakikishe kwamba kura yako inahesabika. Sio kwenda huko uko excited, una cast in you put the paper in the wrong ballot box and all that. It's important that you be keen on this, and we will be doing special shows just to educate people on how to mark the paper and how to fold the paper and how to drop it in which box. Seriously, because we want to have quality leaders. If there is anything 2022 elections will bring on board, it should bring quality leaders. Hao maseme-literate wote, hao watu wa forgery wote, warudi nyumbani, warudi shule, wasome vizuri. Wakirudi, tutawaangalia baadaye. Lakini kwa sasa hivi, we want quality leaders ambao watasaidia kurecover uchumi, turudi katika nchi ambayo we are proud of. Not people who want to put stumbling block and do business with the government, stealing from the same government they pretend to serve. Thank you very much. Tumlete sasa, tunaenda hiyo mkururo. Naomba Kenya utachukua chairmanship kidogo tu. Innocent Wangira, then of course Ose, mukisonga namna hiyo line, unless otherwise. Thank you. Bana Innocent, karibu.
Asante zaidi Mr. Bernard. I think I'm audible to the panel. I'll specifically talk about what transpired today. And I'll have to say that nobody is self-made. The script was run very well. And you could see how Raila prepared for the day, went for prayers with his running mate, and then proceeded to Bomas to receive his nomination certificate. Now he's a presidential aspirant, and what a coincidence that it happened at 11 a.m. and is giving it the 5th trial, as they say, and I think it was a success. And the way now giving their promises, tomorrow they have another big day. They are going to unleash their manifesto, which is now the blueprint and the working path that they are creating for their politics. I think that is quite commendable. And for UDA, now they are on road. Like you said, they are giving out promises, more promises actually. But now the problem is that if you have, like I said, nobody's self-made. Yes, we know, all of us, we have people whom we look at, and these people are so inspirational to our lives. I think the UDA side, they are running the American script, the democratic script, where they saw like there was a bottom-up kind of model, but they don't understand it. That is now where the problem is. Because you cannot be walking around and you are saying, we are going to set aside 100 billion shillings, just a declaration. Those who are privileged to have gone to where countries are working, and we had a glance, a moment where we saw Kibaki, what he did. If our taxes are used so well, if we fight corruption, we can be able to achieve much as a nation. We don't need someone to come and tell us that our problem is money. And he's trying to tell us that he has a kitty where he's going to set aside money. If we can be able to have institutions which are serving us, and Kenyans who get an opportunity to hold positions and serve Kenyans in the most prudent way, I think Kenya will go far. So that is basically what we need as a nation, but not the many promises that we are being told. And if you look at what we are now talking about, the grants, the loans he's talking about, and then the next day you hear him talking about Fuliza. He's saying that Kenyans are overburdened with loans, and then the next day he's talking about giving out loans at cheaper interests. The other day when the president was saying that no nation can actually develop without getting loans, but he said a very salient point or a fundamental point that a nation, if it has some, individuals who are tasked to conduct the obligation of developing the nation, if they remain truthful, I think that is where the president creates the difference between his deputy president. The deputy president thinks that when you give out money and then you end up starting and now creating some colony mini friends, coming back and taking loans and maybe even embezzling the funds, you have created an impression to the Kenyan people. The Kenyan people need systems that are working, and that is what I think AZIMIO is capturing in their manifesto, and that is what they are going to run down to the last date. And specifically now when we talk about the social protection program, it's achievable, and I've always said like this: the social protection program that the AZIMIO side is trying to talk about, it is going to be an equalizer, because there's no way, like now we have our elderly people. It's not a concept that we can say it's working elsewhere. It's not working within our home states. Our elderly people are getting something from the government. So if this social protection program can be implemented, I know many people will be able to get. The only problem we have as a government is that sometimes we register people who don't exist. And that is why you have seen of late, now when the government is giving this kind of support to this particular group, they ensure that these people are seen physically so that they can be able to receive their support. So I think the program of giving out 6,000 shillings to unemployed youths and other special groups, I think that is welcomed, and it can be done. It can be done because I know if systems are put in place, that could directly help people. But when you tell people that you are going to give them grants or loans, if I have to ask an honest question as I wind up, you'll find that very few people have benefited from what we call the youth fund. If you ask people if they have any knowledge about that particular fund, you'll find very few people, organized groups, that have come out and they have only qualified for those loans through the way we do our tendering processes here. Someone tells you, go and register a company, bring a CBO, and then we'll be able to give you a fund that is going to help you. So that is specifically what the deputy president is speaking about. We cannot allow ourselves to go to that way. Those loans are going to be processed. Those grants are going to be processed for particular individuals who they know very well, who are their friends. If I'm not associated to you, I'll not be able to get any coin from that particular kitty. So those are the rhetorics that we have to debunk as the nation heads towards this election. I believe Karua generated a new energy, and the other time I said there's no way AZIMIO is going to work well without Kalonzo. And Kalonzo, I think he has proved that he stands the integrity test, and he has brought a lot on board. And I think we are going to build this nation in the best way. And there is hope for Kenyans, at least, that Kenya is going to work again. Thank you so much.
Sawa, karibu bwana Wangira. Vipi?
Oh, how are you?
Great, great, great. Good to see you.
Oh, I'm also happy to see all of you. How are you?
Awesome, awesome.
It's a great Sunday evening, although we are getting to almost to the new day again. That will be Monday the 6th. Bernard, as I've told you here, that we in Azimio are just having an easy ride here. For some of us who have been associated with elections in this country, we have not seen an easier ride than the one that we are enjoying today, Bernard. Yesterday, I told you that what you saw was Kalongolongo, and the real thing was to come today. And you saw the real thing today, starting from Austin Cathedral, where Raila appeared so presidential, and where he was prayed for, and when he appeared at the Bomas of Kenya. You saw the colors at the Bomas of Kenya. You saw the number of people that escorted him at the Bomas of Kenya, Bernard. That was just a testimony that, Bernard, Raila Odinga is becoming the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And after he was cleared, Bernard, he raised very fundamental issues, Bernard. And I call them fundamental because, Bernard, this election, we must win it clean and clear, Bernard. We want to defeat this man called William Ruto clean and clear, and we allow him to go to Sugoi peacefully, Bernard. We don't want issues after the 9th or 10th of August, where people now start saying that, this election has been rigged in favor of Raila Odinga. So today, Raila Odinga raised very fundamental issues. Today, after he was cleared to run for president, he raised issues around the election preparedness, Bernard. He also raised issues around the state of the voter register audit. He also raised issues around the data integrity. He raised issues around the accountability of the electoral process, Bernard. He raised issues around the technology that is supposed to be used during this election. And he also called on the Iebc to exercise their mandate according to the constitution and ensure that there will be free and fair election come the 9th of August this year, Bernard. These are very fundamental issues, as I've just told you, because this will ensure that, we are moved to where we were in 2017 when, the elections were bungled. And secondly, they will ensure that they will ensure that William Ruto goes home to Sugoi without much ado, Bernard. And to some of us who lost like me, who lost my father at a very, very young age when I was just around 19 years. Today, I envied Martha Karua. I saw Martha Karua's father escorting her to Bomas of Kenya, That was so colorful, seeing Martha Karua being escorted by her mother and her father. That was very, very, very colorful to me, Bernard, because family means everything, and especially when you have caring parents, especially at the old age, escorting you to such an auspicious occasion, that looks very, very colorful. Oh, Nakuru was very colorful also, and we saw a very organic, crowd in Nakuru. We members of the Azimio family don't ferry anybody, that crowd in Nakuru was very organic, Bernard, and that I've just read this evening. One of the bishops who was supporting William Ruto purporting that crowds were imported from Kisumu to come to the Nakuru meeting, which can only be further from the truth, Bernard. Which can be further from the truth, Bernard. And again, back to the clearance of Raila Odinga as the Bomas of Kenya, Bernard. We must live to our word. The word was that Raila Odinga was going to be an Azimio candidate, and truly, you saw that today he was cleared as an Azimio candidate. Unlike William Samoei Ruto, who calls himself a Kenya Kwanza Alliance, but yesterday he was cleared as an UDA candidate. That's just like day and night. We are the day here. We say we are Azimio, and our candidate is cleared as Azimio. Unlike in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, where they call themselves Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and their candidate is cleared as the UDA candidate, Bernard. Finally, I just want to congratulate the Kenya Independent Election Boundaries Commission for locking out jokers like this guy called Okot, the guy of the Kenya Third Allowance. You know, if you want to become a presidential candidate, you just must live up to the script. You know, we was told to raise at least 2,000 signatures from 24 counties. You know, you don't come before the chair of the or the chair of the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission, who is the national returning officer, and you bring arguments instead of attaining the requirements as stipulated by the law. And now, because you have been locked out, you now start, throwing tantrums by claiming that you are going to challenge the clearance of Raila Odinga in court tomorrow. You know, we challenge him, and we are asking him to move to the court as fast as possible tomorrow morning, so that we can see how far he'll go in challenging the clearance of Raila Odinga as a presidential candidate. Perhaps that's all that I have to say. As per now, I can allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. And there is one thing, let me just give a point about the Kenya Kwanza. There is nothing in a political party registration. There is nothing like Kenya Kwanza there. So I think it's the UDA, the Ford Kenya, and ANC. In register of parties, there is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. So let people don't belie that there is Kenya Kwanza in register of political parties. It's only UDA, ANC, and Ford Kenya and the rest of the parties, but nothing like Kenya Kwanza. Thank you so much, Mr. Wangira. And if there is question, someone can raise the hand. But let's proceed to Kuseo. Kuseo, kindly. Kuseo, are you ready to get in, or we go to Stephen? Okay, Stephen, I can see Kuseo is on phone, so you can just take from there. Then after we wait for Kuseo. Thank you.
Okay, good evening once again. I was here initially, but I just came back because I have some. I had a question I wanted to pose before I go to sleep, because it's really giving me some hard time to think it. Okay, I saw that the registrar of political parties has excluded, has not included as PA, which is from Kilifi, where I come from, and Maendeleo chapter for Mutua, and also I didn't see DP for Muturi. They're not included in that Kenya Kwanza formation. So now my question is, going forward, the law is clear that you cannot go out of any coalition 6 months before the elections and 3 months until 3 months after the election. So my question is, how will the aspirants of PA and Maendeleo Chap go campaign on their posters? Are they going to put Raila Odinga, or are they going to put William Ruto? The other question is, are they going to be breaking the law by campaigning with the Ruto? Because it's clearly that they are not part of Kenya Kwanza. Their deals are still legal. They are still recognized by AZIMIO. Legally, they are still in AZIMIO. But because of their own issues, they are not in AZIMIO. So that's my question. Others, I have a friend who's running for an MP seat somewhere here. He had already printed materials with Raila Odinga on his campaign materials. So is he going to remove those posters there, or is he going to, because now it's really becoming some sort of confusion? Thank you.
Let me just help him answer.
Okay, Mr. Agira, you have something to say?
I just wanted to respond to my brother Steve.
Okay, 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Steve, one thing that we must be cognizant about is that the Kenya Kwanza Alliance as an agreement is not protected in law. The only agreement that is protected in law under the Political Parties Act is the AZIMIO na UMOJA One Kenya. So as much as the instrument was deposited with the register of political parties, they remain a gentleman agreement, which means they are not enforceable in law. You know, even if William Ruto won elections tomorrow, you know, Ford Kenya and ANC cannot enforce this particular agreement against UDA. So it just remains that a piece of paper that has been deposited with the register of political parties.
My
And just
question.
finally, I'm just coming to your question. I'm just coming to your question. I was just laying my preamble. Oh, to your question, you're asking where does it now leave DP? Where does it leave PA? Where does it leave Chap Chap? For Chap Chap and PA, you know, they are legally members of the AZIMIO One Kenya. So long as they are legally members of the AZIMIO One Kenya, so if we'll assume that Dr. Alfred Mutua and the Kilifi governor called Kingi are in Kenya Kwanza on their personal. They are there on their personal capacity, but not on the capacities of their political parties, because these political parties are tied in Azimio One Kenya until 3 months after the 9th of August 2022. And finally, the DP party that is formed, the DP party where Muturi proposed to be the party leader. You know, the political party, this tribunal was very, very clear that, you know, for Muturi to have been even purported, that he was a party leader, you know, that one is not recognized in law, because, you know, to become party leader of DP according to their constitution, you must at least have been a member of that political party for 1 year. And Muturi has not been a member of DP for 1 year. And again, the National Executive Council of DP went to the political parties tribunal, and the political party tribunal ruled that DP cannot join Kenya Kwanza Alliance. So
Wangira,
as we stand now,
3 months, not 1 year. 3 months.
3 months of what?
Continuous membership in my party.
No, I'm talking about the constitution of DP. The constitution of DP is very clear that for you to take a position of leadership in that party, you must at least have been a member of that party for 1 year. We are talking about taking a position of leadership. And you know, Muturi was purporting to be the party leader of DP, and you know, he had not been in DP for 1 year. That is what I'm just trying to clear here. Can I
Let
leave
me
it
ask
as
a
that?
question, Wangera, please, before you
Yes.
you conclude. My question is, and what about the agreements that they signed? That's the agreement that PA and Maendeleo Chap signed with the DP. Where does it leave them? Because we saw that they signed documents.
That's a simple answer. That's a simple answer. You know, I used to tell Bernard. I used to tell. I told Bernard one time here that, you know, long time ago in my village, you know, you could buy land, then enter into an agreement written in an exercise book, and those times it could be enforceable. Today, if you make that mistake of writing an agreement in an exercise book purporting that that is an agreement for sale of land, then you'll be in for a shock. So simply to answer your question, whatever that PA and Chap signed with Kenya Kwanza Alliance remain simply pieces of paper with no enforcement in law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angira. Thank you. Kusao, you can just chip in. I think it's your time.
Hello. I'll just start by good evening, everyone. Kenywa, Joben, Stephen, Bernard. Bernard, you are not participating. Well, you are there, and I think Selena is also there. Now, Wangira, that exercise book, you only need to sanitize it. Have a commission of oaths and have it witnessed with the advocates, it will become enforceable. That is how people still sell land in the upcountry villages. So long as you take that route, ensure there is a commission of oaths, and then the advocates are witnessing it, and then the necessary documentation in terms of identification are attached. Now, having said that, let me go. Yes.
Let me to respond.
No, you don't need to. You don't need to.
Let me just respond in one word. That there's what we call there's what we call the due process. You know, the due process was very clear that you cannot belong to two coalitions, already PAR and Chap were in AZIMIO. And the AZIMIO agreement was very clear that for them to debunk from AZIMIO, it must be either with a 6 months notice or 3 months after the general election. So
No,
so long as they did not.
I think that's clear. Wangira, that is
Okay.
clear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I'll start with the bombers matters. I really appreciated the Baba's brief speech there to Chebukati. I think in that short time, he really highlighted what the concerns that they have as a party, and at the same time highlighted what the expectation that I think the people of Kenya have for Chebukati. More or less trying to give Chebukati that for them, they have presented what is necessary. You remember when you were saying number 1 tick, number 2 tick, all the way up number 5. So in other words, they had actually met their side of requirements. Now the ball now was in Chebukati's side. Now, when he had said the last expectation, I thought they would get excited because of the confidence and tell Chebukati that the last thing expected of him is actually to declare them the winners. Well, that is left for another day to 9th of August. Now, on the second issue, where the DP gives Kenyans more promises, it's really very, very interesting. You see, the DP is a very good speaker and he's a very good orator. When he tells us, like I said sometime earlier, that he'll say that this time, this election is on issues, this election is on the economy, and that kila mtu waweke record. Now, the DP keeps telling us, okay, I would say Kenya Kwanza, like telling us that when he was a minister for agriculture, he did X, Y, Z. When he was minister for higher education, he did X, Y, Z. Now, if you all remember during that so-called record, when it was during the Musumkate government, you realize that it was the prime minister who actually suspended the DP RUTO, and reasons were given as to why. It had something to do with the maize and the fertilizers, and then he was removed from the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, the same Ministry of Agriculture, he keeps saying that he did what for the maize farmers. Now, then the question comes, you all remember about the maize eco, the Mexico imports, which more or less really hit the farmers hard. Now, then he goes on to talk about I think, Higher Education Loans Board that he introduced, he expanded that. But never mind that the Prime Minister was the supervisor of all the ministries. Now, how he can take credence for that without excluding his supervisor at the time, you wonder. But those are the two main things he keeps saying that for his performance and record. Now, that then leaves everything questionable. Then you come now, after that now follows the Jubilee government of 2013, to 2017. Now, if you look at the record there, you wonder which issues the DP tries to hang on to claim to be the leading presidential candidate, because all around him, like I remember in one of the songs, you look at the people he have, everybody around him have issues. And these are not like we are putting up for him. It is what you have, what is in the public domain. You keep bringing the narrative that all his friends are being taken to court, being challenged here and there. Anti-corruption is on them. The DCI is on them. It is really, you can't comprehend exactly what record he puts forward so as to qualify even to be a candidate, leave alone to be elected the president. Now, that brings me back to my main issue. If the laws in Kenya were really to work, the rules, the laws, especially under Chapter 6, which has been watered down seriously, these people, for whatever sake, nobody would be qualified. They would qualify. Chebukati will find himself disqualifying basically more than 50% of the candidates today. I say that with a lot of confidence because I know that all the MPs have CDF issues, all of them, save for 15%, which actually translates to just, okay, 15 MPs, not 15%. 15 MPs have been seen to have no issue. All the others have issues which can be taken to court and can be prosecuted. So under the circumstances, what moral authority do they have even to present themselves to be elected again? Now, I'll conclude by the issues in Kibra and Nakuru. I think with more and more rallies, things are just getting faster and faster. Now, the shouts and the campaigns are getting hotter and hotter. And personally, I'll repeat again here, I really appreciate the way Martha is approaching all issues. You really need to expound the benefits of the 10 points agenda of Baba so that the Wananchi can see for themselves what they stand to gain. What they stand to gain by electing Baba vis-a-vis electing people on the KK side. Now, that way, for those who care to see, I think there is no competition. And I like the narrative she has brought on now, where she says, look at what's going on. I think there is only one horse. There is only one horse, and it is justified. There is only one horse. I think I fully support. There is only one horse in the race now. Bernard, I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you so much, Kseo. I think we have understood you for your short points, and I'm sure everyone has got something from it. I think, Mama Selina.
Yes.
Mama, how are you?
I'm good.
I think I can just come back to you. You maybe you have something to say regarding on what we have been talking about.
Yes, I have a call from Saudi Arabia. Let me finish with my thought and then I talk to you. Not Saudi Arabia, Dubai.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Fine. Otieno, you had something to say. I saw your hands.
Yeah, you know, we can't lack something to say because things are getting good.
Yeah, I saw you raising your hands. You can just say something.
Okay, thank you. I think what we are now seeing in our politics, things are really changing, and people are not expecting that we can reach into this level. Because when this person started out selling lies, going in an entire country, selling lies, disobeying the boss, and it should also go to the people who are going for the second in command, that never disobey your boss. Because this person he can build you up and he can destroy you up, down. Because if this person was a good person with our head of state, I think he would have not been getting it rough the way he's now getting it. He thought that running out of the government, running a parallel government on his own will save him a lot, of which it has now put him into fire. And for now, his mind was to see if he can rig this election, and that's why we had some rumors that some team of the electoral commissions were meeting him overnight. And it's like those people that have just told him that this thing is difficult, my friend. Hii haiwezi ibika. Ndio sababu amekuja na mambo ati mara sijui watu zangu wametolewa almost 1 million. And it was confirmed. Hizo mambo unaenda kupiga kelele huko kwa social media, wachana nayo. Hakuna mtu ameinterfere na hiyo. Hizo ziko pale, ziko intact. Alafu another thing, hii election saizi venye iko, mahali imepigwa hapo, the returning officer within that polling station inahesabiwa na announce hapo. Sasa sio zile zinabebwa ati zinapelekwa mahali ndio zinaenda kuhesabiwa, ni hapo na hapo. Kwa hivyo sasa amepata kama iko difficult kwenye hii election inaweza ibiwa. Ndio anasema sasa yeye anaibiwa. How can you steal from somebody who is having nothing? Mtu mwenye mfuko yake imetoboka, hata ukiangalia anasema ati pesa imechukuliwa kwa hiyo mfuko yangu. And the pocket is through. Ukiingiza mkono inatoka mpaka huko chini, haina kitu. Na bado sasa ndio election inataka kuanza. Because for now watu wa Central, ile wave sasa inaenda Central. Sasa kila mtoto lazima ataenda kucheza kwa mlango yao. Because everybody wants to survive. And they have really seen it that this thing, it's difficult for UDA to win this election. So everybody will look for survival. And that's why you see somebody like Mutua and Kingi, they are having a hard time. They never knew that they were being played with a piece of paper without any legal support. And they have taken money from people with their parties, of which those people they need to be given direction. So what I know, in the end of the day, Kingi will have no choice. He will just be back to Azimio. The same to Mutua. They will just be back to Azimio. Because the other side is the house is too hot with their opponents that went to UDA before them. And there's something that people are forgetting. We only have a political party called UDA. UDA is not a coalition. The coalition that we are having is Azimio Oka coalition. So UDA, most of the people that went to that UDA, they were played because RUTO didn't want any barrier that within my party you can walk in and give me conditions. That's why these people, they were given a piece of paper that it's an agreement. And Alfred Mutua, for now, what will he tell people? Yuende alikuwa nasema amepewa akasoma vizuri kabisa, akaelewa chenye iko ndani, hata akasign, not knowing that he's just signing a piece of paper. What will happen to King? You know, these people, they're just confused. And you know, time yako ikifika, huwezi hepa. Because the same person ndio sahi ana raise mambo ya media, ya media coverage. And the same media, wakati ile tulikuwa tuna raise hiyo issue, mpaka tulikuwa tunaambiwa tuachane na media wafanye kazi yao. What has changed? Hata kama CS juzi amesema inafaa washikwe, wapelekwe, wapigwe hata fine ya milioni 1. Na walikuwa namuuliza sasa, Eugene alikuwa namuuliza what has changed? Last time tulikuwa tuna kampenia, were we not in the government? Sasa tuna kampenia Raila. So we are bad. Yani the situation is unbearable to this guy. If I would have been him, I just consider the defeat rather than wasting a lot of money going around. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm still on the panel.
Okay. Thank you. Bernard, are you around or I should continue? I give you time to take tea. Okay.
I'm around. I'm looking for Njiru. I'm looking for Njiru.
Okay. Let me just
To see
continue a little bit.
he can stick by, but it's okay. I will do the back office. You
Okay.
can continue sharing. Si mimi na kuongezea tu wateja, nyinyi mnaendelea kuongea.
Sawa,
Mkitaka
thank you.
kuniuliza swali, nitasikia hiyo swali nitajibu.
Okay.
Sawa.
Thank
You're
you so
sharing
much.
very well. Just continue.
Okay.
Mtu akikusumbua unamripoti hapa, mimi ndio head boy.
Wacha nianze kusumbuana sahi.
Na tunapeleka juu ukipeleka kwa discipline master Mr. Makumi anaweka kichwa kwa magoti anapokea. Good. Go ahead. It was Mama Selina's.
Yeah, no, it's Mama Selina. I think
Alafu kutoka hapo unajua in the women world from there kwenda kwa Cecilia kwanza ndio hawa majamaa wakwe considered.
I identify as a woman today.
No problem. Even Kalonzo was a Kikuyu.
Okay. Msecha Kendube, Kinywa, Otieno, Ose, Kib, Cecilia, and of course our Apple pastor, Bernard. You know, without you we cannot. Without the prayers, hatuwezi. Unaona walikuwa nataka kutuhack, hawakujua tuko na pastor. So we thank God everything. Panelist, tumefurahia mambo ya leo. Tukianzia vile baba alienda asubuhi jana, najua ni jana, akakuwa Bomas. Sijui kama mnasikia sauti. Niko na kelele upande yangu.
Uko sawa?
It's okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. So nasema siku ya jana ilianza vizuri, ama siku ya Batu ni leo. Sisi kwetu huko Batu ni 5 in the evening. So najua Kenya ni huko saa 6 masaa 5. Tunasema baba alianza vizuri, akaenda kwa Chepukati, Bomas of Kenya na running mate wake Martha Karua na watu ya Nairobi wale walisindikiza baba. We thank God. Nairobians walisindikiza baba. Hatujaona manori ya yellow. Unajua tunashanganga tukiambiwa watu ya Nairobi ni ya Nairobi. Tunashangaa tukiambiwa Kamukunji ilikuwa ni watu ya Nairobi na watu wengine wakasema hiyo style tuliona Kamukunji haifanani Nairobi. And for real, tuliona mabuses, school buses, na kumbe school buses iliisha, watu wakaeka kwa matipa, ile malori ya kubeba mchanga na mawe. Ati watu walikuwa stranded, wanarudishwa nyumbani, so they had to strip wherever walilala, barabara ama wapi. So jamaa walikuwa malori karibu 3 inarudi, sijui ilikuwa naenda Makuyu, sijui ilikuwa inatoka wapi. Bernard, lazima utafute hiyo kwa sababu hatuwezi. So kama kulikuwa, nataka kushukuru watu ya Lang'ata walikaribisha baba asubuhi baada ya kupeana makaratasi, na tunajua Chebukati he should be careful. Hiyo 10 points baba ameuliza, sisi kama Wakenya tunataka kujua so that we know are we safe kupika hiyo kura, na ameahidi baba ya kwamba atamuita. Baba ameteua team chief agent yake na watu, ameteua Apple people. Kuna wamama na kuna wababa, watu karibu 6 if I'm not wrong, Bernard. Those are very strong people wenye wataangalia mambo ya AZIMIO na mambo ya baba. So watu ya nasikia Karen ni si bedroom, Karen ni sitting room ya baba. na wakatoka, baba akaenda Nakuru. Nataka kurudishia shukrani Nakuru, kwanza free area. Baba alienda huko kwa sababu hakukuwa huko theater time, na today hiyo kiwanja amekuwa Bernard, hiyo ni record. Hatujaiona watu kiasi hiyo Nakuru town. Walingoja baba. Na mnajua siasa hata wakati wote, hata hii ya Jubilee walikuwa wanachifanya, walikuwa nasema siasa yao ilianza Nakuru. So leo safari hii baba Mungu alipatilisha Jubilee, sijua akaenda Kamukunji kufikiria kuinherit. Still hii Bernard, hii baba ya kambo hii historia kwenda bedroom ya wenyewe na baba wenyewe wako kwa nyumba, wakirudi unafukuswa. I don't know why this UDA hawawezi taka kujua ya kwamba mali popote wanajaribu kwenda ni nyumba ya wenyewe. So nataka kushukuru Nakuru, walitoka kwa wingi. Kalonzo akaongea, Ngilu, Hassan Joho na wale wote, na kijana mdogo ule watu walitimand akaimba, member of parliament, asijui alisema wapi, wa Nairobi, but it is okay, ni kijana yetu.
Mathare.
Mathare, thank you so much. Azimio la umoja Nakuru, that was fine. Sasa hii Kenya kwisha, na tulikuwa na mmoja ndugu yetu alijaribu kuingia leo, akasema bottom up, wakimaliza mambo ya kwa ndege, wakipatiwa pesa. Pena atakajaribu kuuliza ati sasa ukipatiwa pesa kama mama mboga ama ukinunua nyama utapeleka wapi? I was so happy wakati Pena alimuuliza maswali, alisema hapana, atapeleka nyama zake ausie Western Hotel. So tumejua pesa ya Safaricom na tumejua pesa ya Kenya Airways itakuwa inanunua na sinaenda Western Hotel, kwa sababu wakati aliulizwa hakujua mahali ingine anaweza peleka, na yeye alituambia anasimama kwa constituency ya Babu Owino. Nikakuwa na swali ya kwamba badala ya kwenda kukusa Safaricom ama kukusa kwa ndege, mambo ya KCC, na kwa sababu iko Eldoret, mambo ya serial headquarters iko Eldoret, kwa nini msitutengenezee mambo ya KFA? Hiyo ndio inahusu wakulima hasa ya Rift Valley. Kama mtu angeniambia wanataka kuamusha hizo tatu, ningejua at least the Kalenjins will go somewhere. Nataka kuuliza Kirwa, nataka kuuliza Tarus na wale viongozi Sally Koskei. Ile kitu nataka tu request baba, ndiye community yetu ya Kalenjin wasiwachwe nyuma. Tuko na KCC ilitengenezwa na colonialist, tuko na cereals, tuko na hizo mastos, tuko na KFA. Tafadhalini, hiyo ndiyo mahali iko na property, walikuwa na property Kenya mzima, lakini sasa wakora wameusausa. Na nataka kuambia Joe, wakati atarecover assets, nataka kumwomba sana aangalie mali za cereal, hizo ndio watu wamenyakua, waangalie mambo ya KFA irudishwe, mambo ya bilateral jameni iko Nakuru. So nataka tuambie baba wakati anaangalia Kenya, na kwa sababu mchakue Liki Nyanjui, alafu sisi factories yenye siko Nakuru turutishiwe, tuanze kutengeneza our city. So Bernard, nataka kufika hapo, tunaona keep, naona watu wengi wameingia na hawachaongea, watuambie vile waliona mambo. Sisi tumerudia, tumefurahia yewa nyumba. Unajua Nakuru, tumeshukuru what you have done today. That was very great. Lakini ya kwamba hizo vitu nimetaja, tukirutishiwa hata ile ya Ngosi hapo kwa Shabab, Subedi, tunataka kurudishiwa hizo sote, Nakuru yetu itakaa vizuri. So wakati mnaongea na tutafanya juu chini, tuone hiyo mambo yote imefika Nakuru kwetu, Nakuru City. Otherwise, thank you so much. Mulifanya kazi mzuri free area. na uko chini. Asante. Je, Chomba, sijui wacha Pena ataseme kama atakupatia ruhusa.
Okay, I think saizi ni mimi prefect.
No, I'm sorry. Kuona sura ya Pena pole kinywa
So
na kuheshimu.
anyway, Mama Serena, don't worry. I think please kindly let's observe time. If you are given 3 minutes, please let's do 3 minutes because we are many and we need to everyone to contribute. So Nyumba, your hand was up. Kindly just take a second and say something. It's a question or what?
Bwana Kinyua, it's not a question or anything. I'll not take a minute. I'll just greeting my colleague and neighbor in Nakuru, Selina Sego. When my time comes, I'll do it. Thanks.
Okay.
For allowing to do that.
Okay, thank you, Nyumba. So I think let me just go to Keep. Keep seems to be agitated. Keeps want to Keep today. Nimekushika. So you need to spend your 3 minutes strictly.
I don't talk too long. Mimi naongeanga kidogo.
Okay.
Nilikuwa nataka kuallow wazee waingie before me, niwaheshimu.
Okay.
Jakindo Bay na Nyumba, alafu ndio niingie. Najua
okay. Fine.
It will be fine wazee wakiingia kwanza.
Okay, fine, but you know I wanted to follow the procedure, but mzee Jakindo Bay, jambo, karibu sana.
Asante sana Kipu, asante sana kunikumbuka. Naona siku hii unakumbuka wazee sana eh? Hamjambo wote, Mama Selina, hamjambo. Na kupongeza sana Selina, maana yake nasikia sauti yako usikika na sina shaka kwamba hiyo sauti yako ya kurudishiwa hiyo inaitwa hizo viwanda
KCC
itasikika.
tuko na barogram, yes, na serial.
Bila shaka itafanyika hivyo kwa sababu tunataka hata vitu mazao kama pamba irudi, ndio tuwe na nguo ambazo zimetengenezwa na pamba zetu, vitu zetu. Maana hivyo ndivyo tunaweza kupata kazi. Lakini sasa nataka kusema tu kwamba nashukuru sana, nifurahi sana vile mambo yameendelea, kwamba Bwana Raila leo kateuliwa rasmi na Martha Karua rasmi kama wagombeaji urais katika serikali ambayo ijayo. Ni nani nzuri sana, imefanyika vizuri. Nimefurahi na zile point Raila alitaka kujua, Azimio ilitaka kujua kutoka kwa tume ya uchaguzi. Hiyo ilikuwa niliona walifanya vizuri. Jambo lingine ni kwamba nilifurahia sana ile mkutano ambayo ilikuweko kule Lang'ata na vile vile kule Nakuru. Nimefurahi sana kwamba campaign imeanza na naona inaendelea vizuri, na mimi naona ni kwamba UDA itazidi kubomoka sasa. Sasa ndio kusema ukweli. Ndio maana mimi nimewaambia kwamba ukweli ni jambo la maana. Ukweli ni jambo la maana. Ndio maana hata katika vitabu vya Biblia ama tuseme mambo ya Mungu tunaambiwa siku zote tuwe wa kweli. Msema ukweli siku zote. Na tunaambiwa ukisema ukweli unakuwa na una kitu ambayo unaogopa. Ni kwamba umeshasema ukweli, basi hata kama ni adhabu utaadhibiwa na hiyo mambo ishe. Lakini ukisema mambo ya porojo ni mambo ambayo hayata kusaidia, kwa sababu unaona makamu wa rais anazidi kuambia watu kwamba watafanyia kile, watafanyiwa hichi, na hata sasa inaonyesha anaogopa debate, ambapo anasema kwamba waandishi wa magazeti yao, watangazaji ni wako wanaunga upande fulani. Hiyo akifikiria kwamba atapata watangazaji ambao wanamuunga mkono wafanye watafute, lakini hawa watangazaji ni watu tu kama sisi, ni watu kama yeye. Sijui mtu ambaye atakuwa ambaye anafikiria haungi mtu mkono ni watu gani? Na tena hizi ma station ni za watu binafsi, ziko za watu binafsi, yeah. So sioni vile kwanza mimi naona huwa wanapewa muda sana katika hizi ma station. Hata ukiangalia Citizen, hata KTN, hata NTV wanapewa muda, hata katika hizo ma station huwa wanasema uongo na kuna mtu nani wakiwa challenged.
Kuna Jakindebe, kuna percentage sijui ni 55 to 45 in Citizen,
unaona TV. So wanalalamika kwa nini? Kwa Macharia kusupport Azimio, ana support Azimio kama mwana Kenya, sio kusema biashara yake ina support, wanapeana hizo. Mimi huwaona hawa watu wa UDA every day kwa station, wakiwa wanauliza swali, saa zingine utawakuta wako wawili au watatu, na mtu wa Azimio labda mtu mmoja au saa zingine hayupo. Sasa hii malalamishi kama anaogopa debate ni kwa sababu ataulizwa yale uongo ambazo amekuwa akisema. So hii ni jambo ambalo Wakenya wanaweza kuona, lakini mimi nataka kusema kitu kimoja hapa. Nataka kusema kwamba jamani, kuna vitu vitatu ambavyo dunia mzima inapigana nazo, na mimi sijui kwa nini Wakenya wanapuuzia hii kitu. Wakati Raila anasema kwamba tunapigana na ujinga, ujinga, magonjwa na umasikini, unaona kama watu wanafikiria kwamba Kenya tumefika. Kenya hatujafika, kwa sababu hata ukienda Uingereza, ukienda Amerika, ukienda Jerumani, hizi vitu ndio wanapigana nazo, hizo vitu vitatu, na ni vitu ambavyo kila nchi inapigana na hizi vitu. Hakuna nchi yoyote hapa duniani ambayo haipigani na hizi vitu vitatu. Inafaa tujue hizi vitu ni adui kwa binadamu yoyote duniani hapa. Kwa hiyo ni jukumu la Wakenya kuona hizi vitu vitatu zinahitaji sisi umoja wetu ndio tupigane nazo. Tusipokuwa na umoja hatutawezana na hizi vitu, hatuwezi kuzipunguza. Na hizi vitu bado zinashinda hata Uingereza, hata Amerika bado wanapigana nazo. Kila nchi inapigana na hizi vitu vitatu. So inakuwaje sisi wa Kenya tunasema ati hatuna ujinga? Tuko na ujinga mwingi Kenya, kwa sababu angalia watu kule Mombasa, ukiwa wanahojiwa barabarani wanasema ati Sonko anakuja kuwaokoa. Sonko atawaokoa namna gani? Wakenya ninyi mna kichaa. Si Sonko alipewa kazi Nairobi, alishindwa. Sasa Mombasa atawezaje? Amekuwa impeached kwa sababu amefanya makosa. Hii kitu nawaambia Wakenya, saa zingine sijui tuko na problem gani. Unawezaje kuchagua kama sasa kule Mombasa wanataka kuchagua Aisha Jumwa kwa governor na ana kesi na unataka kumchagua na ana kesi na mahakama zetu wanapenda tu kutoa hukumu haraka ya BBI, lakini hukumu ambazo wanatakiwa watoe kama za uhalifu wa kuua mtu, wa kuiba, hawatoi. Kwa sababu unawezaje kusema Aisha Jumwa anapewa muda aende akampei achaguliwe, alafu kesi ifanywe, akipatikana na makosa tunarudia tena uchaguzi, kwa sababu sasa akifungwa tutarudia uchaguzi. Sasa hiyo ni kuharibu, tunaharibu pesa ambazo tunataka kutumia, kwa sababu hii ndio wakati ule walichagua bwana Ruto na Uhuru, na wale walikuwa washtakiwa. Unaona sasa kama wangefungwa, je, tungefanyaje? Tunarudia tena uchaguzi. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo tunatakiwa tujifunze wa Kenya, tuwacheni tukitaka nchi yetu ifaulu, ni lazima tukatae mambo ya mtu wetu. Tuone Kenya ni yetu. Mtu wetu anakuibia, anakufanya masikini, anakunyima dawa kwa sababu ameiba hiyo kitu, na wewe bado unasema mtu wetu. Mtu kama Sonko, ni jambo la mimi inanisikitisha sana. Inanifanya saa zingine naangalia mtu anavyotoa maoni, naona kama nataka kulia, kwa sababu huwezi kusema Sonko anaweza kuokoa watu wa Mombasa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Mzee Jakindube. We appreciate for your contribution. Then, in the point of the cases in the court, you know, sometimes there is the constitution, and it normally gives them the avenue to stay appealing each and every time. Now, the point that we have as Kenyans, we are the one now who have the chance to make sure those people doesn't get those seats. As Kenyans, we are the one who are supposed now to blacklist them, but the constitution gives them that mandate to appeal and all those things. So for us Kenyans, we should do our part. We should not elect those leaders who have cases. We are the ones who are supposed now to make the right decision, because the constitution gives them that chance to be there actually. So thank you very much. I see Kwisao, do you have something to say? A question or what?
I just have a comment.
Okay.
You see, since time immemorial, what has transpired, if you observe what happens through the judiciary and the justice system, people who buy justice, they get away with it so easily. You know, in other countries, if you are found to be obstructing justice and buying justice, the penalty is so high, you'll never even try. I wonder why Kenya is so different. People buy justice and they get away with it. Sometimes they tell the people who have taken them to court, na sasa tuko wapi? Utadu. You see that kind of thing. Because they know they have money, they have every resources to buy justice. Now, those who buy justice, they commit crimes and buy justice. Something has to be done. I keep saying here, the law has to be tightened one way or the other. I hope Martha Karua anasema yeye ni mchapakazi sana. I think that those issues should be first in our tray. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mzee Zakindube, what do you want to say?
Kinywa hiyo excuse umetoa, hiyo ndio maana tuna lag behind, ndio maana tuendelee. In America au Britain ama Ujerumani, ukisikiliza ikipatikana 2, 3, 4, 10 years ulikuwa umegonga matako ya mwanamke labda kwa baa ama popote kazi, hautasimama, utaambiwa toka bwana. Sasa sisi mtu amecommit, ako na kesi ya mauaji, alafu tunajificha nyuma ya constitution. Hiyo ndio maana tunakaa na watu wao, ndio maana tunachagua wezi, tunachagua watu hawafai kwa uongozi. Lazima saa zingine tunasema, kwa mfano sasa kama saa hii watu wameenda pale kuteuliwa kuwa wagombeaji wa upresident, unakuta watu 18, na hao 18 tunaambiwa sheria ya Kenya constitution inasema kukitokea tayari, sijui watateuliwa wangapi, lakini watu 18, hao watu 18 wanapewa ulinzi wa upresident, ulinzi wote. Hiyo ni kuharibu pesa. Wengine ni jokers. Hatutaki nchi yetu tu waste. Hii mambo ya demokrasi, lazima tujue demokrasia tunaifanya kwa njia gani. Hauwezi tu kusema demokrasia kiholela. Hata mtu akitembea uchi unasema demokrasia. No, kuna vitu vingine lazima tuseme demokrasi, but hiyo demokrasia lazima vile vile isinyanyase watu wengine, ama isituharibie, ama isilete vurugu kwa nchi yetu, kwa sababu tutasema ni demokrasia, kila mmoja asimame, lakini wengine wanasimama, lakini wanafanya nini? Ni upuuzi mtupu. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, hata hizi nchi ziko na udemokrasia, lakini huwezi kuona watu wengi eti wanasimama. It doesn't work like that. Sisi wa Kenya tu ndio tunataka kufanya hiyo mambo ya upuuzi. Hiyo ni kitu hatari, kwa sababu mmoja wao akipatikana na tatizo kwamba amekufa, nani itakuwa postponed, election itakuwa postponed. Hiyo vitu kama hizo lazima tuangalie, wakati tujue hii demokrasia tunaifanya kwa njia gani, mipango gani. Hiyo ndio kitu inafaa. Tusifanye tu vitu kiholela. Mtu ana makosa, amefanya makosa, alafu anajificha nyuma ya constitution. Hati constitution paka afanye aende kesini. Sasa akifungwa, alafu ndio tunarudi kunani, tunaharibu. Ni afadhali tumwambie pana bwana, malizana na kesi yako, alafu uje kwa uchaguzi kama uko clean.
Thank you, Mzee Jakindube. I think before we go on, I think Mr. Nyumba, you have something to say. You want it up, so just say something and submit, so that we go to keep real.
Thank you, Bwana Kenywa. You don't show your name, the other name tonight, but I know it's Eric.
Yeah, Eric.
I know you very well. Now, I'm not going to submit. Point number 1.
Okay.
Can you tell Kip to do the necessary as we discussed the other day? Point number 2. Can you alert Selina Sego, who is not paying attention, that I will see her family at Showground Nakuru tomorrow? She is just very busy doing other things. Now, point number 3.
Thank you. Na uambie na utengeneze hiyo mambo ya car wash. Ebu simamia hiyo familia uone mambo hapo, utaniambia.
Kwani unanisikiliza na naongea na simu? Sikusikia unanisikiliza. Sawa, asante.
Mama wanapika, wanapatia mtoto matiti, saa ingine kasi ingine inaendelea. Mama anakuanga multi.
Nimekuelewa, sikufikiria utanisikiza. I was talking not to you, but I was talking the boss, who is Kenywa, and now you can just jump into the system without asking permission from Mr. Kenywa. Kenywa, a young, bright man who is going to go very far. Kenywa, I can assure you, if you maintain that style, you are going to go very far in Kenya. Thank you. Now, finally, I'm not going to submit. I will submit. Also only interfering a bit. Whatever they are saying here, niko na nyinyi na tume-receive our president Raila Odinga Nakuru na deputy wake vizuri sana hapa, na tumefurahi na mambo iko sawa. So I'm going to contribute thereafter, but those are just comments. Yeah, but you gentlemen and ladies over the system, hii kijana anaitwa Kenywa is going to be a great leader in Kenya one time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Nyumba. Thank you. Your time. The next time you will submit. Let me just go to Kip. You are 3 minutes. Start now.
Mbona unanizuia?
You are 3 minutes. Start now. No, I'm trying to. I want us to use the less time so that we can go around.
Bernard knows me. Bernard knows me. Siendangi too far.
Thank you.
My points are quite fast. Okay. Tutaanza na the receiving of the papers of Azimio. Oh my God, that things are just day and night. Ukiona ile ya UDA, by the way, I did not say Kenya Kwanza. They looked very sad, complaining and things like that. Unaona hata Rigathi alikuwa anaonesha ati RUTO, we are supposed to be holding this certificate. Ni kama hata waongeangi siku hizi. Ni kama wamekasirikiana already. Ati tushike hiyo certificate pamoja. Body language tells a lot. The man is walking ahead. Like you can see there was a lot of agitation. the day before. Today, nikaona another form of body language that surprised me, which was the body language of Martha Karua when Raila was talking to IBC Direct about the things that they needed to do. You could see she sat there backwards, making sure that he read all the points. Yani alikuwa amekaa hapo, making sure that, then you could see that she read the problems that she saw for IBC, and she made sure that that Raila read all of them correctly. Sasa nakwambia UDA Kenya Kwanza, munafikiria last time mulikuwa na Justice Department, this woman has connections also. Unafikiri the civil society does not know her, and it's not gonna be through corrupt ways. She'll just have a word with them and say, what are you doing here? And she knows the law. So ukiona Orengo and Martha Karua, if they try anything, we've got the law in our hands. Sasa tutapigana na Murkomen. Yeah? Sasa that is your senior counsel, Murkomen. Jokers. Ule mtu naogopa peke yake ni Grand Mullah. Grand Mullah is a bench fixer. That's the only person I know. A bench fixer is somebody who's got dirt on other people in law, and he wins cases like that. But
they buy justice. They buy justice.
That's exactly what you've just said there. So huyo peke yake ndio naogopa, but the rest of you, kuna huyu professor from the US, the one who is heading the spokesman for AZIMIO. We've got good lawyers in AZIMIO, so we're good. Aya, sasa tuingie mambo ya, I still have a few more minutes, Kenywa. We'll go to this housing thing, and I think Ruto is confused. He's been reading a lot of policies around the world, and he interprets it in his own way, alafu anakuja kutuzia vitu wenye it makes sense. Like people are saying, sasa umeshika nyumba for 15 years. So am I going to invest in property now in Kenya myself? Sasa nikitaka kujenga nyumba ndio nikodeshe. See, I know after 15 years that house is not mine. Nimejengea mtu. Reason. That is somebody's retirement. Kuna watu hawana pension, and that is going to be your pension in future. So you want me to rent out the property alafu nipatie mtu mwingine kwa sababu amekaa hapo for 15 years? Are you kidding me? So what I think he was trying to do is what the Americans call the projects, and Jakindo Bay knows this. In the UK we call those council houses. So these are usually local government driven. So governors, local mayors and local councils would provide housing. But then in the UK, it's slightly more complicated, where non-profit organizations do provide these properties. Like, Guinness Partnership is one of them. And Guinness, the family sold all their shares for the Guinness company that produces alcohol, and started a non-profit that calls Guinness Partnership. So what these people do is they repair the houses, they build the houses, and it's managed by these non-profits. All the council or local government will be doing is managing who deserves these properties. Najua kuna watu hawezi lipa rent, and then the rent is paid on behalf of the person by the government, and then it's sent to the non-profit organization so that they can build more houses and so on and so forth. So what happens after 15 years, like the way amesema sahi, after 15 years that you've lived in these council properties in the UK, I think it's 20 or 15, I check in the bit and say you have the right to buy that house. So hiyo itakuwa nyumba yako, and it's at a very low cost. So this man saw this UK policy na akadecide kukuja kutuzia hapa, and then he got mixed up with he got mixed up with there's this real estate. The guys who know real estate might know this, lease to buy, where you're leasing and you're slowly buying the property. So that is a corporate ideology. Hiyo ni watu wanaona yani watauza, they will, while they're still renting out the property, when you're not ready with the deposit for the property, you can rent it out, and then you then lease to buy later on. And then there's also splitting. You can lease to buy and split it between people. It's just that huyu mtu amesoma a lot of policies from around the world, and a pick. And your picture yako Mama Selina, hujaona? Hiyo picha yako. Sasa hao ndio watu wanapepo.
Hiyo ndio nilitaka.
Ndio watu usijua lilala wapi. Walikuja kuharibu sacred ground bana. You know, Kamkunji, I'm still very bitter about it, by the way. So nimemaliza story ya property. Sasa tutakuja Kamkunji. Last point. Tulichinja mbuzi kweli, nyumba menda. Mama Selina, tulichinja mbuzi kweli. Unajua, I'm still very upset about that jana. Kamkunji ground is a very sacred ground. Na watu wanaletwa sijui from watu wa diaspora wanaletwa Nairobi kufanya nini? Honestly. Hapana. We have to send some elders from Mount Kenya wakuje watuombe bana. Tafadhali. Kinyo, you know some people kuja kuchinja mbuzi huko. We clean it up. We have to clean the grounds, you know. Najua tutaita elder ama tutaongea na Julius, tutafuta wa Masai wakuja watusaidie. Yeah, Masais are from Nairobi, so you know Nairobi is the ground. Wakuja watengeneze mambo sababu watu walikojolea huko bana. Excuse my language. They came. That is a holy ground. Thank you very much. That was my little contribution. Kinywa, it was under 3 minutes. You see, I behave myself. Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Kip. Thank you, Kip, so much. I think your submission have been understood, and I think that's very nice. So I think we were supposed to go to Asionyi because Nyumba has just left. So Asionyi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Okay. Welcome. You can just do your submission. Take you a few minutes as we go on. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to comment on IEBC, the issue of kuzuia wale walikuwa na kesi kotini wasiwanie zile nyasfa ambazo wanataka kuwania. If you can remember 2013, and William Ruto, they had a very big case at ICC, and they were allowed to vie. So it's very tricky for the IEBC to stop them because it's not the issue is not under their jurisdiction of which they are supposed to work hand in hand with the hizi bodies zinasimamia mambo ya makesi inaitwaje? And is it PPP or who is this? Haji. Wafanye kazi kwa pamoja before waseme huyu mtu hayuko eligible kwa kuvaa ama kuruhusiwa kupiga ama kusimama kura. Lakini mambo ya kusema ati IEBC izuie IEBC unless mtu alikuwa impeached kama Songo, Waititu, it's okay. Go back to the domain yenye inazuia IEBC isikubali yule mtu asimame kura. Kitu ya pili ni about baba kufuatilia na IEBC. I was very proud na nijivunia penye nilikuwa because he had a good reception from his supporters na watu wengi sana wamemshikilia, na tunaomba sana Mungu amsaidie apate ile kitu. Amefight for it for so long. Haja AZIMIO campaign team is that they should be careful on what they are talking about. You know, he mentioned something like Madodo in Kamukunja, and I felt like amesahau hii story alikuwa na case naye. I felt down by there about that story, of which ndio watu walielewa. Sijui kama kutakuja na makesi watu waanze kujadili about that, of which UDA hawananga agenda. It will be their agenda in every place they will go, but after all tumeshapita hapo. Number 3 is about the billboards. You guys, if kama unaishi Kisumu ama place yote iko stronghold ya AZIMIO, you can witness none of the AZIMIO guy can, with mentality yake tu vizuri, anaweza fikiria kubomoa hiyo kitu. Ukichunguza the same people, the kwanza people who are doing these things, wanaenda kwa stronghold ya ODM, they dismantle that thing, they take pictures, they leave that place. Na hiyo ndio inaanza kuwa sasa campaign strategy. But ukienda mpaka kuna nini ya William Ruto, mbona haijatolewa? Vitu zina happen tu all of a sudden, na wao ndio wana rise na wanakuja na zile pictures. Why? Hebu enda Bomet uone vile baba zinabomolewa. Have they talked to any place about it? So our watu, they have lacked ideas. They're just trying to copy-paste whatever AZIMIO is trying to come up with. They're just trying to copy-paste everything. Hata ukiona campaigns, wherever Martha Karua anatoka ama babu umetoka, unaona wanaenda nyuma yake. Leo AZIMIO imekuwa Nakuru. You wait, hii wiki haitaisha, utasikia Ruto na Nakuru. So they have nothing. They know they have lost. What they are just trying to buy time and to waste their you waste the resources because they are still using government resources. So let's wait and see what will happen. From the ground, places zinatembea, Baba is gaining. Hiyo nayo siwezi kuficha. Is gaining at a very big margin, especially Kiambu. Just a minute.
Okay. Bernard, as a...
Okay, you can just give someone this images I'm being called for.
Okay.
Toa hiyo Arsenal tafadhali.
As before we give Andrew to submit, I think Bernard, if you can hear me, kindly please try and give us the video of Raila receiving the certificate today and Ruto receiving the certificate yesterday. Try and give us those two videos so that most of the people, we can at least relate according to the way keepers talked about it, so that people can relate about it, so that we see the difference and the leadership that we are expecting in this country. Bernard, I'm sure you are getting me. Mr. Bernard?
I've heard you.
Okay.
I've heard you, but my back office is not working. I mean, watu yangu ya mkono yote, hakuna mtu ako job leo.
Wacha nikutafutie.
Okay. Okay, as
I've looked for a case I can't get. I have looked for Njiru anasema sijui anaenda ibada. So
okay.
Mimi nimebaki tu hivyo na Yesu.
I think if Kip can get it and forward it to you, it will be easier for you to hear it here. So let me just give to Andrew.
That's fine.
Yeah, let me proceed to Andrew as Kip check on it. Andrew, karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kinyua. Today you are on the steering, eh? Mtumishi wa Mungu, wewe baki na Yesu, wacha mimi baki na Mungu.
Yesu na Mungu huwezi watenganisha, tubaki tu pamoja.
Sawa sawa. Nashukuru sana panelists kwa kupata hii opportunity tena. Tumekuwa kidogo behind the scene, lakini tunafuatilia tu. Leo tulikuwa maombi, ndio naona leo tunapatikana masaa kama haya, na tunashukuru Mungu. Kabla niende kabisa, wacha tu kuna point hapa on my view which Mr. Kinyua raised, and a few of our panelists have talked about it. That what do we do with these candidates who have been tainted of corruption, and they have been maybe in one way or another allowed again to go back? Why? Maybe the court or something. And even you went further to 2013 about the two principles that in that time. That is so. My view is that that is why we have referendum. It's important in our constitution. Means parliament can fail us, other organs can fail us, but the referendum at the voter, as citizen, they have power to send these people to the back. But the problem we have is also the same people in parliament who don't want to come up with a law that the ACC can publish these shame names so that the wananchi can be aware who. Some of them, they don't know who is corrupt. You tell them about that, they will kill you. That's why they say you are just, why now you are coming now, where you been? So these things you need to be done earlier, awareness. These people has been involved in this, they expose them. But now you cannot expose them, they go to court. Why? They're given due process before they approve the degree. So which means the law, they know how to bend it. Those are the things they are trying to joke around. So if the parliament have a law, anyone found, the names are published, and the person is sent home from the office, then the wananchi at the village, at the constituency level, they know whom to choose in case of leadership. And now, even the wananchi, they are not given even an opportunity to choose whom they want. Even they are forced to choose this one, and that is the same candidate who has an issue. So it has been very difficult. But the problem we have is capacity building to our people at the constituency level. They know who is this, and this is a problem which cannot be solved now until the next government. And that's why you see that our candidate today, he gave IEBC so many things which were very, very, very well. Those are the things we need to be in place. If you know, then there is a problem. I think from there, that's what I see what is going on. That's my view. And on I heard about someone who was denied today to be cleared Okuru Accord. Okuru Accord, if you look at it, is also a project. I can call it some. He has something interesting. There is someone behind his candidature. You know, once he become a candidate, that is when they are going after the August election, he will be given, he is in a position now as the campaign is going on and election to even be able to pick what is going on so that he can be able to go and even to petition on behalf of someone if there is anything they want to ask about. Not only that, also he will be the first one to congratulate even somebody who would want to tamper with elections. And now you see these people, they never accepted any election. They always complain. They will never accept. They have that in mind. Those are the architecture behind him, and that's how he does things. So the bride, I can say that the AZIMIO committee, lawyers, these are the seasoned guys. They know what is going on. So with that one, we should not worry. But for now, the 2 months remaining, if it is possible, through even this, somebody people in the ground already, they have started knowing what's going on. Lack of information is one of the problems that we face today. Other people make a decision of their not of their choice because they lack information. So once somebody is informed, he will tell you. Like the other day, I was talking, somebody told me, you know what, these guys who are running up and there, they don't have votes. So somebody who don't know, they think they have, they don't. They didn't even have time to want to pick. They want to make noise, they get to their scene, they just go back. So what does that mean? Some people in the ground already know where the government is going. And someone mentioned about the housing and all these projects. These are the things already which were in place, and they argued. They were saying when the project was put in place, they said no. This housing, where will be the money? They start arguing about. Now they are coming to tell us they will give us housing. What? This is the same things that the Uhuru government was talking about. And if you are a scientist, they don't make noise. These are citizens mind who are busy behind the lab. So for me, I say, then this word, I don't know the science, which science, maybe science in terms of a different, I don't know, but it's very tricky anyway. Then science knows he could have not opposed most of the things which are very important to the Kenyan. Thanks. If there is any question, maybe somebody may ask.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Andrew. I think something I would like us to check on our research is about, I think the government has been building the civil servant houses for mortgages. And, you know, once all the civil servants, they have the housing project, you know, even outside here, you know, sometimes the landlords, they normally put their rates so high because of the civil servant, because those people are employed, they get salary end of the month and they pay the rent very well. But once the civil servant, they have the mortgages from the government, the housing projects from the government, you know, all of them, will go to those houses, and outside there, people will manage the rental housing. So I think the project about housing, the government has been working on it, though it started with the civil servant. So I think, Keep, I can see your hand is up. Kindly, you can ask a question or what?
Yes, I was just wondering how, I think what RUTO is also concerned about, it's how long the Boma Yangu project is going, the Jubilee Boma Yangu project. I don't think imefika, because it's the execution of that project, which is housing for the people. I think it started in the after the second election from 2017, after wizi ilianza kutolewa sasa. So I think RUTO is a bit he's panicking. So what can he promise? You know, so Boma Yangu, I don't think there's any houses that have been released to the public for social housing. And for me, I still think that if this BBI thing was done properly, the local governments should have been the ones who are dealing with this sort of project. It's not something that national government should be dealing with. I mean, in UK, it's local councils that do it. In the US, it's states, even sometimes down to county. Like county is a bit lower from states, but they're the ones who deals with these housing projects. Like, for example, there are farm areas in Kenya that don't need housing projects, but densely populated areas in Kenya, like Mombasa, Nakuru, and Nairobi, Kisumu, Kisii, and Eldoret are places that we need housing. You know, we need to support the people there. So if BBI was out there, then the governor of that state would say that the people do need housing, and they would provide this housing. So Boma Yangu should actually be an initiative of local governments, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Keep. I think we understand. I think for gender equality, I think I will give Maggie. Maggie, how are you? Then we go to Alex. Maggie.
I'm good, Kinyo. How are you?
I'm very fine. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Yeah, welcome.
Habari zenu wote? What was the question again? Maybe I was not listening. I just came in.
No, Maggie, just look at the topic.
Okay.
Yeah, you talk about the topic and maybe a little bit of the housing, about the housing issue. If you had Mr. Ruto talk about the 15 years pay plan, you can touch a little bit about that if you have an idea about it. Thank you.
Sometimes I always become very arrogant in my language, and I will say that whatever Ruto was saying about that housing plan and loans and what, those are all bullshit. Bullshit is not a very bad word, but shit is bad. Because in my language it would be called chiathdia. Because I don't understand how it can work. It will not work. Not even in the village where I come from. Those are just porojo to manipulate vijana kama nyinyi's minds. Well, you know quite well that hizi plans za huyu mtu yani haziingiani. That is all I can say. Haziingii at all. Even if you try to put it in which kind of mathematics, which I was very good at when I was still a primary school student, it cannot work. Yes. Huyu mtu, the problem with him, wacha niseme, amechukua vijana wa Kenya kama watu wajinga zaidi. Ameona nyinyi vijana ambaye wamezaliwa Kenya, you are so dumb. Na anaweza kumanipulate akili zenu. Alianza na wheelbarrow, siku hizi amewacha wheelbarrow, ndio hiyo sasa anaendelea kumanipulate. He still continue manipulating your minds with things which cannot add up. Even if you do what, it is not adding up. I don't know whether I'm the one who is seeing it differently, but anyway, it will not add up. Let me see here. Ingine tena, Raila asks his supporters not to interfere with opponents' campaigns. Yeah, this is a clever guy. Anyway, hananga shughuli. Ulisikia vile watu wa Nakuru walimwimbia onge mababo senego, and it is true. Tell me any day ati jina yake imepita wapi ati Raila ameua mtu? No way. Onge mababu senego, onge mababu senego, because hata kufanyia mtu, even spoiling somebody's property, that's an offense. That's a crime actually. And Baba always, he doesn't want to get involved in anything criminal. He was jailed. I don't know whether he was jailed or detained for 9 years without an offense. So he knows what in getting involved in crime means. He wouldn't like anybody to go there that he's done anything wrong, because with him, he was there without any crime. He was there and he served for no apparent reason. So he's, first of all, humor. Those who have been saying that yeye ni mganga, you saw where he first of all went to when he was going to be nominated now by Chebukati. He went to my church. That is my church. That is where, when I'm in Nairobi, I go to that church. I'm a choir member in that church. I am a member of that church. And My Archbishop Lesipit is the one who really prayed for him, and it was a very powerful prayer. Thank God for them, and thank God for Martha, for Raila Odinga. I know God is seeing us through, and we are sailing. This moment, nothing is really taking us behind. Meli imeng'oa nanga. 9th August, we are in. Thank you for now.
Thank you so much, Madam Maggie, for your submission. And I can see we are going on. We are using our time very well. Actually, it's going the way it's supposed to be done. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Alex, how are you?
Kinyo, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very fine. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Nashukuru.
Yeah.
Nasalimia wazee wote, Jakindu Bay, Hosea na nyumba na watoto kama Kip. Wazee kama Megi, watoto kama Andrew na wasalimia. You know, today was a happy day for me. A happy day because of Baba's resiliency. Some of us are learning to be resilient like Baba. If we try some things twice, we give back, we give up, we stop it. And especially if they are not personal, they don't really help you. Unafanya kitu kidogo hivi kama ni biashara, ukiona kitu matatu haileti pesa, unawacha, unaingia construction. Kama haileti, unaingia rental houses. Kama haileti, mpaka unadanganywa, unaanza kufuga pigeons. You know, but Baba has been very consistent. For him to have registered 5 times with the Electoral Commission and be resilient about it is something we must congratulate him, whether he is with us or not with us. I think in our country, we've never seen somebody who has been persistent and consistent as he has been. And the only reason Baba has gone back to the ballot now for the 5th time is because he loves Kenya. I don't think Baba really wants to be a president of that country. After all, whether he's a president or not a president, his role as Raila Amolo Odinga has superseded even the presidency. Whether akona cheo ama hana cheo, he has always controlled the narrative and the politics of that country. But for that humility, to go for the 5th time, knowing that his election has been stolen 3 times, let me say that allegedly, so that nisianze kupigwa hapa, 2007, 2013, 2017 were all contested elections. And you know very well, and we went to the court, but it takes a heart of a man who loves a country to continue to go back to the ballot for the sake of the people that live in that country. And for that, I want to say, Baba, congratulations. You know, I was thinking about Baba today and I was saying, if it was me, Alex, why would I keep on going to Iebc knowing very well who they are? Especially, why would I appear the 2nd time to a man who didn't even know what happened in 2017 called Chebukati? It takes humility. It takes great thoughts for somebody to completely understand that this country is better off. Ruth, it takes great humility and confidence for him to build the institutions of this country. You know very well this institution does not completely comply with even a decree from the Supreme Court, but yet he gives us the confidence and says, I have confidence in IEBC. Think about what this man wants for this country. You know, the naysayers may say anything, but we watch his words, we watch his actions, we watch his ways, and we see a man that is deeply rooted in the democratization of Kenya, that even when institutions have failed us, to the point of the Supreme Court condemning them, he comes out and even says, I have confidence, but then goes back and then spells out what they must do. It takes a genius and a man that loves the people and a lot of managerial micromanagement of people and institution for him to come out to give us confidence. I have no confidence in Chebukati. But when Baba says, I have confidence in IEBC, who am I to refuse? But you know what? He doesn't stop there. He spells out. Now, it's our opportunity now to be vigilant and go back and say, okay, we have given you this confidence because we love this country. But we have told you the 4 points or 5 points that you need to improve on. What are you going to do about it? When you looked at Chebukati, he looked like a trained dog. In fact, you look at him, he had no confidence in his position himself. He was shaking. Bernard, if you had the opportunity to look at that body language of Chebukati, he is too guilty, extremely guilty. But we have given him the confidence. Baba has given him the confidence and opportunity to exonerate himself from what he did to this country. And it's okay. But if he does not deliver, I think he will go out again as Chesoni and the rest went out. History exonerated us. The blood of Kenyans that was shed because one man did not do his job. He took a Bible and carried it and thought it was just a newspaper ya kufunga gazeti. These people must know and take their jobs seriously. The posterity of this country depends on them. So today is about us giving them faith when completely they know they are not fit for the job. And that is what Baba can do. He can turn a dirty Chebukati into a person we look unto, that we can depend on him to give us the results of the coming general election. So I think it was a good day that a man who had the capability to say the worst today had the best to say. The man who needed to make a speech for 2-3 hours about what this commission has done just made a few statements and he was done. So I think it was a good day, and that's the kind of leadership we are emulating from this man. Now, after that, he went back to Kibera, to his constituency, to his home, and he asked his people, and you saw the turnout. Thereafter, we went to Nakuru. You know what has happened. And I think Nakuru for me is very critical because Babel is manifesting itself. We have an MP who is supporting Kinyanjui in Bahati. And we have as a gubernatorial candidate who is supporting an ODM candidate in Bahati because they can't get along. I think the circus is really sweet. The house of Babel is in confusion. And I'm glad he went there. And you saw the candidate from Bahati. And he was being supported by Kihika. And you know now the Bahati member of parliament is supporting who? Kinyanjui. But I think that was organic love that Baba was given. And that is how we must follow and thoroughly convey our message that we are peace-loving. And Baba culminated that by saying that we should not vandalize anyone posters unless you are goats that eat William Ruto's we have seen some goats in Kisii eat William Ruto's campaign posters. Those are not human beings. That's allowed. that's allowed. If you are goats and you eat that, that's allowed, but not human beings. Then you'll be labeled as a hooligan, as Baba said. Lastly, on a sad note, our opponents are going on a high gear level, and it's sad. And we are going now to start spelling them. My friend, we come here for debate, we finish, we go home. Hii maneno ya kuanza kuhack watu, munaenda sasa munataka kuhack, mumeacha masimu, mumeanza go to personal bank accounts and waves. Stop it. We honestly, if somebody is going to be a suspect now, Bernard, just block them. I mean, there is no joke about it. We are here to debate. We lose, we win, we go home. Kenya still continues. Stop hacking into Bernard's account. Kumunyanganya viewers were 30,000. Stop. That is pettiness. That is hollowness. That is an admission that you have lost it. That's an admission that you are a hooligan. That's an admission that you are not a human being. That's an admission that you should not even be in Mutembei. This is a political competition. Why are you hacking people? Everybody's complaining. My phone is overheating. Now we can't see videos because somebody is happily fishing information to a point of slowing all our gadgets. You have to change from one gadget to another because people are fishing, because now they can't get into it. They are in our groups. They send a photo, una open, it slows up your gadget. And the other thing, now it's making your gadget overheating. You can't have four gadgets in your house. All of them are overheating all of a sudden. No, that's suspicious. It can't be like that. Your phone, kufungua WhatsApp, it's taking 3 minutes. When did WhatsApp start opening in 3 minutes? So our enemies, my friend, you are doing wrong things, because hacking is not something that human beings should do. Because in the end of the day, if you start hacking Muhaka Electoral Commission, what happens? Uhuru continues to be the president. Raila continues to be the de facto president. Matiang'i continues to be the prime minister. What does it help you? Wacha tuachia.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Maggie, you have something to say?
There's a question I want to ask.
Okay, go on.
Now that on 29th, I think it was the official time for campaigning, and RUTO, is he still a vice president, a deputy president, or what is happening in Kenya? Please, you people help me. Because I think now he should be officially out of that office, out of that house, campaigning for his presidency. Please, if you people can help me, I'll be very happy, because I've been wondering what's happening in this country. Do we see what I am seeing, or do we think the way I am thinking? He should be out of that office by this time, or there is nothing like...
William Ruto stays in office until Uhuru walks out.
They walk out together, and he is being careful so that Kalonzo does not asionje hiyo nyumba, because Kalonzo built that house.
Yes.
William Ruto remains in office until
Then I think it's a mistake. Why was he trying to contest if it is supposed to be like that? Because he would have not attempt. It should resign first to contest for this for this post again, please. Because how is it gonna be? Let's say.
No. That Maggie, you're mixing two things. You're mixing two things.
Yeah.
He's not required to resign like other ministers so that he can contest.
Yeah.
Because he's deputy president. The law does not require him to step aside in order to contest.
Oh.
So he's legally within his constitutional right to
think so?
What he's doing.
Yeah.
Because his office requires him to be the successor of the president in case something happens to the president at whatever time, even if it is 2 months to elections. He will be president for the remaining part of the term, and then he contests in the next one. So
and he continues to earn a salary.
He's in order.
Including the salary.
Should he be crying around that cabinet secretaries are campaigning?
Yeah.
He shouldn't. Because he's also using state resources, is all other whatever, all what are they, privileges as a state officer. So he shouldn't be crying on this other side when we are only doing leftovers, when he's using the main engine. Sorry, keep what is it?
The only thing that he's doing illegally and he should stop is using.
Keep your hand is up.
I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Hey, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear Keep and you
Yeah,
Bernard.
we can hear Keep. Bernard.
Maybe
Yeah,
Bernard
Bernard, project is very slow. Keep go on.
Yeah, the only thing that Ruto is not allowed to do, Maggie, is use Karen House as his campaign base because that's a government office.
Yes, thank you. I can hear you. Only that it seems to be there to be a delay.
Yeah, there's a delay. I think you might have to do the magical restart again. Pole sana. Yeah, so he's not supposed to use the current office to do campaigns. So that's what I wanted to add. But he's deputy president until he resigns or until Uhuru finishes his term.
And he continues to have his salary as the ghost worker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think now, Maggie, you have understood a bit about that, huh?
Anyway, I've understood, but it's still not adding up for me.
As we continue, we'll get to understand it very much well.
Thank you.
Okay, now Alex, then Jackie Dube.
If you listen to what Masanga said on when this last week when we interviewed him, one of the things he said that there are things that the constitutions was silent on. And I've been listening to Jakindu Bey opine about this over and over and over and over. In civilized countries, whereby the competition should be equal, two things should happen. In the US, when the vice president is vying for presidency, immediately you are a candidate, your security, your resources, and your funding goes up to be on the same level of your opponent. In this case, Maggie is half right. If somebody goes to court, if somebody goes to court, he can sue the deputy president because legally the deputy president cannot go anywhere without being taken by the government, taken care of by the government. Secondly, he can't go anywhere without using the government resources. Even somebody says that he can't use his house for political activities, he's still in office as a politician too. So that gives him undue advantage over his opponent. And that is why the framers of Constitution did not see that coming. At the beginning, Jakinube used to agitate me by saying, anybody who becomes a deputy president should not seek office while he's in the highest office while he's in a deputy president. And I thought, why would he say that since other countries do that? But there is a law in other countries that helps the candidate and his opponent to be on the same level of campaign in terms of security, resources, and other things. I don't know if that is the same with Martha Karua and Gachagua and Raila Odinga. But I think DP being the deputy president, I think he has an advantage over others, which I believe is not democratic enough. But as of now, there is no law at all that can stop that, even if we go to court. It can only go to court, and it's just subject to interpretation. And any judge can interpret it the way they want. That is the problem. There is no law that is very clear. So whichever court it goes to, it's subject to interpretation, and you never know who is going to interpret it. That is the sad part of it. So it is fair enough and wise enough to let it go than go to court, because the interpretation will be also a political expediency, which will raise political temperatures for no reason.
Jakidube, your hands was up.
Nataka kusema kwamba Magi, nataka kuambia kwamba hiyo sehemu ya vice president hizo ndizo zilikuweko kwa BBI kuponyesha vitu kama hizo. Ilikuwa inataka kurekebisha sehemu kama hizo, lakini mimi nilikuwa nasema kwamba hii constitution yetu na watu wa Kenya ni lazima tujenge taifa. Kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu, ni kusema sisi vile vile ni lazima tuwe na ile kitu inaitwa consciousness yetu, yani sisi vile vile tujione kwamba kuna mambo fulani ambayo ni mwiko. Ukiwa vice president ni mwiko take advantage ya wenzako, iwe mwiko kwetu. Kwa hiyo ni vibaya wakati vice president anataka kugombania ofisi. Ndio maana mimi nilikuwa nasema mtu ukiwa mimi kwa maoni yangu, ukiwa vice president haifai ugombanie kuwa president, kwa sababu tukiruhusu hiyo inaweza kuwa abused. Inaweza kwenda kwa mikono ya huyu, inatoka kwa huyu, yani watu wanaweza kuitumia vibaya. Ndio maana mimi na suggest kwamba ikiwezekana BBI rudi ama uturekebishe hiyo, ndio tuseme mtu ukiwa wewe ni vice president hauwezi kuchukua hiyo advantage, kwa sababu utakuwa na advantage kuliko wenzako. Ni kama president anapogombania president kwa tamu ya pili, yeye ni president na huwezi kumtoa pale, kwa hiyo huwa na advantage zaidi ya wengine, lakini hatuwezi kumruhusu vice, kwa sababu inakuja kuwa ni serikali nyingine, na ni vibaya kwa the same serikali kuendelea miaka 20 au kuendelea miaka 15. Huwa haifai. Siku zote ikifanyika hivyo utakuwa na makosa. Kwa hiyo hii ni sehemu ambazo BBI ilikuwa inataka kurekebisha, ambapo ilitupiliwa na hawa wanasheria ambao wanaitwa judges.
So thank you Jakidube. Kusel, you have something? Then Andrew. Kusel?
Yes, good evening once again. All I wanted to say is this.
One moment, Kenya.
Okay.
I wanted to say something about hello. I'm saying I wanted to say something about the housing project proposed by the deputy president, as it's nothing new. The county houses that we have in Nairobi, in Bahati, in Jericho, Jerusalem, those old estates, especially Jerusalem and Jericho, they were built by the Jewish immigrants. And the first contract of the people who inhabited those houses was that the house will revert to the occupant after 30 years. Okay. Now, the 30 years were coming in fruition in the 80s, when Moi was president. When it was remaining 3 years to that transition, Moi recalled through the Ministry of Local Government recalled all the cards where the owners had signed to take ownership of the cards, and said he has come up with a new ownership lease, ownership card, where all the occupants of the house were to return the old card and then get the new card. When they took back the old card, they were given the new card. But in the new card, they removed that clause where they were to take the ownership of the house, so that the house now continues to be city council. Now I'm talking about 80s. We are now 2022. The houses still belong to the city council, and they are still collecting rent over 60 years. So Ruto telling you that he will build a house, you will live inside 15 years, and then it will be yours. It's nothing new under the sun. It's not viable. It's just playing games. Tuache kuchezeana.
Thank you, Bernard. I think we understand very well now. I think everyone has got the information. Someone was on the hair. I think Kusel.
Yeah, thank you very much. You see the benefits, the advantages that the deputy president is enjoying are given by the same constitution that we are using. I'm sure most of you can realize that when that constitution was being made, there was a lot of borrowing across the world. Unfortunately, there is too much, there is good enough manners in those other countries. Why in those other countries, things just function okay. No misuse at all, no abuses. But you'll agree with me that I think, like somebody once said, Kenyans are very peculiar people. I think in the entire world, so many things happen in Kenya, which in other countries, you'll hardly get them. Unfortunately, having borrowed so much from other countries, when you go to the ground, because of the tribal nature of the entire country, it becomes very, very complicated. The impacts and the so-called postmortem of whatever is being copied. Now, you all remember that the same constitution, you see, if Uhuru was contesting for another term, he will enjoy and take advantage of all those advantages of what you refer to as incumbency. Now, the same applies to RUTO. There is no way, there's nothing you can do about the law for that. But we copied it from other countries. How come in those other countries, these misuses are not there? They are not there. They are not there. You see, the moral threshold in those other countries is more or less the order of the day. Integrity issues do not have such high threshold like we do in Kenya. This innocent until proven guilty, people in those countries, people want to wait. In fact, the mayor mentioned the case is taken to court. They step aside until everything is cleared. What happens in Kenya is the opposite. Maybe when the law is relooked at, you can then tighten those loopholes. You see, for example, now the issue of, let's say now the deputy president and the president, the issue of the relationship and when it becomes sour going forward, in other countries where the same laws are being used, we will not have a situation whereby somebody says he's not resigning, but he's not in the government. It will not happen. How come? So we need to look at it afresh and actually tighten where necessary. And for that, I'll repeat again, when Martha Karua comes to office, you should find a lot of a wish list on her desk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kuseo. I think Andrew was raising the hand, so either say something, then we start tuanzie hapo sasa. I think the third round. Andrew.
Yeah, I agree with Oseo on that point. We'll only add that when the constitution was made, we involved experts from other countries
Okay, well understood, Andrew. Alex.
Quickly. You see, the law has no problem at all. Let's not say the law has a problem. Trust me. I don't think we have ever had a rogue deputy president like RUTO anywhere in the world. Let's agree into that. The nature of RUTO and the way he has been able to degrade the office of the deputy president and the presidency itself, I don't think I personally have ever seen it anywhere. We know many cases like Pence and Trump could not agree totally and completely to the last day when the insurrection was happening in the US. But you never saw such kind of gross insubordination from a deputy president the way we have seen it. We may think it's the law, but it's better also for the presidency to give the deputy president a space to work within so as to feel he's part of the presidency. If we take away that again, it's going to be difficult for a president to find a fitting deputy president. I think the problem is not the law, the problem is RUTO. And let's understand that and not change a constitution because of an individual. RUTO is rogue, RUTO is unscripted, RUTO basically has bad character and bad manners, because you cannot operate a presidency the way RUTO has operated the presidency. And it will be unfair for us to change the laws of the presidency because of one man who is unscripted, who has gross disrespect of his own office. So I think for me, if we found out fitting deputy president who complement the president, the current law is fitting for us as a country. But if the future, saa ingine ikisha toboka, huwezi ziba maji. So I think he has set the precedents, including now Kalonzo, ulisikia akisema, I will start campaigning immediately Raila becomes the president. You hear the presidency that he has set? So I think that's where we have a problem. He has shown bad manners to the future. Kalonzo was campaigning for himself for presidency today in Narok, today or yesterday. Even before he becomes a president, he has started as a chief minister. He has started campaigning for himself. So it is the rogue people. But if you look at Martha Karua, I mean, as a deputy president, I mean, the woman fits the laws and the doctrines and everything that is given to a deputy president. And I wish that those laws stays for her because she's good-mannered, she's well-natured, and she brings the office of the deputy president respect and love and cohesiveness in nature of how that that office inasaidia the office of the presidency. So it's RUTO, it's not the law.
Alex, sheria zinatengenezwa kwa kuvunjwa, kwa sababu ya mtu kuvunja sheria, ndio maana sheria zinatengenezwa. So ukiona tayari Kalonzo ameshaanza kutabia mbaya, lazima tuweke sheria ya kuzuia watu kama hao.
Sasa
sheria haitengenezwe tu kwa sababu inatengenezwa kwa sababu watu wamevunja sheria. So kama watu hawangevunja hiyo sheria haingetengenezwa. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri ukiwa vice president, enda nje ukae 5 years uangalie mambo inafanyika nini. Ukitaka kugombania rudi, lakini huwezi kuendeleza hiyo serikali hiyo moja, huwezi kuendeleza 15-20 years. Hiyo tutakuwa tunarudi backward.
Hiyo sheria Martha Karua akishakuwa president for 10 years, tafadhali.
No, alternatively resign.
Jane tafadhali. Order. Okay, there is. So I agree with Alex. We can't use somebody's misbehavior to make a permanent law. But the law has no problem as far as the office of the deputy president is concerned. But there is something amiss with that law as far as how will the president deal with a rogue deputy president. Okay, that's one side of the law that was completely ignored. They did everything to protect and dignify the office of the deputy president, give him security of tenure, make it almost impossible for him to be dismissed. But they never considered, what if we have put inside somebody who is rogue, and what can the president do to deal with such? Now, if you will not get somebody who is gentleman like Uhuru Kenyatta, okay, the way Uhuru Kenyatta has patiently, with long suffering, and you know, and what, you know, inexhaustible capacity to
persevering.
Misconduct. That if you don't have a president like Uhuru Kenyatta, then we have a rogue deputy president like William Ruto. Can you imagine what kind of country we'll be having? Everything will go to a standstill, or everything will go to smoke. So if there is a revisit on that law, it should be on the perspective of how do we deal with the rogue deputy president. The law has said nothing except they say impeachment if he has abused office. This one does not abuse office. He sends his people to abuse office on his behalf, so that he's always clean when he is dirty at the same time. So there must be a way to deal with such a person, clearly spelled out in the law, so that even if we go to court, the judges know that they cannot rule the way they are now left to interpret the way they want. But if the law expressly says this has happened, this should be the outcome, this has happened, this should be the outcome, even the judges will not have that leeway of interpreting and saying, oh, this and that and that. So there has to be a revisit on that particular office particularly, and any other public office. Now, like what Kalonzo is trying to do, all those things need to be spelled out. There are things that will never get done if we remain vague on how to deal with misconduct. The moment the law is gray on a matter, it becomes very difficult to deal with that matter. And even if you go to court, the judges will still play around with you, and of course lawyers will always pull in their own direction. So at the end of the day, they protect the evildoer and turn the country as a victim and the people who are involved as victims. So we have to push for that law to be looked at, and if there will be act of parliament or constitutional review program, it needs to come in. But to squander any vague offices are always problematic, and they are the breeding ground for corruption.
He should have the option to resign if he intends to contest.
And we will deal with Kalonzo. Kalonzo. Kalonzo cannot do anything because he'll be hired by the government and can be fired anytime. The only thing that can happen is if he has a quorum of MPs that can disrupt Baba's bills. Otherwise, tutadil na huyo mtu watermelon wetu is nothing. Kalonzo nini?
Mama Selina.
Yes, mine is something I have seen. Baba leo ametoa agents yake, alafu nimeona there are two brothers, Professor Kindiki Kindure and Professor Isaac something Kinduki. Yeah, the two brothers are agents. Moja ni agent ya baba, mwingine ni agent ya Ruto. Sasa hiyo mambo kunaendanga aje? Nimeona and I was like wow. Is it Pena tutatuambia hapo sasa tuna
hiyo familia ukua hivyo wanakuanga poles apart. Hiyo familia ukua hivyo.
Yeah, actually they are from my place where I come from, and that family has been like that. One pulls left, the other one pulls right in terms of political issues. So
that's democracy.
No, ni kujipanga.
Yeah, democracy at work. That family.
Ni kujipanga, hakuna mtu
Yeah,
atakuwa.
that's democracy at work.
That family, they will always be in the government. That family will always be in the government. Ni kujipanga. One of them will win. So you can see, kujipanga.
The same is happening with Wetangula. Wetangula's brother is with Baba, and Wetangula is with Uda. It's just the same.
Yeah, that's the same thing. So I think, Mr. Jiro, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Najaribu kuambia Serena ni kujipanga ili hiyo familia, whichever case happens, mboga iko.
Yeah, they are still in the government. Okay. Thank you.
They will not have any compromise. They cannot agree to one thing, or you want to say kila mtu atasima. Are they real brothers ama ni watu ya familia like cousins?
They are real brothers.
Hiyo familia iko na maprofesa waine. Hata kuna mama bado profesa kwa hiyo familia bado.
Yeah, but that is not what Mama Selina is asking about the education of the people. Mama Selina is asking a legit question. These are brothers. They are high level agents. And our question is simple. Can they be trusted, or they can compromise at some level so that because they are real brothers, and that is a legitimate question. Can we trust them?
Can I explain that?
Blood is thicker than water.
Because you have already started telling us about professors. Somebody else can do that.
Let me explain to you.
Alex, you are saying blood is thicker than water.
Let me explain what is happening.
Order, please. Let's maintain order.
Okay. Let me explain.
Yes, blood is thicker than water. That was what Mama Selina was saying.
Okay, let me explain what is happening. Huyu Isaiah Kindiki wamekuwa na baba kutoka 2007. So they have been in trenches together. So even if they are born together, their philosophies are different. Na kama sasa ukiangalia huyu Professor Isaiah Kindiki, he never supported Uhuru. From even 2013. So to me, I see royalty on this guy is extreme. Sababu unaona huyu Kindiki mwingine, he has been in the government for close to 10 years, and they have been working on the opposite direction. This guy, I think currently he is in Egerton. I think he was a chancellor in Egerton, ni kama alikuwa ameelectiwa kitu kama hiyo. So to me, I think Baba anamjua sana because they have good time. This guy has been with Baba for over 15 years. So I think Baba knows the reason why he brought this guy there. Na pia Kindiki is also he will also help to galvanize HIP and Mount Kenya East, which is also very key. So kuna vile sasa pia Kindiki will also help to split that vote, which is good. So the guy is good. He is royal. Wamekuwa na baba for long.
Wananjiru, Bwananjiru, do you know that there's a government policy where as civil servants, even if I'm a civil servant and my wife is a civil servant, we cannot work in the same office? We are both civil servants, we are both qualified, we are working for the government, but we cannot work in the same office because me and my wife can agree to do something serious.
Even in the corporate world.
So what if we are brothers? Leave alone now, husband and wife, government wants to separate when God said we shouldn't. But now, here we are talking about brothers now. Hey, you people, are you not tempting
Bernard,
me?
you're reaching. Bernard, you're reaching. That's reaching, Bana.
Well, let me
Husband
just
and
give
wife
you a
is different,
scenario
but-
about those people. The scenario is this one, Mr. Alex, just a bit. The scenario goes like this. You know, in Mount Kenya, like in Tarakaniti, let me say that area, Baba doesn't expect a lot of votes. In any way, he doesn't expect a lot of votes. So, a person like Professor the Isaiah Kindiki, even if it's to compromise, he cannot compromise more than 10% or even more than 5%. Unless we see, if we say it's a national.
Where Bwana Kenya, we are not taking any chance.
But
You know the
he's
reason why we
working
lost
on
the
a
2013
national.
petition?
It is not about
2013
Meru.
petition
It
was
is
because
about
we did
the
not have
chief
agents
agent
in Mount Kenya.
national.
And Mutunga dismissed us, asking us why did we put agents in Mount Kenya?
Then Baba should
Any
withdraw.
vote counts this time round. We don't want an illegitimate president. We want a president who is ratified throughout the country. No compromise. Hata kama tutachanga pesa ya kusaidia ma-agent na to hire police from Israel to be agents in Mount Kenya, we must have an agent in every polling station, and Baba's votes must be protected and must be delivered to the tallying center safely. Your story ingine at 10%, 2%, we don't want. Any percent is for us.
The best option now, we should withdraw him.
Apana. You see, under the current circumstances, what's happening is this. You see, Kindiki had been having challenges on the other side, Kithure Kindiki, the other Kindiki. So chances are that he's likely to move this side. After all, when he was dropped as a running mate, you remember the demonstrations that took place there towards Baba's side. So chances are that the person who is at risk in this particular instance is the KK side. Because they have already, Kithure Kindiki might be already feeling very bad. We know he's just putting up a face. Under those circumstances, I think Bernard, he may just be fine.
That is still probability. We want guarantees, not probabilities.
But Bernard, let me ask one question. Even if we put agencies in Mount Kenya, did you see what Alice Wahome did to an agent or a worker who was there? Please, in a broad daylight, I think I saw the clip. What was it? It doesn't make any difference.
She should have tried, let her come and try that in Kibra.
Some difference, I think it's
Atauliza Didimas.
The agent is for agents.
No,
now.
we'll send the men in black in Kandara.
It is because of Mata Karua. Mata Karua will make sure they have agents. You know, the other time, today is different. Mata Karua is there, and Central, they will have agents. The other time, they cannot do that. So now we know we will have agents in everywhere. But my concern was like, how did these two brothers will work? Okay, we don't know Kindiri, if he is already with RUTO because he was so upset. But again, they are saying the other professor was with Papa for a long time. It may be RUTO that he wanted to put this other brother to make sure the other one, AZIMIO, will not trust him. So that is something we want to know. Otherwise,
Mama Selina,
anyway.
Mama Selina, Mujama alichapwa slap. Mujama alichapwa slap.
has been with Baba for a long time. He has been there in time memorial. This is not just the first time they're working with Baba. That one I know full well. The other Kindiki, they just started with Ruto when Ruto appointed him to be his lawyer. Just the other day, they have not stayed for a long time, and he's been disappointed. So I think it's better off for Baba to maintain the Kindiki, but the other one maybe can come back to us. I don't know, but anyway, I also cannot trust the way you do not trust.
Bernard says there should be no probability at all. Is that what you're saying?
Can I say something?
Yes, this time we live now, no stone unturned. Everything must be checked, double checked, price checked.
Can I say something?
Even under the agents, we should have another agent checking that agent, so that nothing is there. And on top of that, we have their phones also checked.
But by the way, Baba was to give Isaiah Kideki as a chief agent, lakini sasa unaona sasa ile pande ingine sasa akakuwa huyu jamaa ashaweka Kindiki mwingine as a chief agent, because Isaiah Kideki hata 2017 na 2013 he was the main focal point in Mount Kenya. Kindiki, he was the main focal point wa Baba kwa kampeni ya Baba hiyo pande ya kwetu. Then saa hii pia kuna kitu kingine mnafaa kuelewa. Saa hii tuko na ma-aspirants in Mount Kenya who are oriented to Baba. 2017 na 2013, how many aspirants were oriented to Baba? Hatukuwa na wao. So our aspirants pia wao watataka kuchunga kura yao. And as huyu aspirant anachunga kura yake, pia anachunga kura ya Baba hapo. So now that is the difference. So now we have Jubilee, we have Naki Kenya, tuko na chama zingine, and we are having many aspirants now. Sasa UDA is only one of the party. For your information, in Mount Kenya, for the Kenya hakuna, ANC hakuna. So the fight is between Jubilee and UDA. So kila mtu hapo anachunga kura yake. You can be assured by default.
And PNU ya Munya.
Unaona sasa. So you can see now Baba has a very stiff representation sababu ya hao watu sasa wanapigania kiti hapo. The only person ambaye alichukua kiti ni yule jamaa wa Mpeo in the whole of Mount Kenya. That is the only guy who was on the side ya Baba na akapata kiti. So how could this guy have been able to galvanize the whole of almost over 40 MPs? That is now the challenge. But now we are good. Jubilee is on the side, and Jubilee will want to have as many MPs as possible. Sababu hiyo ndio basi ya Baba huko. Pia tuko na watu kama akina Kiraitu ambao wako kwa pande ya Baba. Do you want to tell me akina Kiraitu tu watangojea tu kura ya Baba tu itembee hivyo? Let's relax. Things are okay. That's what I wanted to add on that.
Thank you, Mr. Jiro. Baba doesn't make mistakes. Baba is always right.
Good strategy. It's a good strategy to make sure he ends up with fairly on a fair ground.
Baba is always right. Thank you so much. Bernard, can I just give you the platform now, officially? Okay, but
Asante. Thank you for holding on. I want you to begin to practice
just say
that.
Something before
give you all powers to
let me just say something before I leave. So let me just say something before.
Ungesikiza Bernard alikuwa anataka
kukupraise. Carry on.
Bana.
Okay. What I just wanted to say, once we come into politics, there is something I want people to understand here about and to observe about the DP and Baba. You know, Baba is one person. He likes doing its rallies in a ground where someone who comes, you come by your own will. Nobody has pushed you to come there. And that's why you find in Baba's meetings, there is no heckling. And in Baba's meeting, that's where we know the organic supporters, because Baba will always do his rallies in a stadium, in a ground, so everybody comes there. And if you go to confirm about Ruto, I've never seen Ruto like rallies in a ground or a stadium. Why? He normally does rallies by roadside and in the market, where everybody is there. The UDA, the AZIMIO, all type of people. The wenda wazimu wote wako hapo. But for Baba, he does in a stadium. Ujitoe mahali uko mbali, ujilete hapo wewe mwenyewe. So uwezi jipeleka kwa mkutano ya mtu mwenye utaki kusikia. You cannot walk for 2 kilometers to go to listen to someone you don't like. So that's the difference. And as we check about the support base, that give us, na hiyo inapeanga Baba hesabu yake vizuri, na hesabu yake inaingiananga vizuri. Anajuanga wale watu nimeita kwa mkutano kwa kiwanja wakakuja, those are my real supporters. But the people who are in the market, I'm not sure about that, because hao ni watu nimepata wanapita wako tu zao. So that's the thing, the difference between Baba and Ruto in terms of their rallies. And you will confirm that with the other day Ruto when was in Kamukonji. That one will give you the real thing, what happens with Ruto. So I think I have nothing much more to talk about. All I can say is that I'm in AZIMIO to stay, and I've been with Baba, and at least this time round, nalipwa injuries. I have injuries since 2007, the first injury 2013, the second injury 2017, the third injury. I hope now this is my therapy time. And what I'm going to let people know here, in 2007, I was working with the ECK by that time. I had an opportunity to do that in my constituency level. And I felt so bad because my vote lost. And so it was so sad. And I couldn't do anything. So right now, I feel that this is my therapy time, and I'll vote very early in the morning, go home, vote, and come back to Nairobi and wait. So thank you so much, and I'm grateful to be with you here, all of you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, Bwana Kenywa. We appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. Na tuendelee kufundisha wa Kenya. Tusiache Mkenya yote adanganye na waongo. Kura ya mula huu ni ya muhimu sana. Mtu asikosee hata mmoja. Thank you very much. Let's keep the work going on. Kuna watu ambao wameacha microphone zao ona kama Ose, what has happening with you? Tutaanza kupeleka watu quarantine, wala ambao wanavunja standing orders. Okay, thank you very much. So we switch gears. Let's listen to this first. I'll have to on the green and
and own property anyway. I mean, really, let's be serious. And in Rift Valley, you will find, for example, a whole 5,000 acres inhabited. We go around and say, we want Kenyans to resettle. Kenyans, everybody has a right to live everywhere and own property anyway. I mean, really, let's be serious. And in Rift Valley, you will find, for example, a whole 5,000 acres inhabited from people who were brought from Kiambaa, and they came to Rift Valley with the same name, Kiambaa. You find another place, people who came from Rurigi in Central Province. Politics are very high stakes game, like the way it is now. People are bound to fight. We go around and say, you know, we want Kenyans to resettle. You know, Kenyans, everybody has a right to live everywhere and own property anywhere. I mean, really, let's be serious. And in Rift Valley, you will find, for example, a whole 5,000 acres inhabited from people who were brought from Kiamba. And they came to Rift Valley with the same name, Kiamba. You find another place, people who came from Rurigi in Central Province. Politics are very high stakes game, like the way it is now. People are bound to fight.
Kama muko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo. Kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo.
We did ask the commission to allow agents from all parties, not just ODM, together with the commission, to peruse all the 210 files to ascertain that the announcements that were being made here by the commission were backed by Forms 16A and Forms 16, which form the basis of any legitimate announcement. Because an announcement that is made of figures that do not have Form 16A duly signed by the returning officer, and 16A duly signed by the agents of the candidates, is just a figure. It is not a result. The commission graciously allowed us last night, with agents from all parties, to peruse files from all the 210 constituencies, and 48 constituencies did not have any documentation. The results that were announced here were just figures, computer printouts. It didn't have Form 16A, it didn't have Form 16, and therefore the figures that were announced here were just numbers assigned to candidates. And those are figures of the following constituencies. The following constituencies. That is Igembe North, Igembe South, Kandara, Ndia, Mwea, Kitutu Masaba, Madhira, Kieni, South Mugirango, Nyaribari Masaba, Bonchari, West Mugirango, North Mugirango, Webuye, Kishugu, Pomula, Kimilili, Voi, Rongai, Starehe, Kinango, Laikipia West, Subukia, Naivasha, Madhioya, Kidunguri, Kiambaa, Katundu South, Juja, Manyata, Olkalao, Kuria, Kitutu Chache, Bomachoge, Kinangop, Makadara, South Imenti, Wajia West, Makueni, Galole, Mandera East, Ijara, Lakdera, Jujis, Saraka, Runyenjes, Turkana South, and Nakuru Town. The files of these constituencies just contained a computer printout with no document at all. And on the basis of that, for example, in Juja, and let's be candid. In Juja, the total number of votes obtained by all the parliamentary candidates is 85,000. The president has 100,000. Now it means 15,000 people voted for the president and walked away. They didn't vote for the parliamentary candidate. I mean, how is that possible? So we are saying as the Orange Democratic Movement that we want the commission to make an announcement on the basis of results that are authentic and that have a basis and that have supporting documents. The commission have told us that they have sent a plane to look for these results. We have been told that it will be ready by about 3 o'clock. We want to verify those things before any announcement is made, because we have figures everywhere and every other place have figures. Let me finalize by saying all the documents that we have show clearly that Raila Odinga has 4,215,437 and Honorable Mike Iebc has 3,748,261 votes. That is what we have. And if the commission is going to announce other results, they must tell us on the basis of what. And we have pointed to them very clearly. And we thank God that they allowed us last night to peruse the file, because on perusing of the file, it was absolutely clear that announcements were being made here which did not have any basis, because there were no documents to support whatever announcements that were being made. If a figure is going to be assigned to somebody 50,000, you can as well assign him 500,000. Because, I mean, if you are assigned figures without any supporting documents, then you can assign a figure you like. That is what we are saying.
I can give you example of that, Bernard, if you
Okay.
can. Tuko nayo tayari. Nyamira na
Yeah, you have an
Bungoma.
example for another one?
Yes.
Yes.
Tunaweza onesha. If Alex, you're ready for this. Nyamira and Bungoma.
Endelea.
Okay. Just going to be very quick. So I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if Bernard, you are sharing my screen now.
Yes, it's done.
Sasa, I'm going to just do Nyamira kidogo, but we're going to prepare a bit more. So Nyamira hapa, tunaona that there was 203,000 votes and then 119,000 votes between the senator and the governor. Women's rep ikarudi juu back to the same level as the governor to 203. Alafu tukakuja kwa ma MPs, ili increase by 1,000 compared to the governor and the women's rep. MCA ikashuka chini kabisa, very drastic, even lower than what the senator got, which is 189. If Alex remembers, the representatives for governor for Nyamira is who?
The governor by then was Nyagarama, who is now deceased. The senator is Okongo Omogeni, and the women rep is Madam Jerusha.
Right. Okay. So then we can see now they cleared out ODM from Nyamira, and as you can see there, Nyamira has 60%. Imagine from 2013 having a ODM stronghold. Jubilee takes 60% of the county, with about 2 MPs, one from Ford Kenya, one from Wiper. So that is one of the ones that really scared me. Nyamira, I think we will look at it a little bit deeper. Tukiingia sasa Bungoma very quickly. Is in Western. Western, same behavior. Hapo tuna 417,000 votes, 18,000 votes, so an increase of 1,000 between the governor and the senator. Then it shoots up for the women's rep to 14,100, and then 420. So why I'm concerned about this particular county, we've gone through this before, is the fact that Jubilee iko hapo, and that is Dismas Barasa. And then there is also the Ford Kenya factor here, where Ford Kenya took a three-piece here between governor, senator, and women's rep. So you can see here, ODM is completely locked out, and Amani ANC is got less than 6% of the vote, which is the chama cha Mbolea that has taken over that. So huyu mtu tunaitanga Sosa Boy, we have to be very careful about that. But we will look deeply into more of that data later on with Alex and Jose. It's just we came a bit late. But as you can see, Nyamira, very funny business there. Very, very funny business.
Yeah, I will explain something about Nyamira. We had one polling station, and you can go and Google, even those who are in the comment section, whoever wants to Google. There was one famous polling station in a place called Sironga. That polling station did not give results to governor, senator, or women rep. It was only starched with presidential. And you can imagine what it cost. There is not even one member of parliament from Shadrach Mose, from Ben Momanyi, who legitimately won the Kisii the Nyamira member parliamentary membership in Nyamira County. The problems we had with MCS was all over, because legitimately people were winning those seats with one vote, 2 votes, and whatever that happened in the Supreme Court made it unattainable that you cannot go to court, because there were floodgates of cases. Excuse me, I'll speak in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Hello,
It's okay.
hello, Alex. I'll just tell you the performance at the presidential level. In that Nyamira County, Uhuru scored 52%.
Ose ngoja kwanza. Ose, hold on. When it comes to sums, we must be systematic for us to make sense out of it. If we mix them, we create more confusion. So let's exhaust one matter, then we move to the next. In that way, we help our viewers follow the conversation. Alex, if you are ready, you can exhaust what you're saying, then Ose can come in.
When you look at the inconsistencies, let me go to 2013 first of all. And this is what we should pay attention, and that was my point of departure with my friend Makiadi yesterday. In 2013, when Jubilee realized they are going to lose everything in Nyamira, this is what they did. They registered a party that is almost like ODM. They took an apple instead of an orange. That apple was yellow, and what? And the sign was almost like ODM. The senatorial contender, instead of being called Okongo Omogeni, he was called Buokongo Omogeni. In that ballot box, he came on page 1. Okay, in the ballot paper, he came on page 1. So when we went to vote, on a vote that I voted for a person called Buokongo Omogeni, who became our senator from 13 to 17 that nobody knew. They played a game on us. So when the guy was announced, everybody was shocked. Andrew, did you know Buokongo Omogeni? Nobody knew that thug. So from 2013 to 2017, we thought we elected Okongo Omogeni, but we ended up electing Buokongo Omogeni. It was a classic way of making us. I thank God this year that we have a party called AZIMIO. Page 1, number 1, Baba's vote. No, you are not, even if there are 100 pages, you just go to page 1, number 1, AZIMIO. That is one thing that we have done that is right. Last time you were looking for ODM to the 7th, 8th page. And most people in Kisii, because in Kitutu Masaba, we had a record of 34 contestants in just MP. In just MP. By the time you look for ODM, my friend, and you are being told, Fanya Raka, Fanya Raka, Fanya Raka. So the ballot box for Nyamira was a booklet bigger than the Constitution. That is the first thing that they made sure. No, I'm not lying to you guys. It was a sorry state. So coming 2017, what they did was the same thing, but this time around they realized we were saying in Kisii, which means this time we are going to Lake Victoria to swim, which meant everybody was going to vote for Baba. But Matiang'i had to deliver. You know, AZIMIO has made it very difficult for us to explain the situation in Nyamira, because anytime we want to talk about Nyamira, Matiang'i must come in. And I exonerate myself from speaking about him because it becomes harder for us. AZIMIO la UMOJA has made it very difficult for us to spell out what happened in Nyamira in totality. But in short, in these numbers, none of the members of the current parliamentarians in Nyamira won. From Shadrach Mose to Ben Momanyi to all these people. Wote walikuwa ni vifaranga vya computer. No wonder they have toed the line to stay in UDA, because they were what? They were recipients of what they did not deserve. All people in Kisii, I was involved to even negotiate how they can move from UDA to ODM or to AZIMIO. But one person that could not get out was Osoro Silmanos, because he never won that seat and he was a recipient of Kifaranga Computer, and that is what is really happening in Nyamira. The numbers that you are seeing in Nyamira, ato ukiangalia even Iebc, they are not finished, because 3 polling stations, no senator, no governor, no women rep, but only presidential. So I don't even know how I can tally that, because Sironga was my polling station, but Sironga B was not. But Sironga B had almost 70,000 votes for presidential. So I don't think Nyamira we really voted. And that is why the CJ was so mad of the results of Kenya, because his county was the most messed up. So doing Nyamira for me is very difficult, and I'm not being emotional about it, but those are facts. 3 polling stations for presidential, nothing else. You can't even tally. How do you tally that and tell people it was this, it was this, it was this, knowing very well they were not results? Thank you, Bernard. Who is going next? Ben is dragging. I think he's.
So, thank you. This is Kenya, and God will help us, because it's really bad that I wake up at 3 a.m., go and queue and cast my vote. Those enemies of progress are on me. I'll need to format this machine as soon as this show is over. They have sent their cookies here. That's why I can't. Even downloading a short video is taking ages. So Leo, I will clean them out and keep them off, kabisa. Since Richie is here, Kiadi will be taking over as the new chef in town. And he will navigate you people through until Temba is back. Temba is on a special assignment. I hope he has informed everybody. And so tusonge mbele. Nani ndo alikuwa anataka kuchangia Ose? Now, Ose, you have also changed your name so many times. Can you now stick on one name?
I was just giving you the...
Is it KU? Is it Kusero or Say?
We need to defend ourselves in all ways possible.
Which is
which?
You
are not the only one under attack. Bernard, you are aware. Bernard? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Bernard, you can hear me?
So I think he's nodding his head so he can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was just going to add on the...
I know. When we went to the war front.
Okay. With regard to Nyamira, I was just about to give the presidential figures, and it is one of the only county there where actually the president emerged the winner. In terms of votes, he scored 52% of the turnout, which was at 206,255, representing 74% turnout. The president scored 52%. In terms of votes, 106,508. Yeah. While Raila got 95,227. That's all. Richard, I think Bernard still can.
Yeah, Bernard is still here, but I think, like he said, his machine is a bit slow. I don't know who's supposed to go next. Bernard, if you can hear us. Yeah, he's still here. I don't know who was supposed to go next. Jeru, have you made your submission?
No, I've not made my submission, so I don't know if I made my
submission. Take charge. Move on.
Okay, Bernard, before you leave, just check your inbox. There's something I sent you there that I need you to address before you leave, please. Thank you.
So, Makiandi, I don't know if I make my presentation, it is wrong, but I will go ahead and make. Thank you very much for our meeting today. I'm happy of what is happening. First of all, maybe to address in brief, I think I'm seeing a lot of political maturity being demonstrated in Kenya. The fact that different families can reason differently, and it is good for Kenya. At least that sibling rivalry will help to depolarize Kenya in a way. When Wetangula, the two Wetangulas are in opposite direction, when the two Kindikis are in the opposite direction, and some other people in the families, it will show Kenyans that we can think differently and still coexist. So there's the idea of Kenyans wanting to go and burn the house of another person because that person ako kwa hii mrengo mwingine, that mentality will be decongested because of that. So that's what I would say. Let's encourage people to think differently, although I will still consider the people who are on our side, the AZIMIO side, to be thinking more well, especially at this time. Sababu unajua hata kwa Biblia tunasemanga kuna kuanga na musimu wa kila kitu. There is a season for everything. And I think if you look at how the Kenyan politics is working, sasa nafikiria ile musimu tuko nayo ni huu musimu ya urejesho na musimu ya kuvuna matunda ya ile mambo ambayo tumekuwa tukingojea. So, and we can see one of the political faction is just a beneficiary of some of the issues which have been happening in Kenya. For example, our deputy president hajawahi patikana anywhere in Kenya trying to build something stable for us. He has been an employee throughout his life. Kutoka 1997 akafanywa MP. Kutoka hapo ndiye huyo he has been an employee. He has not been in any liberation. He has not done anything in terms of like making people get, hata kwa constitution hajakuwa huko, na sasa hiyo constitution ndio yako nayo, ndio inamulinda, ndio inamufanya hata akuwe na pembe kubwa sana. The same constitution alipita. So me, I want our deputy president to become the opposition. After he becomes the opposition, aende sasa akaanzie kazi huko, because akianzia huko sasa, he will also be able to respect the journey which people take so that they can become influential in Kenya. This guy has gotten life in a silver platter, and this is one thing which I want to tell people. Na ndio unaona ana behave hivi. If he was modeled in a serious way, angekuwa amegonga gongo na fimbo kidogo kama hao watu akina Kabando and the rest. He couldn't behaving the way he is behaving. Ana behave, huyu ni yule mtoto mtukutu, yule ambaye amekula mapochopocho, ambaye akiitisha pesa ya shopping anaipata ile anataka. Sio yule mtu wa kupewa kitu kama 50 bob kama some of us ambao tukifungua shule tulikuwa tunapewa 50 bob na 30 bob. Whereas you needed to do shopping ya karibu 200 and so unakuta ile pesa umepewa, the only thing inaweza nunua ni pengine ile katuzi pesa kidogo and some few things. So in other words, what I'm trying to say, our deputy president ni yule mtoto mtukutu who needs to be taken. In my community kuna pahali tunaitanga Wamumu. It is a place in Mwea where we take children for correction. Yani mtoto saa zingine akileta shida sana, tunamchukua tunampeleka Wamumu for some correction, for some rehabilitation. So Bwana deputy president needs that rehabilitation so that he can be able to become formal, because I don't think he has capacity to lead Kenyans with no experience. Unajua experience yake ni one way, ni ile experience ambayo kile anataka iko hapo. So I think he is that guy who is just he is not handed, he is too soft to lead somebody. Even me, mimi ile pali nimefika as a person, I do not see vile huyu jamaa anaweza niongoza sababu hajakauka. Hii tu ni ile tu kitu. Anyway, I don't want to go to that. So Raila Odinga today, he was cleared as we expected. And naweza waambia kitu moja saa hii. Hii race, I don't know why we are talking so many things. Munaona for the first time leo, sijui kama kuna mtu aliona ile confidence baba alikuwa nayo pale. Baba was only left na story ya kuongea story ya maposta. I really felt very happy. Baba pale confidence ilikuwa ile ya juu, and then ile information alipea IEBC, it was
Jose, can you mute your mic?
Okay. Ile information baba alipeana pale, it was a well scripted paper, akapea watu pale wajisomee na wakasema watajibu. And lakini hakuenda pale atina story ya kulialia tunataka hii. It was, if you want to know what a campaign secretariat does, ukiona the information which baba gave today, that was a well oiled thought. Kumaanisha watu walikuwa wameketi chini na wakauliza maswali mzuri sana. And then Baba was very natural. Ukasikia hata akasema he is open to criticism. Akasema he is open media wakitaka kumfilify to do what they want to do. So I want people to look at these two gentlemen. Muangalie pande ingine ya huyu jamaa wa Sugoi vile alikuwa anaongea jana na information ya Baba jana. You can separate a president there. You don't need any gymnastics to know who will win this election. So Baba was able to show Kenyans who he is, na mliona pia vile hiyo room ilikuwa imekaa, alipelekwa na watu wengi kabisa. And then from there the Undugu campaign pale, Undugu the first rally post nomination, more fire. Kutoka hapo Nakuru mumeona Nakuru imejaa pomoni. I can tell you whatever is unfolding in Kenya is something beyond. It's a political machinery which we have never seen. And let me tell you, I think Kenyans need to take this advantage. It is not only, I think sasa Raila amefika ile inaitwa, I think Raila will be the highly rated politician in Kenya after this 2022 because
Africa.
He is the only Kenyan who has been able to keep his political machinery for over 20 years. Kennedy Matiba was here. Within 5 years, he was done. Many other people. So, but you can see Raila Odinga has been able to keep his political machinery. We can argue the issue of winning or losing. That one is not clear because we have been having very shambolic IBC. But Raila Odinga will stand in the history of Kenya. And personally, kama mimi hapa, I'm following nafuata hii script ya Baba sana. I think if you want to become a formidable politician in Kenya, you have to read what Baba is doing. And I hope wale watu wanaandika vitabu, tafadhali, guys, write something about this man. There is something, people in the history, in 2050 and 2100, people who will be born at that time, watakuwa nasoma this guy and what he did. Because the guy has been able to do what no other Kenyan will do in any foreseeable future. And the best thing we can do in Kenya is to allow this guy to govern us. Maybe for us to pick in industrialization, for Kenya to go where they're supposed to go, maybe ni huyu mzee tunahitaji. And we have to take this opportunity. Remember, this is the last shot which Raila Odinga has. And we cannot allow this shot not do what it's supposed to do. Raila Odinga, Ruto is a failed politician. He doesn't need to be considered for any political seat. We need to take him to political oblivion forever. Leo kuna clip nimeona, nikimalizia, leo kuna clip nimeona ya wazee kutoka huko Kalenjin. Wanasema kulingana na vile wameona Ruto, he is a failed man and they didn't expect him to behave the way he is behaving. So in a nutshell, I'm just saying I'm very happy, and all Kenyans of goodwill, regardless of where you come from, north, south, east, or west, let's assemble and make this Raila president workable. It doesn't matter who you are. Saa zingine, let me tell you, nimekuwa nikisema hapa, I will not use the word we have elected people who are never serious in Kenya. We have a serious Kenyan for once, and we can't miss our ones and do the right thing. We have to vote this man for liberation of Kenya. Kama wewe unapenda watoto yako, if you think Kenya can change even by a quarter, we need this guy. For my children, for my grandchildren, I have to do the right thing and vote Baba. Leo muriona ile mambo ilionekana. Today I saw a new Kenya. I saw the best thing happening in Kenya, and I was very happy. And thank you. And let's congregate together. Let Baba win this election. Ruto can go to retire. Ruto has nothing to offer to us. Needs to be a bottom up, which cannot be explained. His policies cannot be explained. He has been in government for 10 years. He has done nothing apart from kuiba na kukura. Let's congregate together and vote change, vote new dawn. Kesho tunapata manifesto tuingoje. Though for me, I don't need to see any manifesto ya Baba. Mimi najua Baba, the time when he was supposed to do the right thing, he did it and he will do it again. I like his experience. He is a great man. Thank you.
Okay, Njiru, thank you so much for your presentation. I think, as you all know, it's my first time here, so I'll make a little bit of mistakes. Please allow me to do that for today. Otherwise, yeah, keep. Otherwise, let me give Robert Abuya. Leo naona unajiita Roberto Azimio, ni Azimio ama nini? Unajua haiko full screen, umebadilisha jina. Oh, Robert Azimio.
No, it's for
Roberto
security.
Azimio.
It's for security, bwana. Usiseme jina yake hapo, please.
Okay, Paul, you know, there's one thing that everybody is complaining about. Let me mute your mic. Hold on, Robert, just a minute. You know, it's a serious issue because this thing of people having their devices being slowed or hacking. I also had an issue with that, and I had to. It actually killed my laptop completely. I had to clear out everything and take it back to the manufacturer for them to try and resolve the issue. So please try to be very careful. Sometimes when you see activities that you're not used to, try to be very careful with your phone if you log in with your phone or your laptop, so that you don't become an incident also. So Roba, you can go ahead with your submission. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Makiadi. You're the new sheriff in town. We need to see you flip-flopping your gun like some. Yeah. Now, Salimia Nyote. I must also reiterate that we need to be careful. I have a gadget that I changed 3-4 days ago in the name of my phone, and it is even the new one is burning hot. Now I don't know whether how these guys must be working extra hard. But anyway, we have enough safeguards and we'll survive. I'll be very brief, and I want to echo sentiments of two gentlemen here. Is it Maura and Alex? This is today was a monumental day, and Baba having given it his fifth stab at presidency, it has demonstrated not only politically but also resilience in life. And this is a gentleman who has been having his goals up there. He has never given up. Somebody's mic is on. Okay. Yeah, he has been very resilient. He has basically, I think he has lost more than he has gained since he started his political journey. But he has sacrificed, and all this sacrifice is for the good of the country and his love for the country. So I want to commend him on that front, and I will be looking forward to seeing an elaborate a book written about him. Now, Ruto and KK giving Kenyans more promises. This has become a bit tiring to listen to this gentleman since 2013 when they were with the Jubilee. It's I'm getting fatigued listening to this guy because we have been told about stadiums, we have been told about laptops, we have been told about internet in every ward. He's now talking of housing and funding at which some people will be paying 5,000 at maximum. There are things which are not practical. And this gentleman, if he really wanted to actualize some of these promises that he's talking about, like the affordable housing and something crazy he's talking about is tenants own, or I mean, becoming owners after 15 years. That is not practical. It should just be street talk. There is already a policy in place of owning houses that belong or have been built by the government. So that I will not take him seriously on that. It's just wishful thinking. And on Baba asking our supporters not to interfere with the other candidates. I think our supporters have been pretty disciplined. And if you look at the supporters of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, they have been extremely peaceful, and they can any candidate as long as you do not touch on the person of Raila Odinga or his party. And if you look at the previous elections, they have been really peaceful. In fact, any kind of violence and misunderstandings are normally at the lower level, where you can see, like in Kisumu, I think there was Outa and I don't know who, and MCAs and members of parliament here and there. But at the presidential level, we have not had that kind of problem. But on the contrary, you can see the DP, while in Kirinyaga, tried to stir emotions and made it a subject, a campaign issue of trying to incite the other side of the country to. It's like he was trying to stir some tribal animosity, which is not very healthy because, and I think Baba, while mentioning this issue, is because Baba has never taken it seriously. He doesn't, he doesn't see it as as in something important to talk about, because I think he believes in the people of Kenya to make correct judgment, and they are mature enough to conduct how they conduct themselves during the campaign season. But I think he was prompted by the kind of comments that were made by the DP, so he thought it wise to mention it. And as for Chebukati, you could see his body language. He was there was something that I noticed. I don't know whether everybody else noticed, but Chebukati looks scared, and he doesn't look like the old Chebukati himself. He looks scared, and he thinks that, in my mind, it looks like he was thinking that if I make a mistake and this guy gets in, this guy will surely punish me. So I think he'll do the right thing. We don't want any sideshows and waste of time after the poll. We need a clear winner, and we know we have that in AZIMIO. I'll leave it at that and give.
Let me ask you a question here. I don't know if you got an opportunity to do a little bit of mathematics on the issue of mortgages. So I was doing a little bit of math. So looking at the minimum payment that he talked about, which is 5,000 shillings, in 1 year, let me just go back. So in 1 year, you're looking at 60,000 shillings. And this is Nairobi that you're talking about. So 5,000 times 12 months, that's about 60,000. And then I think he said you should be owning that house within what, 15 years? 15 years, right? So that's 900,000, Roberto. So
yes.
I don't know how you can justify that. If you are the one given with such an opportunity to buy a house, tell me where you get that house, 900,000 in Nairobi, or is it just a political gimmick that we are looking at?
For me, basically, I think it's a political gimmick because right now, as it is in Kenya, I'll talk about Mombasa. A 2-bedroom house, even if you are to a 2-bedroom, decent 2-bedroom house, you'll have to spend about, I think, 1.8 to 2 million Kenya shillings. Even that is when you're constructing a good number, so that you have enough, you have the economies of scale.
Does that include land? Does that include land?
No, that does not include land. So if you are to look at what he's talking about, 900,000, I do not think that is a viable thing. I think that is hoodwinking Kenyans, because I have had an opportunity of interacting with the Asian community, especially there is the Asian community called the Dawood. They have a system where they have built in so many houses here in Mombasa. They have a system where they build houses using their own kind of organization, and the tenants there pay 5,000, 10,000, some are 10,000, and are very good houses, very, very good houses with all the amenities you can talk about. There's a supermarket, there's a swimming pool, there's a children playground, there is sports activities like tennis, what have you. And they pay like 10,000 shillings. But the arrangement that is there is very practical, because if a family gets into that kind of house or a flat, they pay that 10,000 until they achieve the value that house. And even if you are continue paying 10,000, nothing changes, and it remains a family thing. Can you hear?
Yeah, you're breaking. You're breaking. I don't know if it's.
You are breaking. You're breaking on and it's coming on and off.
Jose Makiadi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it is breaking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was saying
just
that
try to speak. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I'm back now. I was talking about the arrangement of this the way the Asian communities have done this affordable housing thing. So you realize that it is possible for and comfortable for any family to own a house, because they are not straining. It does not change over the years, and the target is normally, probably the house could be 3 million Kenya shillings, the cost, and they pay over a period until they achieve the costs. And while they are doing that, the same money is being used. It's like a revolving fund. It's building more units elsewhere. That is a more practical solution than what the DP and the previous government was trying to sell. Because at the end of the day, if you look at these projects, there is a lot of favorism, and it is so hard to even allocate these houses to deserving Kenyans. So there's that one for them. For me, I don't think it's gonna work, Makiadi. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Jose.
Yeah, I think what I want to add there is that what AZIMIO is saying is basically the route that was supposed to be taken by the current government, the one, the collapsing of the existing low housing that the Jubilee government has been trying to do. That is exactly how it was meant to work under 15 years. But on the very first year, I think they had noticed some challenges. So then what they did, they were trying to co-opt in the societies. You see, initially the government employees were supposed to go into that program direct. When it proved challenging because of the low salary that was being paid to the civil servants, it was quite obvious that it was not going to work the way it was initially designed. So they tried to change track by encouraging the interested parties to come on board via their cooperatives. So what the cooperatives were supposed to do, they were supposed to, like, now they are the ones who are going to lend more money to the members, which money was now supposed to be used to pay the government and be used to do more houses, the way Roberto is saying. Now, I do not know whether you are aware of the tenant purchase scheme that is run by the National Social Security Fund. What they do, they during the Moi government, they put up, they used, okay, I want to say alleged, they used the national NSSF to purchase land. Initially, the NSSF houses were being put up by a contractor called Mugoya. Now, that Mugoya was doing specifically for NSSF. But the strange thing is that the government sold a piece of land to NSSF at their own price. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying. So NSSF goes ahead and engages Mugoya to do the construction at their own price. These are some of the scandals that have taken place. So I allocate you the land. It's like the standard gauge railway. Yes.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Although you are breaking,
I'm aware about the.
Robert, you are breaking. But go on.
Am I still breaking?
Yeah, but I think I can
I'm aware
catch what
about
you're
that.
saying.
I'm aware about that scheme, the NSSF, and the NSSF scheme of the tenant purchase thing. That was the source of corruption. That is where one man Jirongo and his team, of which the DP was his assistant. That is how they milked the NSSF dry totally, because some of the estates is the Embakasi Nyayo estate. There is Hazina in South Sea. There were several estates that were being constructed by Mugoya, but the land that was being sold to NSSF, that kind of the land, one of the pieces of land that was very contentious was the Hazina one, because they sold that piece of land for 1.6 million, 1.6 billion to NSSF in the 90s. So
Let me tell you how it worked. First of all, we allocate Robert a piece of land, and then they are interested parties. Just use the allocation. The owners are proxies, and you know the people allocating it are from the government. So they allocate it to a proxy. Then they turn around and they want to get the money from NSSF. So NSSF is like instructed, buy the whatever piece of land for whatever price, and you know there is no say about it. After all, they are the same people releasing the money. So they release the money, and the looters get the money through the proxies. Then, to make matters worse, when it comes to construction, the contractor was constructing at his own price. Again, you overpay the contractor and loot through that. Now, going forward, the houses were now supposed to be given to Kenyans, call it the retirees, who are supposed to benefit from NSSF. So what do? First of all, they start with the staff. They start with the staff and they allocate the houses to the staff purportedly to buy. So you may find one staff receiving even as many as 5 houses. I don't know whether, Robert, you're aware. Now, they did not exhaust. 5 houses.
Aware.
You get 5 houses allocated to you, but you can't pay. So what do? You look for your sidekicks. to come on board, and you sell them to them at your own price. Then beyond that, you go to other members of the public. Now they bring in this so-called tenant purchase agreement. The idea is that the tenant in there pays the rent, isn't it? But that rent is now channeled towards paying the house. And it is hoped that that way the tenant will, after 15 years, it was also 15 years. After 15 years, the tenant would then, NSSF will then recover their money. It did not work like that.
Okay.
Now you find out that the tenant put in those houses can only afford 25% of the market rate rent. Now, what happens to the 75% which is part of the mortgage? Today, the entire thing has never worked properly. The people who came on board to purchase the houses have to pay, because you find, for example, NSSF expects that your monthly rent for the units would be something like 50K. The tenant in that area, current rate is only 20K. So you have to somebody has to look for the 30K to top it up. By that time, the money from NSSF had already been removed to the proxies, who have since paid the masters. So the same principle was working through this low-cost housing. But this time around, when they found out that the NSSF example was not working okay, they now encouraged all the big societies. You see the people like the Azina circles, there is a Steamer circle, all these circles, they are being roped up and being told to contribute, bring their details, and get loans from their circles to buy the low housing units. Well, I don't know how much success they have registered, but that is how they are doing it.
Okay, Osel, let's try to move this debate forward. And there's an issue here, and I think one of our proponent, our antagonist, Black
Yes.
here. Black says here that this issue of housing is possible, especially with the prefab. I don't know if you guys agree with him that it says the prefab houses work. The program of building prefab houses works in China. I don't know if you think that also is viable in Kenya. I don't have much experience with that. Maybe someone can tell us.
Imagine it is possible. The thing is, this is an ongoing program. It is possible. But yes.
I don't want to wade so much into that prefab. I can see where Black is coming from, because my suspicion is that there is this gentleman called Ayudin, who is a friend to the DP, and we have the Turkish community, which is very much present in Kenya, and they are the first people to introduce the prefab houses. If you have that was way back almost 15 years ago, and if anybody who has been to Mombasa, they are along Links Road, and they had a modeled house there along Mamba. They tried to sell that thing. They tried that in a place on your way to Malindi called Kikambala, but that thing has not worked because the harsh conditions of the coast region, those houses have not been something that people can admire, because it will take 2 years for that house to go down. So I don't know whether Black is advocating for this thing to work, for the prefab houses to work with the one Iodine in mind, because that gentleman is one of the people who I think wants to sell this idea to the government, and that can only be possible if the DP is to be there.
Yeah.
You see, Robert, just a
Hold on.
minute, Richard.
Hold,
Richard,
okay.
just a minute. You see, Robert, what's happening? As I had indicated, the low housing program is already on. Now, what the DP is trying to do, they want to turn it around, more or less like engineer it in some way so that it works. Straight away, the prefab idea is cheaper, definitely cheaper. Unfortunately, they will have to completely kill the ongoing one because, you know, the other one is already with the Chinese. Unless they still use the same contractors, it might work in the sense that the prefabs are definitely straight away cheaper than what they are, the one which is collapsing. So that way they could get somewhere. But the original idea is in the low housing which the Jubilee government has been struggling with. They are just trying to re-engineer it so that maybe it can take off. And if they are in government, who knows? Maybe.
Oh, okay. Jose, I do not speak from a point of information. I mean, I do not have much experience in as I don't know. Let me mute this. Somebody's mic is on. Okay. Like I said, I do not have much experience in as much as building houses is concerned. But my take with the cheap prefab houses would be, I think with the current population that we have in Nairobi, land is also scarce. And when you talk about affordable housing, you also have to consider at the back of your mind that you'll be doing at some time high-rise buildings. So I don't know how you would do prefab houses to that extent. Perhaps somebody else will come here and tell us how they would do that. But from my understanding, prefab houses do have their limitations. I don't think you can go as high as the ones that are being built by the current system. But that's a debate for another day. I absolve myself because I don't know much about that. But I know land is a big issue in Nairobi, and if you want to do that, you would have to make sure that you utilize the little land that you get to build the houses. Number two, the reason why this issue of affordable housing, basically with the government scheme right now, is working is because at least the people who are occupying these houses have a stable income. Now, the DP's program is based on some kind of hustler narrative, whereby you have the so-called Mama Mboga and watu wa boda boda. Sorry to use this, but I don't think if you take such a class, you would have a stable income. And you know, for mortgaging, you have to have somebody who is sure that at the end of the month, this person is going to pay their mortgage at the subscribed cost. So maybe somebody can challenge me, but I don't think this is a program that I would advocate for.
You see, Rich, let me just conclude my part. You see, for one, you have to realize this was a political pronouncement. Now, it is true, you are quite right. The prefab idea cannot work. You can, in other words, the original Jubilee low housing program, you can't actually replace it with the prefab idea. It cannot work because land is a problem. Land is a problem. But you have to realize that, as you say, they are targeting the low in earners. But you know what? The DP is trying to mislead the low fellows that all you need is form a circle. I told you earlier on that when the Jubilee government realized their idea was not going to be working, they started approaching especially the Mwalimu circles, the big circles in the country, that you people loan your members to buy these houses. That is what they were doing. Now they were still trying to negotiate that the government could afford to subsidize so that they reduce even the cost of the houses to come lower down. But nevertheless, individual employees cannot directly access the houses. Hence the idea of using their circles. So you'll find that a number of circles in the country were being engaged to try and they buy the blocks themselves and then they on sell to their members. Now, how that could work is not possible because they already Remember, the initial program was already inbuilt with a lot of highly rated costs. Now, the prefab idea could work, but as you say, it will be a non-starter. But remember, this was a political statement, pronouncement. So it is just said for consumption as we speak. When it fails, it will fail like the laptop thing as you go ahead. So basically, they would have gotten what they are looking for, but the program would never even take off. Even if they were to form those societies, they will not afford to buy for people who are earning less than 2,000 or 3,000 a month. It will not work, even in the 15 years.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Let me give Andrew an opportunity to make a few remarks before we go to Duke.
Thank you, Makede, and the panelists once more. Me, I will just take you back again to the year 2006 and 2007. This time round, there was an idea of this, what we are talking now. You can see how many years back. And now this is when we feel the pinch. There was this called safety cities and crime reduction. Why? The congestion of the city. So the symposium was in UN, Gigil. I happened to attend as one of the participants who frontiered for this. And this is the things we were talking at this time. How do we have a safety city? We must have good housing. How? How about the tenants, the people living in the city? Do they have good earning? They have salary? Are they working? You find a brother staying with his brother who is looking for a job, and they cannot be able to afford the transport back to the house. So still, on the crime line and the safety city is an issue which is not solved. Now, let me take you from there now. And then come. To this, the program is smart. To work, you must have 5,000 minimum your salary monthly, guaranteed with a base rate. If at all this is going to work, and it will work like this. On the circle, yes, but the money should come from the bank. Your base rate is there, documented, your monthly, your money comes through the bank. You go, they take their share, the remaining is for you. That is it. If it is 2,000 or 1,000, that's what you receive. The 3,000 should go to this. For how many months? 48 months, 8 years, depending on the agreement. How much money you want? 2 million, then they give you how many months to serve this one. That is the only proper way. But this thing you are talking about that I will give you money, no, we're not there. It won't work. Why? You will be because you don't have a stable job. Then you will not be able to meet the premium monthly. Then which means you will have fines. Eventually, this program will be corrupt. So see, that's why they are targeting a certain group, maybe how many people, police people, some people working, at least they have a pay slip. Remember, there is a time we used to have African retailers, whereby they used to have pay slips. If you want some things for your house, you go there, they give you furniture. And then the monthly, you can get these people to services, even 100,000, 200,000. See, those are the programs we are talking about. But you can come, somebody with a smart mind, indeed, telling people something which even I don't even understand. I look at it, I think, what? Really, this is the Kenya we are talking now? And this thing was there 15, 13 years back. So what the idea is good, but must have a policy in place. Circles, the law should be in parliament to regulate these people. You will find some circles that are just briefcase for people, which doesn't even exist. So you take the money and you run away, you go to court again, and then the people are stranded there on the street. I don't understand. I hear people here, I just feel very bad. I don't want to hear about anything like that. That's why we are saying all this we're talking about. Let us have someone who is thinking about the whole of Kenya and the Kenyan people. This is the chance you have now. If you don't redeem yourself from this one, you are done. There is no way in Kenya. Kenya will not. I'm sorry for that. We need to think like that. Then that we can help. Those programs are good, but they need to have a structure. We must have a low anchored need. Thank you.
Okay, Kip, I know, I understand you've been here for long, so I'll give you just a few minutes, 2 minutes maybe, to make your closing remarks as you go to take a rest, and then we can move the debate forward. Thank you.
Makiadi, sasa wewe unachukua the reins of power, unakuwa jokes kwa dictator. Huh? But nilikuwa nataka kusema ya kwamba I'm very disappointed in Kenya. I think even if we are receiving Raila, there's no question he's going to be the next president of Kenya. What still bothers me is the other leaders that we're going to elect. You know, hata kama mtu ni wa AZIMIO, hata kama ni mtu wa UDA, I'm actually speaking on both sides of the aisle. Don't elect thugs. Why do you do that? You know, it's become so serious right now that ninaona there are certain laws we want to pass against corruption. And if you elect corrupt people, will they pass that bill? Even if Raila asks for it? It's really sad, you know. We've gotten rid of the biggest monster, because I know it's done. RUTO is done. I'm sorry. And UDA is done, by the way. After 2022, mukisema ati this is a Kalenjin party. No, we're not taking this. It's too young, and it was brought here by force. The Kikuyus will go back to Jubilee, automatic, former TNA. So chama chetu ni KANU. I'll just be honest with you. That has always been the Kalenjin. Huyu Ruto amekuja akachafua kila kitu, you know.
Mama na baba.
Mama na baba, honestly. I'm not a KANU member, but I'm just saying hii ilikuwa yetu. Tukikuja hapa Ford Kenya, tunaona Wetangula amekuja aka destroyed a whole national party, aka make village party, honestly speaking. Yeah, this party was a formidable party. Akanyang'anya Raila, and then what does he do with it? You know, sometimes I just think we need to stop electing these goons. It's very, very sad. So mi nasema tu tawe, like the Luya say. Yeah, tunasema Ruto tawe, UDA tawe, hao wote tawe. You know, but this is just the first step for this. I think now we will deal with Kalonzo, because Kalonzo is becoming a thorn. I'm going to say it very quietly. I hope it doesn't reach it to him, but I think for me, Kalonzo will deal with him. I'm actually hoping he doesn't get as many members of parliament, and if he doesn't, that is good. That is mean we can deal with him when elections come. We can sidestep him, you know, because, you know, hata kama cabinet secretary, manager, prime minister, whatever you call it, we can fire him, because he can't start campaigning even before the election is over. This is even worse than what Ruto is doing, you know. And like what was discussed earlier, the laws are okay. The laws are fine. It was executed horribly by this Jubilee government. For the last 10 years, a very beautiful constitution has been made into a useless thing. Because I'm going to say this categorically, and Uhuru atani forgive for what I'm about to say. In the first term, Mama Ngina was not very happy with her husband, and we saw that it looked very She was not going to events with him. She was not speaking to him. But after he got rid of this RUTO thing, you can see he's the happiest man. They dance together in national events. And you can see that RUTO was, the negativity was so bad inakuja kwa nyumba ya Uhuru bana. So and Amy 2000, RUTO is not our kingpin, and I will not explain it again. He just forced himself into it because he took the name somewhere, not knowing that there's a mathematics there. The Talai are not leaders; they are guys who bless leaders. That's why Uhuru was blessed by the Talai. So the leader that they blessed was our last kingpin, and that was our second last kingpin, and that was Samoei. And Samoei was a Tugen, not an Nandi. So he's not. I'm sorry. So, my fellow Kenyans, let's vote wisely. Let's keep the momentum. I like the momentum. And yes, that's a little bit I can say. Nimetoka kidogo, but asante for your time, Richie. And yes, let's keep it up. We've made it.
Okay, keep. Thank you so much. Waenda upumzike. Nimekuona hapa the whole day. You've done your part today. Asante for keeping the studio full. Lakini hapo umetuchapa propaganda kidogo. Hapo pa kusema Mama Ngina was not happy.
She wasn't.
Sijui hiyo inside information umetoa wapi.
She wasn't. Watch. I'll send you clips.
I'll leave that there because I do not have inside information. Lakini
it's not inside. It's just
you might be properly informed than I am. So
no,
I'll try to stick to my lane on that.
It's body language. It's
okay.
Body language. That's it.
All right. Duke, before you come in, there's a gentleman here called Kim's KMS. He's been coming on and dropping off. Nimekuwa nikimweka aside kwa sababu ya camera. KMS, if you come to the show and you keep your camera off, sometimes people complain that they want to see the person that is addressing them. So that's why you see I keep on taking you off the studio and back on. So let me just give you an opportunity to speak because you came before Duke, and then Duke you'll be the next one. I'm sorry for that. Unmute your microphone, please.
Nawasalimu nyote mtamboni. My name is Caston Omani Sabina. That's why you see KMS. And I'm from Minnesota with Alex. I've been watching your show and I've been trying to join, but until today, I got the chance to get to Streamline. What I would like to comment on with the last guy, second last guy, and the last guy, which articulated what we have missed. ART, we used to have where we have Fred Machoka used to have that time, bring the talk show, that time used to have music time and ART, all things and stuff. Those things are gone, which I can see it is resonating with what we have missed. We are going backwards instead of going digital. It's good he has catched up on that. Two, what this guy who just left, I didn't catch his name, about Mama Ngina, I conga 101%. You have never seen Mama Ngina anywhere campaign at all. But when she stood the other time, she said, the person we are lining behind is Raila Odinga. We have never had, and we have never, you can correct me, where umekusikia from first campaign, second campaign, Mama akikuja and the open. Otherwise, it's the Mama who made Raila to shake hands with the son. So that's why I concur hata kama tuko diaspora, there are much we know and the more sensitive things we know. So kudos to those people who are sensitive to the situation on the ground. Now let me come to the other side. You guys, 90% mko nyumbani. What you tell us, because nyinyi mko kwa ground. Sisi tuko kwa air, just air. It's 1% we are on the ground. But you guys, as the moderator, sijui na moderator kutoka Kenya na wapi, lakini I'm assuming that from Kenya, where you are moderating from, and the majority mko nyumbani. And the other day you saw Chapkati when he was hosting some few individuals there, that diaspora also, as I say in what sense? Monetary is the whole key. When Moi era, when he misbehaved during Emerson, the ambassador, when they were championing about multi-party, American freezed Kenyan account. Ndio sasa hilo ulikuwa unasikia Moi anasema ati wazungu ni mama yako. Now we understand how things. Mbona kama mzee alitoka kijana yake hawezi simama, means the legacy. So whatever we do, the Bible tells me I might do something. It might not punish me. It will punish the generations. Ipata watoto wangu, kama itapata watoto wangu, itapata my grand and grand. So don't forget on that phrases. Hii ni Bible inasema, sio mimi. So nyinyi watu wa nyumbani tuambie, like this guy is saying, we are here. It is the only time we can liberate Kenya. AZIMIO namba moja kwa baba, sio kama mtu Kalonzo, nobody cares because he doesn't understand himself. Sijui kama akona bibi yake anamuuliza, you know, there's some time ukikuja kwa nyumba, your wife can ask you or your husband, what were you talking there? Where is your stand? You know. We want to know nini mnataka diaspora to help to see baba amekaa hiyo kitu, and then we will see changes. And I praise Uhuru kwa vile alisaliwa hapo State House. It doesn't money is not a corrupt man. So ata corrupt nini? Ata corrupt mali yake. So half of the cost ni yao. So ana corrupt nini? And I'm happy this program that I now have joined. I've been missing this kind of mchadara because I'm a fan and we want to see our Kenya. Kenya is the Jerusalem, yani Canaan. In East Africa, anywhere is the hub. Sisi watu wangekuwa wanatafuta visa kuja Kenya, but because of corruption, and we have found God has moved closer because Kenya is a 24 hours business hub, 12 hours day, 12 hours night. Sio kama hapa America sasa hivi tunafungiwa 6 months hatuone hata jua. Nyinyi mnaona 24 hours. Where but the business has to move 24 hours. If the business is moving 24 hours, we should not talk about poverty. Unalima mahindi, the deputy president of the republic, a heartbeat away to the president, ndiye anaibia serikali ile anaongoza. So sasa unajiuliza, ukimpea hiyo kiti tena hapo, si atafunga, atakwambia itarudi ile ati mkikutana kwa barabara mnaulizwa mnaongea nini? We don't want to go to that stupid era. You fear that you are not like in your country. So as my last speaker, the one is vote and vote wisely. Angalia hata Martha Karua. I was happy and I was praying and praying, but my prayer was fulfilled. Wakati Martha Karua alichaguliwa. Kalonzo singetaka awe karibu na Raila, because they know he has no value. When hata wanasema ameleta hiyo value at group, but he's not a stable man. In case huyo mtu ako capacitated, he can't take a government. Yeye na amuchaona right, Kalonzo akicampaign for the last 5 years kwa sababu hana kazi, angekuwa anatengeneza base, lakini hatafanya. Anangojea wanaume wengine wanatengeneza, ndio anasema ana demand. That's the stupidity of highest order I've ever seen. Hata akijiita the council, those are the things whereby me I'm proud na nyinyi vijana ya nyumbani that you can victimize. Kuna chano ingine na jeshi la parliament kuwa na watch, napenda kuwatch sana, iko so more organized kuliko parliament yenyewe, kwa sababu parliament yenyewe mahali hiyo Muturi alikuwa anakuwa order hata nashindwa hiyo order inakuwa wimbo, lakini parliament ya jeshi ingine ya street iko organized, which means tuko now moving to the right direction. Don't vote with money ati ni kununue. I know many people have been bought, alafu anapeana card zinakuwa destroyed. Alex talked earlier like how Nyamira things were done. Also, we knew how the votes were bought. Those cards zikamua wako gesima. We know it. Not that we don't know it. Intelligence, unajua mtu wa nyumbani ni rahisi kutupea intelligence kuliko kupea mtu wa underground there. Na waomba, kama tumeamua to salvage our country, please, let's convince our people who have not seen the tunnel, the light of the tunnel, to see the tunnel. Bottom up. Okay, ati yeye ni mtu wa mkono. Nani hakupitia? Okay, all of us. Mimi nilifanya watchman nyumbani hapo. Franklin Bet, the security detail ya Moi, na Bet Mugo hapo Karen. I was a shamba boy there. Mimi wakati hizo nyumba zinachengwa, when the late Andrew Manga ndiye alikuwa the house finance, hizo nyumba zinachengwa hapo Karen, I worked there inanyunyuzia maji hizo Kayaba South. So there's nothing someone will tell us at the bottom up, bottom what, na amechenga mansion huko Eldoret, whatever, new 4 helicopters na land juu. Anaona nakwambia ama mboga for the map. Wakati alichagua hiyo cabinet yake, wakati ya face manifesto, mliona mama mboga where? So nashindwa watu wengine nyumbani hapo wakati naangalia, unashindwa, are these people who are talking UDA even where in hata hajai kucha huko umuone, lakini ndio unaona watu wanakufa UDA. Kama ni mtu ule alisurvive from the poverty line, angekaa karibu na Uhuru. Sasa Uhuru hakugrow kwa maskini, Ruto aligrow kwa maskini. Angeshikilia huyo jamaa on breakfast, ndiye ana apologize, I'm sorry I let you down, I could have been better than this. Alafu anatoka hapa anaongea ukangaruu stuff. Unashindwa. Sasa Mungu wako unaomba. Wakati Uhuru walichagua cabinet first one, msichana wa Ruto, sweet Poland, 21 years old, ati ni ambassador. Mbona hakuchagua? Kwani hakuwa akiona kina Sally Kosgei, hakuona kina whatever Franklin Peti hapa achague, lakini akachagua msichana yake. Msichana wake ndio alileta watu walikuja kuwa hao askari wameuawa na ni wa current wameuawa kwa ofisi yake nini na nini. Na unashindwa, nyinyi amuone nyumbani hapo ndio tunaona tofauti na nyinyi mnaona kitu tofauti. Yani Kenya imekuwa Russia where in the TV what you see on your TV screen is different than what we read from this end. Nawaomba wale tuko hapa, kama tunataka kusalvage Kenya. Wacha tupigie huyo mzee kura Azimio, ndio tuone change, kwa sababu ukikula mahindi kila wakati ama ndizi kila wakati ama maharagwe kila wakati, you might not notice the difference between a fish and a chicken and a meat. Always protein, but even eggs. But what type of proteins this one gives? Eggs, higher protein, meat, fish, iron, all those. But tunaambia protein, we go with the word protein, but what amount of the proteins? Hiyo ndio
Okay.
ningewaomba na nishukuru, and God bless you. And in any way you guys, we can subscribe to promote this channel to educate. Civic education is important.
Okay, Kims.
Nimemaliza.
Thank you so much, and welcome. You can always log in if you have time. Asante kwa kuungana pamoja nasi. You're always welcome. All right, thank you so much. Lawrence, do you have a question or it's a comment?
Yeah, good evening. I have a question.
Yeah, make it brief because we have somebody that is waiting online, and then it will be you next. So make it brief.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with the Kims about Kalonzo. No, Kims, if you know about our country, Kenya, Kalonzo he negotiated very well for his people. In fact, angeenda peke yake juu we know what happened 007 when Kalonzo decided to take his own way after general elections. There was a violence, na kama ingekuwa kama Kalonzo angeungana na one of the side, either Kibaki side or Raila side, there would be no that violence. Lakini sahii this 2022 angesimama peke yake, asema anasimama upresident peke yake, ende peke yake, kungekuwa ile kungekuwa na kitu kidogo, umeachana na ngapu kidogo, either Raila ache Ruto na kitu kidogo ama mwingine ache na kitu kidogo, kwa kumepiwana kura, sasa kuletwa vita. Lakini Kalonzo he took he sat down and made his mind and come with his own decision without being pushed by anybody. So Mr. Kims, Kalonzo this time round he negotiated well for his people. He did want to come in Azimio, or rather go on another side, that is on Wilbur side, just because of voice of the people. No, he sat down, organized himself, and say, "This is what my people. I want to bring this to my people." He did want to go in Azimio, then later ikuwe ni kitu ya kama ni kitu bure, ni kitu amefanya kusukumwa ama hakuwa na other ways. Kwa hivyo ukisema Kalonzo sijui alifanya vibaya kuingia kwa baba, I'm against you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think you've just made a remark, and I don't think Kims has to rebut that. So I'd rather we have Duke come in so that we try at least to move the debate forward.
Next time I will answer.
Okay, thank you. Duke,
good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I want to start by criticizing Mutembei TV when it comes to selecting the topics of discussion. For instance, if you are able to scrutinize what we have today, they are what I can say general and empty. For instance, if we are talking about Raila campaign in Nakuru, so what topic is that? For those who have done a dissertation, one of the key features of when constructive topic should be, it must be specific and measurable in a way. So Mutembei TV should be coming up with a very elaborate topic of discussion, but not being everywhere like a mashed potato. If you ask them, what's your editorial policy, what's your mission, what's your vision, I'm sure they cannot be able to tell you that. So having said that, today I want to just give a brief comment about the housing schemes, all the mortgages which most of you discussed today. And men were disagreeing that it's not practical for Robert. Let me finish, then you will come in later. Most of you were disagreeing that, okay, question, Robert, you can come in very briefly.
Yeah, just a question to you, Duke. We appreciate your presence and acknowledge your contribution. However, your openings remarks have irked me, and I think not only me, and we could be many. But on my part, I don't see why you should come to the studio if you feel that the topics of discussion are not worthy their salt. Secondly, I would urge you to remove that remark or withdraw that remark and apologize. You cannot call us sack of potatoes. How? You mentioned that we are just following like a sack of potatoes. That's uncalled for. You know, that I don't think it is a good idea.
Okay, hold on. Let me give guidance here. I know we've been having this issue of supporters of UDA who are our brothers coming here and challenging our topics. I do not have authority, you know, from where I stand on what is going to be spoken. You know, so the topics are already selected by somebody else. And most of the time when you join this debate, like Roberto said, we expect the topics that are posted there to be the subject of discussion. Of course, you might have your own view. I mean, you can always say, I don't think I'm going to comment on anything that is spoken there. And we will always give you a leeway to speak your mind. So on that, let's try to be civil. I know that you might make remarks sometimes that would ask somebody, but let's try to be civil on that. So Duke, I'll give you another chance. Please, let's give him one more time. Let's give him one more time so that he can make a remark. Roberto, please. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, what I was trying to say is that the topics are not specific. You know, that's my personal opinion. So if I criticize that the topics are not specific, they are everywhere. For instance, if you talk about Raila rally in Nakuru, they were like 20 speakers. So you see, each person can pick his own speaker, and we could have like more than 100 topics here. So that can bring confusion. So Roberta, I said we should not have topics which are not specific. They are everywhere, like mashed potato. I did not say a sack of potato. So from my personal opinion, we should have like a specific topic which is more, which can like guide us so we can speak from one mouth.
Duke, just move forward. Just move. I think we've finished. We are done with that. Just move forward.
Okay. So what I was talking about the housing scheme, whereby I think RUTO was giving a statement that people can pay rent for 15 years and then they can own the houses which they were paying rent for. Most of you are calling that a political statement, and many said it's impossible. But I want to agree that that can be possible. First of all, the reason why we have a lot of unemployment in Kenya is that most individuals have this mind that when you buy a piece of land and then you build residential houses for rent, you have made it in life. But if you scrutinize that kind of investment, you find that you are just putting a structure there and you are expecting people to pay you every month. You don't even care where these people are going to get the income from to pay you. So if we will be able to deconstruct that mentality so that many people can invest in industries which creates long-term employment opportunities, therefore we have more employment opportunities, then people can have more income, which they can even have their own houses. We don't even have to have two-man rental houses. That can be possible if the government is acting in two ways. One, we have legislation which controls housing. Two, the government can invest. You know, for almost all of Kenya, private investments have taken over residential houses. There is no guidelines. For instance, if you scrutinize the residential guidelines, for instance, within Nairobi city, every residential house must have empty space. But if you see most houses, they don't have even empty spaces. Person takes a piece of land, which is one of it, and builds a house everywhere, and you traces every. So, one, then how can that be done? For instance, units are sold. For instance, you have a flat, maybe in the outskirts of Nairobi, say in Kitengera or Rongai. You can buy a unit. You can buy a 2-bedroom unit at 3.5 million, at 3 million. Right now, just a unit, you buy it. Then if, for instance, you are able to convert that into maybe monthly installment, for instance, if you have a 2-bedroom, which is the rent is at 15,000, and then if you pay that rent for 15 years, then you are able to have like 3.1 million. So that means that with a rent of about 15 years, you are able to acquire that house. So if, for instance, we have proper legislation and guidelines, I think we can be able to achieve that. Also, there's a key question which was raised, that people does not have sustainable income. That can be factored in. For instance, if you are unable to complete the payment, maybe another person can come take over, and then maybe you can be somehow compensated in a way. That can work. So that's my submission, my brief submission today. I don't want to go into the topics today, which are so much mixed up.
Okay, Duke. I can see. I don't know. Should I give? Hold on, Adams. I'll give you a chance to speak, because I'll give you also an opportunity to make a submission. Okay. 1 minute, Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Makedi. Mine is just a simple question for to this guy, Duke Abariako. I don't know whether I'm the only one who realized that this guy, first of all, Makedi, I know you've guided him. This guy jumped into the show. He rubbishes whatever is happening here, rubbish it and throw it in the garbage, and then introduces his own topic, and he discusses that his own topic and submit his own things, and then he says he's done. What, this guy's got an attitude of he think he know it all and is clever than anybody here. I don't know what are you talking about, my friend? You've said nothing.
Okay,
You have
Adams.
said no.
Adams,
Be within the context. This
it's
guy
okay.
is out of topic.
It's okay, Adam. I think before you joined the show, there was a brief discussion about the viability of the statement that William Ruto made with regards to building affordable houses in Nairobi. So I think that's where he picked it from. So I guided him, and I think he was okay. Let me just give somebody else a chance to ask a question before KMS. I still struggle to pronounce KMS.
He has articulated his point, which everybody has a right. That is his mind, and the only thing I wanted to put him correct, he came close to what you can buy a land at a later time you can sell it, and then or you refinance it to make some collateral on that. But Ruto has been the government more than 20 years. Today or this year is not the time he has realized that he needs to be the president to articulate those. If he realized his articulated points when he joined the government from Moi era 1992, start call it, but now he has been happy to the wakati Uhuru hayuko nyumbani, yeye ndio president. And that's not all. We know how that the government works. Sahi, hawezi tuambia that ange-resign from the government ama achaileta hiyo vitu from all the way, ndiye aseme anajaribu kuleta yata apeleke parliament. The majority kina Duale, kina Marco, Senate, call it all. Achaileta hii agenda, sahi ndiye angetuambia, you understand I used to bring these agendas in a shut off. Sahi huwezi tuambia, the other day was crying, ati amenyang'anywa askari nini nini, hata mashamba ingine achui iko wapi, was askari wameweka huko. You cannot tell us now which government is he gonna run, ni ya Uganda ama ni ya Tanzania, kwa sababu is the president of Kenya. When you are the first president, you work close with the president, and you are the hata ni kama bibi na bwana. So at this point, telling us that what I was talking, we know how the real estate works. So hiyo ndugu yangu huyo ametoka kwa stage yule mwingine kuambia ati at this time you can, a third party can buy a new. Ruto should explain to the Kenyans what has he done for the 9 years.
Okay.
Now on August 9, it will be 10 years. What has, can he show us? Can he show us? That's
Okay, James. Okay, you've made your point. I would beg that we make, just if you have to ask a question, just make it like a 30-second question so that at least we get more time for people to make their submissions. Duke, kama maswali ni wewe unaulizwa, tafadhali andika so that when we give you time to respond, you'll be properly guided. Andrew, 30 seconds, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll abide with that. Thank you, my dear, and this is for Duke. I think there's one thing that he could have told us. From the salary pay, how much money are you getting monthly so that this much can be deducted from your salary, so that you can be able, because even the World Bank is regulating the salaries or your income, because if you are getting 5,000, you cannot pay more than 3,000 from your salary. So which means how much money, for example, 30,000. And if you are going to meet this for 15 years, how much are you going to pay monthly? So this is the thing you need to tell us on that, so that we can be able to look at that period of time, whether you'll be able to do that.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto, 30 seconds question.
My question is, it is to do with history. Duke, why should the Kenyans, you listen to the deputy president, having been in the power for the last 10 years, having promised that same affordable housing 10 years ago, 2013, or 9 years ago, and many more other promises. Why should Kenya become president of Kenya, yet he was part of government and he has not done anything to prove that even 10% of the promises have been met?
Okay, I think Roberto and KMS, you're asking the same thing. So Duke, take note of that. Wow, Maggie, 30 seconds, please.
It's not going to be very short, not even 30 seconds, not 2 seconds. I want to ask Duke this question. In this case of houses and so on and so forth, already they have bottom up, which is going to be a loan for Mama Mboga, Boda, and the rest. I don't know. These houses are going to be for who? Because even this Mama Mboga does not have a house. And how many loans are they going to be given by RUTO? Because is it going to be the loan for the house, the loan for the business from Mboga and driving Boda and driving wheelbarrows? Why don't Duke tell us all this? Because it is just a mix-up of so many things which we do not understand. Thank you, Duke.
Thank you, Maggie. And finally, Kusel.
Yes, hello. Good evening once again. I just wanted to know, to learn from Duke, whether he's aware of how our land is grabbed in Kenya and how it ends up being looted. The grabbers use it to loot. You may be aware that if there is one person who owns land almost everywhere in Kenya, it is the DP, purportedly owning. All the land that he owns are all questionable. You are aware of the issue about the royal land in Nairobi? I hope so. You'll respond later. In the coast, you are aware of the grabbed lands he has there. In the Rift Valley, which organization was it? It was the one in. Anyway, you know all the pieces of land. I'm basically trying to imply that to do that housing, you are going to need land. That land most probably is going to be sold to the government. Now you realize that this is a scheme whereby I'm in the government and the government buys my land through my proxies at my price. Then eventually you turn around to imply that now you want to do the housing. Again, the housing project, you want to contract it to who? The contractors that you are the only one who knows. Or if you don't, you can even use the current one. You are aware of the issues surrounding the existing low housing programs.
Also, make it brief so that at least we move
Well,
forward.
my point is, this housing thing is a looting scheme. For example, the land in the coast, the critical land, it is going to be sold to the government to put some low housing prefabs there. Where will the money end up? With the same owners who had grabbed it from the government, or who had acquired it irregularly? That is my question. I want to know whether Duke is aware of all that, and all these are schemes to loot public money.
Okay, thank you. Duke, I think you can take like 2 minutes to address those issues so that we move to the next speaker. Please, thank you.
Okay, the first question was from Adam that I was off topic. That's not right. Not right. First of all, one of the discussion topic here is about promises of Kenya Kwanza. And one of the promises that Kenya Kwanza made was that of mortgages, whereby individuals can be able to own their houses within maybe. So I'm within the topic. It's because when we have all these topics, if you know there is no time. So for instance, we talk about this UMOJA rally in Nakuru, I can take even 2 hours. We are even like 2 minutes or so. So I pick one specific point I spoke about that. Number 2, it was about, I think somebody, Kim's talked about RUTO has been in the government. But when you are in the government does not mean you have all the mandates, all the instruments of power to do everything. The person who has the ultimate power in any nation is the president. So maybe even Raila has been at one point a prime minister, and for several years a member of parliament. So maybe he could have done all he wanted to do, and he would not be contesting for the president. So that question can be answered that way, which goes hand in hand with that of Roberto. Because even Mwai Kibaki was the vice president of Daniel Moi, remember? But when he became the president, there were some differences. The way the administration of Kibaki was different from that of Moi, despite Kibaki was at one point the deputy saying Moi. Odonga is talking about that we have loans to Mama Bogas, and then you have to differentiate between the two. First of all, we have, even if individuals, actually those mama mboga do not have their own houses in Nairobi, but they are paying rent somewhere, whether it's a bedsitter or whether it's a single room. So that rent, they pay it forever. So it means if somebody constructed a prefab in 1980, that person is still making abnormal profit. But that investment of that fellow is not creating any employment opportunity. Therefore, by trying to prevent individuals from making abnormal profits, by just having a structure which is not creating employment opportunity, you can have registration which is beneficial to occupants and not to owners. Therefore, you discourage individuals from just having an investment which have no returns. For instance, they can go to industries, they build industry. If a person have a residential house for 100 million, another person builds an industry for 100 million, that industry can employ a lot of workers. So it's like discouraging debt, I can say like investment which does not create employment opportunity in Kenya. I'll say about land grabbing. Actually, land grabbing happens because of, one, we have a government which is not working properly. And by that I mean top from the presidential level. For instance, when you find a president says that we lose 2 billion every day, that president is there, he gets intelligence. We expect at least to have where does that money go? We hear the scandals like Muarel, and it ends there. And we have a working function with our government, with all institutions, with all instruments. But we should actually have more details. Even the media, they should have traced that. For instance, Muarel money, which companies were involved, and they can trace that money to individual accounts, and then that money gets recovered. But when we just hear that statement that there was Kimware, there is 2 billion lost every day, that means the failure of the government. And that failure is from actually the president himself. So that's what I can respond.
Oh, okay, Duke. I think you'll have another chance to respond to some more questions. Let me give, hold on, Maggie.
Makedi, let me just ask him one question. Why do you always come across to blame the president? Why not the deputy president? Because they were working together. This deputy president was nominated by the president for being his helper. How come when it comes to blames, you have to put the president? What's your problem? The president nominated even him, that your person nominated Gachagua. Do you want to tell me if Gachagua is going to leave him the way he did for Uhuru, Gachagua is going to be a good person and he's going to be a bad person? It is Uhuru who nominated RUTO, and he should have been with RUTO up to this moment. Please.
Okay,
I'm not satisfied with the answer.
No, guys, we have to move forward. I'll give Duke another chance to respond. Lawrence has been here for a while now, and yesterday he complained he didn't get time to make a submission. So I'll give Duke another few minutes to respond. Let's hear from Lawrence first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richie, and thank you for giving me this time. Yeah, I want to
Lawrence, I've come back because of you. So that was the question. I came back not for Duke, for you. So do your submission. I have questions for you.
Okay, thank you. I want to begin with Baba's word. I think his contest, asking his supporters not to interfere with, I have read it somewhere here, not to interfere with the opponent campaigns. Yeah, always, Baba is always right. We know that. And at his age, can't lie Kenyans. I think he was trying to tell us not to be cheated by our opponents, that is the other side, Kenya Kwisha. We can listen at them, we can go to the meetings, but don't let us not to be driven away by the propagandas. Then about Ruto's promises to Kenyans, I think Ruto is not understanding himself, and I blame the person who is advising deputy president. because he can say a certain thing in a minute and the next minute he oppose it. Like I listened yesterday while he was in Nairobi, alikuwa anasema sijui Raila is not understanding the issues of our country. Kenyans are not suffering because of the poverty. Then after saying all that, the next words he says, Baba aelewi mwenye amelala njaa, kwa hivyo mwenye amelala njaa we want to bring from bottom up so that huyo mtu amelala njaa apate pesa mfukoni. Na alikuwa anasema shida ya Kenya si umaskini, shida ya Kenya si ugonjwa, shida ya Kenya si ujinga. Then from there anaenda kwa next step, topic ingine yake anasema tunataka kuinua maskini tumpeleke hapa juu. Tunataka kujenga hospitali ndio mgonjwa akienda pale apate matibabu yake. Yani ajielewi, akisema hivi anasahau kama amesema hivyo, anasema kitu kingine opposite na kile amesema. So I think we are not foreigners in our country and we know this man is lying to Kenyans about kujenga manyumba in our country. Na after 10, he calculated, you know, is a wise man. Calculate akaona let me give them a duration of 10 years because I want this seat for 10 years. So after 10 years, you will own that house. That is a big lie. And I think sisi wa Kenya sasa tumerifuka zile tunaweza contradictiwa na kitu kidogo. Aliona he cannot make it and he cannot fulfill that promise to Kenyans, so let him give that duration of 10 years. So after 10 years, whom will you blame? Atakuwa kwa mamlaka. Kwa hivyo anaona akisema after 5 years you will own that house after paying rent for a certain period, but after 5 years itakuwa nyumba yako. Akaona that one it is impossible, wacha niwapatie a duration of 10 years because I know this one I cannot fulfill it and it cannot happen. What I want is to be president of Republic of Kenya. So I want to tell my friend Ruto pengine akuje na another strategies. He has been campaigning from 2017 up to date, so he has nothing new to tell Kenyans. He has nothing new to tell Kenyans. What yesterday niliona alichukua idea from Baba akisema about jua kali. Baba came with that idea while he was in Kamukunji, akasema anataka kusaidia watu wa jua kali, ni biashara inaweza leta isaidia our economy to grow. Then alipoenda Kamukunju alizungumzia hiyo idea ya Baba. Kwa hivyo ana ile kitu mpya anaweza ambia wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo I think we need to be careful with this man. We need to listen every politician well, and we are wise and we know where we can cast our vote. So I want to argue my fellow Kenyans, when we go to vote, let vote for change, not for propagandas, not for because is our person from our tribe. No, I'm a Kamba. I'm supporting Baba because of the reasons I have. So kama tungekuwa hivyo tusikize a certain politician, tuone huu vile anatuuzia ile sera zake anauzia wa Kenya, tuone mahali anatupeleka. Is it realistic or is just saying because he wanted that seat? If it is realistic, then we have no reason not to vote for that person. If they are unrealistic, I think that is taking us nowhere. And again, I think the person is selling ideas to deputy president is Mr. Itumbe. I read his bio on his page ya Twitter, and nikaona ameadvertise pale is sells ideas. And if that is part of the ideas he's selling to Kenyans, I think he's losing this man. William Ruto should, I think he needs to sit down first and know what he wants, because at this time he don't know what he wants. He don't know what he wants to do for Kenyans. He don't know why he want this seat, because amejichanganya kabisa. Anasema akisahau. last week, I think it's last week, it was in my area. I live in Utawala. Then akasema, as a government we have done this and this and this and this. Then next word akasema hii government ndio imesababisha kupanda kwa vitu. Raila ndio amechangia kupanda kwa vitu nchini ya Kenya. Sasa mimi nikajiuliza, hata Wakenya wenye walikuwa hapo, they complain a lot. I was there. Really, how comes Raila Odinga is not part of his government? He wasn't in Ukraine and Russia for hiyo kwa vita. How comes he initiated things to vitu za Kenya kupanda bei? He is not understanding himself. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you for my time.
Okay, thank you, Lawrence. Kip, did you have a question for that?
Yeah, Lawrence. Unajua nilisikia Kims na Kip ni sawa. It's close. Unajua watu wengine wanaitanga Kim. First of all, Duke is a very intelligent man. It's the same as Black. They will they'll argue your ear off. This guy will never switch tunes. Atakuanga na notes. This guy is very intelligent, by the way. So I never argue with Duke because his mind is set. It's nothing. I'm not saying anything against you, Duke. I'm just saying that your mind is fixed like mine is fixed with AZIMIO. So tuwezi ongea. But Lawrence, you've said some very beautiful things about what you think of RUTO. Alafu kakuja ku defend Kalonzo. Don't you think you're doing the same thing Duke is doing with Kalonzo that you're doing with RUTO? RUTO does not make his mind. RUTO does not make up his mind. Kalonzo doesn't make his own mind up. RUTO is campaigning after the first presidential term. Now Kalonzo is campaigning before the first presidential term of Raila. Don't you think these two are the same people? Yet you're going to say that one is different from the other one. You're going to say that one is doing different from the other. Kalonzo has made us wait for months to understand where his stance is. Yet you cannot see that it's day and night. These people are exactly the same. But kwa sababu, if Duke was a Kalenjin, I would understand, but Duke is doing it for his own different things. But you're doing it because he's a Kamba. I'm sorry, I have to say it. You're defending Kalonzo because he's a Kamba and you're a Kamba. And I'm telling you, this man is dangerous. Kalonzo is a very dangerous person, but we accept him in AZIMIO because we need those votes. But afterwards, this man is not a leader. He's not an elder in Kenya. Because he's caused us a lot of pain. What makes him better than Martha Karua? If his negotiation strategies were to get better things for the Okambani people, he should not have been talking about cabinet seats. He should have been talking about bringing more development in Ukambani. He should have been talking about elevating other Kamba leaders. Why does he want to destroy Ngilu? I don't like Mutua, but why does he want to destroy Mutua? Why does he want to destroy Kivuta? He's the father of Ukambani, but yet he wants to be the only one that rules Ukambani. Have you ever heard Raila doing that? Yet uko chini kwa Mombasa wanamuitanga Raila Sultan, alafu anaita Njoho Sultan Mdogo. So that is the element. We have to look at leadership not from a tribal point of view. And then when KMS comes and trying to explain to you that there's people in the diaspora seeing things that you guys in the ground, you're being brainwashed to follow leaders that are causing problems. You know, mtu akiponyoka hivi kidogo, Kalonzo does not understand he's sitting on a live wire here. That's why we accept him. But it's not that we accept him wholeheartedly. It's because we know the importance of him being in Azimio. Anaweza kuja kuchafua vitu mingi sana huko. We have another fool in Luyaland anaitwa Wetangula na ndugu yake the Sosa Boys.
Ma-DVD.
So me, Lawrence, I have to have you to think maturely and to think about leadership, not in a tribal way, but more in what can that person, because there are very many strong Kamba leaders out there. Gilu is strong. Kivuta has no corruption record. Why don't we make that the spokesman? Thank you very much. But that's what got me back here. And KMS, Najua.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kip. I'll give Lawrence right of reply, just, I don't know, 1.5 minutes, and then we can move on to the next part.
Okay, thank you.
I'm asking permission to charge my phone. I will be back. Ukiona imeenda off, but I'm going to put the charge on, but I'm with you guys. But I'm in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll post the link. Go ahead, Lawrence.
Okay, Kip, I have heard you, but I wasn't defending Kalonzo because it's from my tribe. I was pointing out that the danger. You know, I know what happened 2007. That splitting of faults. We come. One of the politician analysts says, if Kalonzo was one of the side, that is Kibaki's side or Raila's side, the chances of kupata ile conflicts in our country singekuwa chini kabisa, because mmoja angeshinda na kura mingi sana, ingeonekana kuna kitu imeendelea pale, but because Kalonzo he decided to go his own kwa njia yake, so ile mgawanyiko wa kura ukaingia, ile kukawa na ule mwenye alishinda, ikawa difference ni kitu kidogo sana, kukawa na conflicts za kusema hizo disputes za kusema tumeibua kura, sijui nilikuwa nimepita. Now let's talk about this year 2022. Kama Kalonzo, to be honest, siku mdefend ikisema he made a good decision to come in Azimio. Hata kama angeenda on the other side, that is Kenya Kwanza, it will be okay then. Kwa nini? For now, we have two strong leaders who are presidential candidates. Of course, every Kenyan is eyeing to those two candidates, presidential candidates, Raila and William Ruto. So Kalonzo kama angesimama aseme nitapigania hiki kiti cha president, then ile difference ya kura mwenye atakuwa ameongoza either Raila ama Ruto ingekuwa tu kitu kidogo sana, na hapo inaweza leta ile mambo na vita, kuleta msukumano, sijui nilikuwa nimepita. But Kalonzo first thing aliingia Azimio na akasema Raila tosha, he is ready to support Raila for that time, and he's not going back because he's supporting him. Then after baada ya kusema hivyo, I don't know what happened, he went silent. Tukasikia sijui ametoka Azimio nini, but Kalonzo, he did a good thing to negotiate for his people. Now Kim, don't misunderstand me that because I'm a Kamba, that's why I'm defending Kalonzo Musyoka. No.
But Kalonzo stole ODM. Remember, he stole ODM from Raila. and formed ODMK. Explain that.
Okay, I rest my case because I was defending Kalonzo because kuona ile hatari ingekuja pale baadaye. Kenya Kwanza, they were demanding Kalonzo Musyoka to be in their side. But when he failed to be on their side, they begin to criticize. Wakaanza kusema sijui nini. So, on my opinion, Kalonzo did a good thing. First of all, to negotiate. He negotiated so wisely. He didn't want to be in AZIMIO because he was pushed by someone to be there. No. He demanded something. He don't want to be there blindly. As a leader, he wanted to know what will I get for my people.
For himself.
Hold on, Kip. Hold on, Kip. Hold
okay,
on.
Hold
on, Lawrence, mute kidogo. Keep mute kidogo. Now I think you've turned this to another issue, and you're making Lawrence have to go back to even 2000 and I don't know when Kalonzo had an issue with ODM Kenya. It's going to be a very long debate. Personally, I think there are so many things I would say negative about Kalonzo Musyoka. But as of now, right now, I would say let's just allow ourselves to walk with the devil in terms of danger until we cross this bridge.
Wacha nimwambie Lawrence hivi, please.
Because hold on, Maggie. Because there are so many things that Kalonzo has done. Most of us, when you look back and we believe that this is probably the best time that Raila Odinga has the weakest opponent that he's ever had. This would be the best time for Kalonzo Musyoka to have made a decision and said, you know what, I think I have still, a chance in future to run for president. And so Raila Odinga, your age is, is advanced a little bit than mine. So I'll give you an opportunity just to, to try one more time. And maybe when you get that, you also have your constituents support me when I try to run for presidency next time. But there are so many things that Kalonzo did that people got disappointed with him. Even right now, to the extent that some people don't really even trust him. It has even made his constituency, people say that they do not believe that he will deliver the 90% that he delivered in 2017 because of his flip-flopping. So there are so many things we would want to say negative about Kalonzo Musyoka, but I think that debate will take a lot of time. And I would want at least just, Lawrence, just take 1 minute before I give the next person a chance to speak. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. So nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Mr. Kip, si kumdefend Kalonzo because he's from my tribe. Kama Kenyan who want peace in our country, kukuja kwetu AZIMIO ametusaidia sana, kwanza kuchukua hizo kura. Angeenda kule kwingine tungepoteza kitu kutoka Ukambani. So sikumdefend kwa sababu ni Mkamba kama mimi. He has his own weakness and the strength still. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Unajua Kip anataka anakupiga na nyundo, anaona ni kama haitoshi, anaenda kutafuta sledgehammer. Bado anataka tu kupiga na wewe umesha surrender mapema, lakini Kip hataki kuachilia. Let me give Adams a chance to give his submission.
Before umempatia Adams, wacha nimwambie huyu Lawrence hivi. Unajua kila mtu wamejoin hiyo AZIMIO hawaja bargain. It's only Kalonzo who came with bargaining powers. Why? What is so special about him? And why do you want him to come with bargains? Everybody came at their own will. Pana rudisha sisi nyuma bwana. Tulishakubali Kalonzo ameingia, sasa tulia tu. Thank you.
Okay, Richard. Nimeasha kibiriti kwa forest alafu naenda. Okay, see you later.
Ni sasa Kip. usiku mwema. Hata nadhani ni asubuhi sasa hapo.
Ni asubuhi. Good
Ni
night.
asubuhi. Sawa, asante. Adams, I know you are lifting your hand. Take this opportunity first of all to address that issue before you make your submission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makiadi. Mr. Lawrence, you know, I don't want to address you like a Kamba man, but I want to address you like a Kenyan, even though you are not thinking like a Kenyan, you are thinking like a Kamba. So it is in that regard that let me address you this way. The problems of Kalonzo Musyoka, if you study them keenly, 75% of them are not his personal. 75% of them, or even more, of his problems come from people like you. You people want Kalonzo to, you want to portray a Kalonzo to us as a national leader, yet you are thinking, and the way you talk and your body language and everything that you guys do, you portray this guy as a Kamba leader, like a Kamba elder. Listen to yourself. You're saying you keep on repeating a statement here that Kalonzo negotiated for his people. Which people? Which people? You mean Kamba people, right? So he's a Kamba elder. Why can't you guys take this guy and make him the Kaya of the Kamba? Why do you want to force us with a Kamba elder to lead us a nation? When you say that Kalonzo negotiated so well for his people. So have you ever heard Raila Odinga negotiating for which people? Which people do Raila negotiate for? Martha Karua, she's negotiating for who? You Kambas need to think outside the box. You are so much surrounded within the Eastern pair. You guys need to get out of your cocoon. You stop thinking, you creating problems for Kalonzo Musyoka. The problems of Kalonzo comes from you people, the likes of you, Lawrence, the Mutula Kilonzos, and the people like that. You are the problem of Kalonzo. Kalonzo, let me tell you, is in AZIMIO. He is welcome. But we are just working with him in AZIMIO for what to do. Those are the facts. We are just having this guy for what to do. We don't love him. He has misbehaved. There's no love for him. We are working with this guy for what to do because we need votes. Period. Nothing else. If there was, if it was not for the reason of votes, we would not need this guy. We've done him so many. Yesterday they went to the podium, and then another guy from his side, so Kalonzo supporters, one of the MPs was saying that we've negotiated so well. We're gonna get, I don't know, 40 ambassadorial positions. From where? Somebody campaigning, and the election is not yet 2 months to election. This guy is campaigning for 2027. Selfishness. The most selfish politician in Kenya in the recent time is Kalonzo Musyoka. So you guys need to get out of the box and think loudly. Think out of the box. Stop portraying Kalonzo as a tribal king. He can do better than that. Let me get out of that. Let me move forward. Let me embark to the topic. Makiadi, thank you for that. Now, Raila's campaign today in Nakuru. Oh my goodness, that was mammoth. The other side of the aisle, the other wing, the left wing has never pulled that. They've never pulled that. That's a fact. They know. That is why you see people like Duke, my friend Duke, comes here and throw theatrics and they dance around talking about, I don't know, social science and some statistics which do not even make sense. Let me tell you, this guy, and we predicted it here yesterday when we were closing this show. We predicted this thing that there was going to be a total jubilation in the country today. It has come to pass. It has come to pass. That was good. That was good. The ticket has been accepted across the country. It has been accepted nationally. It has resonated with the people. You know, the people feel it. you know, and we are really calling for, I like the way Raila Odinga was calling for peace when he said that his opponents are supposed to, are not supposed to interfere. His supporters are not supposed to interfere with the opponents campaigning. That is a call for peace. That is a total call for peace, because there's a propaganda being pelted out there by the Kenya Kwanza crew that AZIMIO is associated with violence. It's a propaganda that they're trying to do, because when you talk about AZIMIO, then they see ODM in there, then they say ODM is is violent. But even if you see these people talking about violence, AZIMIO violence, what? Those AZIMIO people who are violent, who go to the streets and throw stones. Those stones that have been thrown and those tear gas, they've cooled, are the reasons why all of us are having this speech here today, and there is nothing that happens for us. It is those stones that have opened platforms like such as this Mutembe TV. Without them, this man called Diu Komariba would not be seeing here. We will not see your face here. So before you cast those people, think twice. Don't bring some theoretical science that doesn't make sense there. You want to tell us that you know better than thou. No, you don't know it. That's the fact. So I think we are doing so well. And by and large, we are going to win. Let me tell you, whether we love Kalonzo in AZIMIO, but even if he had not joined us, we would still win, though the margin would be small. But also, Mr. Makiadi, there is this notion that people say that if Kalonzo had not joined AZIMIO, the margin would be so small, so there will be more violence. My friend, the Constitution is very clear. It is 50 plus 1, not 2. Okay? It is 50 plus 1. So long as we get that plus 1, it is a done deal. Okay? It's a done deal. So it doesn't matter. The margin doesn't have to be fat or thin. Of course, plus 1 is a thin margin. That is the win. And by the way, Raila Odinga is not going to beat Ruto with a thin margin. He's going to beat him hands down. Hands down. And Ruto, like we said, is not going to concede the defeat. That is the truth. We have to tell you guys the truth. And it is quite paradoxical when you see William Ruto going on the podium and saying that from now henceforth, we are going to see the mother of all campaigns. What do you mean, a mother of all campaigns? He has been campaigning for the last 3 years. He started campaigning in 2017. What was he been doing? He's been doing weird stuff and he's campaigning. So coming here and telling us that from today on, we only have 2 months. He has campaigned enough. We just started the other day. We are 1 year less. We are less than 1 year old into this campaign, and we are beating him hands down. I'm telling you, we are going to sweep. We are going to sweep the country in such a manner that you won't believe it. Okay? And I believe, and I know, and we know that we are going to form the government, but we're going to have a problem. The same problem that Ruto brought, the same problem that Ruto brought in Uhuru's government, are the same problems that Kalonzo Musyoka is going to bring in AZIMIO's government. The only difference is Uhuru Kenyatta did not know that Ruto would bring those problems. But in this other side, we already know that Kalonzo is going to do that. But you know what? Kalonzo Musyoka is just a pimple in the face. It can be popped. But we need him for his vote. That's the fact. You may not like what I'm saying, but we only need Kalonzo because of his vote. Otherwise, we don't love him. He's misbehaving. Thank you for now.
Okay, thank you, Adams. Thank you for the passionate submission. I think the more we have questions, the more some of us will not get time to submit. And so I would urge us, at least if you want to ask a question, please make it short. Let's make our questions just 30 seconds long. I mean, you can just make your question very brief so that at least we get more people talking. So, Ose, I'll give you only 30 seconds to ask a question. You're muted.
To submit.
No, I want Maggie first to make a submission before I come to you.
Okay, well, my questions are basically two. One goes back to Lawrence and no, to Duke. That's Duke regarding the several pieces of land, landing in thousands of acres that the DP owns. And I did told him that, is he aware that this idea of doing the housing, where is the land going to come from? Have you imagined that the land is going to come from him and he's going to sell it to the government at his own price? That is what I was asking you if you are aware. Then as for Lawrence, I was trying to tell him that Kalonzo is purportedly having negotiated so well. Now there are 26 or 27 parties there in AZIMIO. Now, what about Jubilee? If there are 21 ministries, Kalonzo wants 5. So Jubilee should want how many? DAP should want how many? NAC should want how many? ODM should want how many? If all the 26 people sit at the table, surely you realize all the other parties, nobody is talking because they know what it is bigger than yourself. That is all.
Okay, thank you. Let me do this. Mato, I can see you've come in here and I can see you have one thing in common. You and Lawrence, I will not mention it because I know I'll give you time to respond to some of these issues. Lawrence, ukiona Mato amekuja hapa usiwe na wasiwasi. Utasaidika tu sahi. So let's give Maggie a chance first of all to talk and then we can move forward. Maggie, karibu.
Asante sana. Mi naona munachangamkia kabisa kwa sababu watu wa UDA, watu kama Duke, they are really troubled in their mind because the winning is showing, the pattern of winning. You could see it from, first of all, Langata, after Baba had been nominated for the presidential candidate. Secondly, Nakuru. That was wow. In fact, I didn't expect that one from Nakuru. But now that Baba is winning, we know at least we have some place in mind. The government is AZIMIO. Come August 2022, the government is AZIMIO. What we should do, watu kama UDA, just accept to be in the opposition where we have been for a long time and we have not died. Lakini mutie tu bidii na muanze kurekebisha. I think that is what Raila Odinga has been doing all along his life. Ananyang'anywa na anarekebisha, ananyang'anywa na anarekebisha mpaka wakati huu. Surely amerekebisha mpaka this time. Hakuna chance kwa UDA, Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza, yes, but there is chance for AZIMIO. Why am I saying this? First of all, UDA wako na uongo mingi sana. This guy, tangu 2013, promises after promises, promises after promises, na hata hao wenye wanawafuata. Do you really sit back and ask yourselves, this person, one time he promised to buy our children laptops. Were they bought? None of them had laptops, maybe watoto wake kwa nyumba yake. Na huyu mtu every place ameenda, scandal after scandal. Do we think he's really going to give us this money ya wheelbarrow he's been talking about? Border, I don't know, bottom up. Na tena his lies continue to multiply. Saizi amekuja na mambo ya nini? Ya manyumba. Where is he going to get all this money? That is my question. The 50 billion he's talking about, where is he really going to get it from? Do these older followers ask themselves this question? Where is RUTO going to get this money to fulfill all these promises? Because the promise of the laptop, I think it's still there, he's forgotten, but those children are still waiting. Now the promise for wheelbarrow is also there. The promise for Mama Mboga, the promise for Boda, the promise for these cats, they are all there. And he has already said he's going to give 50 billion. Where is he going to get this 50 billion from? I think Kenyans, we should really look into so many things before we even start welu for RUTO that he is going to give us this. Somebody was abusing me hapo kwa panel hapo chini that Raila has never won. This time, I tell you, if you're still there and you're listening to me, Raila is going to shame the devil out of you, and you will be ashamed because the Lord God Almighty is with Kenya, not that you are thinking. Almighty God is standing for Kenya, not even Raila. And he's chosen Raila and he's chosen Martha Karwa that we must be saved from these thieves. If you look at those older people, all of them, I think, are thieves, except Kindiki. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. You know, when we used to watch soccer, when you used to play soccer, there's a place tulikuwa nasema kuna left wing na right wing ambako opponent wako akiona defender wa pande hiyo ingine yako weak, ball zote zilikuwa zinatupwa pande hiyo, striker wote walikuwa wanataka kupitia kushambulia kutoka pande hiyo. Sasa ikifika hapa kwa Hosea hapa kuruka hii face hapa Hosea hapa kwako inakuwa ngumu sana ku move the debate from here. Ikifika hapo either nakutana na mkono ama nakutana na swali. So I have seen all of you have made a submission. So I just wanted to at least get a few points from the people who have shown up now, so that at least I give everyone else another chance to speak, if that's okay with you. Unless there's somebody who really needs to ask a question. But I can give Mato at least 2-3 minutes. Mato, utoe submission yako ndio at least watu wengine wapate nafasi ya kuongea.
Is that a go? Hey, Richie. Hey, nice to see you on that seat. You're doing a good job, man. I was watching you from the side, and yeah, you're doing a very good job, man. I appreciate that. I had a lot of, a long day today, so I just came in real quick, and I found you guys.
Please go to the point. Please go to the point. Go to the point. That's one you can tell him on the side.
James, hold on. You know, even the Constitution has something called a preamble. No, hold on, Mato. Hold on. James, just hold on. You know, the rule, I think you're still new and you said you've come here today. There's one rule here that people try to follow. And it's very crucial to just make sure that your mic is mute until you're given an opportunity to talk. Mato maybe is giving us a preamble. Hata constitution kitambo anze kusoma article 1 unakutanaga na preamble moja mrefu sana. It's boring but it's very important. So acha Mato atuambie ameshinda namna gani for 30 seconds.
Mia mama yake leo.
Asalimie watu kwanza ndio sasa atupatie
Mama
voice yake.
yake.
Mato, go ahead.
Huyu nani anarukia nini bila kuoga mikono?
Mato, I've guided the panels. Just move forward.
Mama
Amesikia. Thank you.
Mam, pole sana. Nakusalimia sana Richi Makiadi. Thank you. You're doing a good job and everything. I just came in. Richie, you know me. I'm always here. I watch, but today I was somewhere. You ndio preamble yangu watching, and then I saw you guys fighting with Lawrence. Richie, thank you for the good job that you're doing, and the people in the comment section. But again, you see, the thing is that what Lawrence was saying is true and everything. And you know very well I came here. And my reason to come so much, imenileta, I wasn't supposed to come in today. But again was, why are we still talking about Kalonzo, guys, man? We already did our job in Ukambani. Tulimaliza. I told you guys, tutamaliza, Kalonzo will be back, we'll get the Ukambani vote. What is it that we're still talking about Kalonzo? He's there in the what do you call this? I mean, in the campaigns, he's there. Yes, you want to say what you want to say, but Ukambani politics played itself, and now it's back. I mean, do you guys really, nimesikia mwingine akisema hapa sijui Wakamba sijui what? Do you guys want us to get off, or what do you guys want? Did you guys want the Ukambani politics, or what is it about? The guy is there, comfortably, quiet, nicely, campaigning. What is it? This is called politics, my friend. In politics, at times, you don't just throw your first cards on it. You play with them. And there's more to come. The game has just started today. No, yesterday. Yesterday, the game started, actually yesterday. The game just started. It's not done yet. There's so many things that are going to happen. And sometimes I think we need to hold our horses, because there's some point, and there's a reason I stopped talking about the people that have been here for a long time. And Adams, by the way, you disappointed me today, because you're a very smart person. I listened to you very carefully. You should be able to read these games the way they're being played. There's a time I came over here and I said, I was the first person to castigate Kalonzo out of here. And then I was the other person to come and get hit out of Kalonzo. And to tell you guys, relax. There's a reason I came back after hitting Kalonzo myself, telling people, don't bring Kalonzo, he's going to bring a problem. And then at some point I backed up. And by the way, I was so hit so bad because I was making a joke of being a prophet. And people started saying, sasa huyu anatuambia ni prophet, nini, Kalonzo wake, sijui nini. Ukambani politics is hard. But I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that sometimes, at that time, almost 90% of this crew castigated me so bad.
Martin Deto.
Ngoja, ma'am,
Let me just stop you in that, please, because you are taking us back. We know Kalonzo, what he did, and already he is back. Now, kuleta siasa mingi unaleta saizi, I think is not helping. Let us welcome Kalonzo, and he's there, he's staying. Whatever he's going to do, it will be dealt with by Martha Karua and Raila Odinga. Wewe uwezi kufanya anything. Please just go to the topic, tell us what you feel is good. Hiyo ilikuwa ni maoni ya Lawrence. Wacha Lawrence pia jitetee, lakini amestopiwa. So I'm stopping you also because you are taking us back. We don't want to hear what Kalonzo did and what Kalonzo was what. It's really it's not called for at this time. Because Kalonzo is there, they were campaigning. He was even there at the Bomas of Kenya. I saw everything. So when you are telling us all those hadithi, it does not help at this time. Tell us something new he has done, which I saw him in Bomas of Kenya, and I was so pleased and happy. Please. I'm talking to you as your mom, the one you love so much. And I love you. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, nimekubali. Richie, will I recover that time?
Go on. I think you've been guided. Just proceed.
All right, ma'am, nimekubali na, you know, kama mamangu nimekubali kabisa. Well, I was just saying that you guys need, let me just finish that story. You guys need to stop talking about Kalonzo and fighting about Kalonzo. It's over. It's done. He's back. And, you know, what will happen when Mutua comes back? So you guys, I think you guys you're pushing me too much for Kalonzo and stuff like that, because you're making it even uncomfortable for him when you start talking about Kalonzo, and he's still on our case. Now, Richie, since mama ameniambia nisiende huko, so I'll go straight to what I saw today. It was a good day for me. And I think this was the ceiling of it. It's over. I really don't even know why we're going for elections. I think it's just done, dusted, and everything. The way I saw Raila, when you see them in Madakarua getting their papers to get into it, that was a day that I was very happy, one of my happiest moments in my life, because the way they did it, and you can see it's over. In Nakuru, what they did in Nakuru, actually, and the first thing that they started was Kibera. And when they started in Kibera, there was a thing that I don't know if a lot of people actually understood where exactly they were. They were very close to Western Hotel, right back there. And this was to make a point. And it was very symbolical, because hapo ndio Raila alikuwaga na hapo ndo alitokeaga. That's when the day that he alitokaga akaacha chama yake akaquit kukua MP, and he went back and told them, look guys, I'm back here for you guys to tell me that I'm okay to go. Immediately they went to Nakuru. Now, you remember another symbolic place of Nakuru, because Nakuru was where Uhuru and Ruto went and got their thing when they were fighting the ICC. That's where the whole thing also happened, Afra Stadium. So now they're coming back. Raila is doing this symbolically to make it back and to show you guys that we are here. And me today, I was a very, very happy man, because of even the multitude that you could see there, and to see for the first time to see them three, the one that you don't want me to talk about, Raila and Madakarua. And this is a turning moment for our country. I was very happy. And I know right now it's over. I have some things that I'm hearing from the other side. They were scrambling to where to go tomorrow. I feel they might be in Nakuru. And again, there's something I'm happy about. There's something about which is over now. They can do it. People are very mad on the other side about Gachagua being given the mic. They don't want him to get the mic at all. And another thing you guys did not understand, well, I'm not saying that did not, or if you guys actually followed, you will realize that they're starting now to close in, and for the aspirants to be told which aspirant is going to be, regardless if it's KANU is or whatever. And that's why you see Raila anainua watu mkono, huyu ndo ule ndo ule. People are giving out. So this is going to be a 6-piece, but not a 6-piece of orange. All the parties that are in it is going to be, they said it's going to be as AZIMIO 6-piece. And Madakarua said it very well. It's going to be blue, orange, which is something I wish I could have found Kip here. They started, Richie started saying the blue wave. That's what Madakarua was saying. Guys, let me tell you, mimi, I am done with politics. Nitakujaga tu kuwasumbua kidogo, but let me tell you, hii imeisha. I'm looking at 80%. I don't know why we are going for it. Sijui, that's a waste of public funds. Tu hii kitu imechukuliwa asubuhi na iliisha, hata sijui kwa nini tunaharibu hiyo time. Is done, over, dusted. I was looking at the numbers, my friend. There's nothing. Imeisha. Adams, wacha kucheka, imeenda. Na wachaneni na Kalonzo kabisa. Kalonzo wachaneni na yeye, ako nyumbani bwana. Hakuwa ameenda mahali na kuna wengine wanakuja. So
Tuko
anyway, that's all
pamoja
I'm
bana.
gonna say.
We are in
Thank you,
the same,
Richie.
we are in the same place with you, man. We are in the same place, you know that.
Okay, thank you, Mato.
Oi.
Thank you, Mato. You know, I looked at the crowd today. Now that you've mentioned the crowd, and I actually happened to bump into somebody's tweet, and this person is called Kipchumba Murkomen. And you know, when Raila was trying to when Raila began making his comments in that meeting, he started by greeting people in their own languages. I don't know if you guys watched the beginning of that clip. And so when he
Actually, Richie, with all due respect, man, I'm so sorry. I apologize. You know me, I don't jump like that. But let me add something that you said, something so that I'm out. I'll keep quiet. Did you guys actually realize that nowadays Raila is having a hard time to calm the crowd when he starts talking? He is really having a hard time to calm because the crowd is more hyper than even him. That he's having a hard time to calm the crowd.
Yeah, Martin, you've also brought that to light. And let me just go back to when he was greeting all the people, like the people who attended the rally. He tried to greet Luos, Kikuyus in Kikuyu, Kalenjin in Kalenjin, Kisi and the rest. And when he greeted the people in Luo, you could see, I think there was a group somewhere in front that really got hyped up, and they started singing some kind of song. So I bumped into this tweet by Kipchumba Murkomen saying that Raila Odinga today made an own goal, scored an own goal. I from what I understood is he was trying to imply that meeting, and I could read the comments after that. People said, "Oh, that was a Luo festival." I mean, let me be honest today. The meeting that was in Nakuru today has sent shockwaves to Kenya Kwanza Alliance. You know, Nakuru was the genesis of the RUTO government. And Nakuru has been always a place that has voted very, very overwhelmingly for Uhuru and Ruto. But from what I saw today, and I did not see buses, I did not see lorries like the ones I see kwa Gachagua with the yellow uniform, ikibeba watu, the lorries that we see always on the streets, the mobilization. So without the mobilization, but people turned up, and this thing actually made people get afraid, feel afraid, be afraid, because the numbers that I've seen there, I did not even believe that was Nakuru. And it's like it's a wave. It's a wave. I would have expected, because people are saying kama wanapatiwa makaratasi si wangefanya mkutano Nairobi, but their main meeting was in Nakuru, and you could see the number of people that showed up, and with the negative comments. It's like every leader from Kenya Kwanza today was watching this meeting, and they had to make comments, and all of them made very, very negative comments. And that shows you that these people actually panicked, because without Nakuru is one of the key counties that William Ruto needs in order to win this presidency. And that goes down the ballot, even including MPs and the rest of the other seats, the women rep and the governor. So I think that was a good show of might. It's just not a show that shows that Raila Odinga is making great, and I mean great inroads, especially in areas that Uhuru Kenyatta was enjoying massive support. So I mean that was something that I needed to mention and get that off my chest. Let me see, Julia.
I think Nakuru is becoming a swing state. It's like a swing place. It's swinging.
Yeah, and if you look at the number of votes that Nakuru has, I'll say wewe ndio mtu wa hesabu. Nakuru iko na kura ngapi sahi? Is it one? Is it? You're muted, Osea.
It is, I think, 1.1 now.
Yeah, 1.1.
Yeah.
And Nakuru,
almost more than Kiambu.
Yeah, Nakuru, Kiambu, Kakamega. If any presidential candidate can gain like over 70% from those three counties, my friend, hiyo ndio ile kitu inaitangwa kuchukua leading role kwa hii kitu. So Nakuru, Raila kama if Raila Odinga can make the kind of inroads that I'm seeing, especially in counties like Nakuru, then we are seeing the tide turn right in front of our eyes. Julia, I'll give you an opportunity to make your submission because all the other panelists have made their submission.
Julia, how are you, lovely?
Fine, Maggie. Good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Kabla hujaingia, wacha niseme kitu anyway. This is a praise for Kikuyus. I've worked with them and I know whom they are. Kikuyus can, who is this? Who said nobody can buy Kikuyus? Ruto has been trying to buy Kikuyus na wapatie pesa namna gani, but Kikuyus, they really know how to play their cards. And they know when things are good, na watakupatia about turn ambaye haukukuwa unajua. Even me, before, Julia has been saying, maybe tutapata sijui 15%, 20%, but what I see is going to happen in Kikuyu, in Mount Kenya this time, I'm telling you, we are going to divide it half-half with Ruto, because half of those sober-minded Kikuyus are going to vote AZIMIO, but they are not those who are sober-minded who are still going to vote Ruto, yes, but the sober-minded Kikuyus, like Julia, who knows what they want for Kenya, like Julia, who knows what they want for their businesses, like Julia, who knows what they want for their children, to come up knowing that this is the Kenya where I am born, are going to vote AZIMIO. Thank you, Julia, for giving me that your chance.
Asante, Maggie. Good to see everyone. Good to see Richie, Roberto, Dio, Lawrence, Adams, Jose. Jose, sasa unafanyaje na hiyo majina yako? Hata kama nikubadilisha majina, jameni, eh?
Kwani you have not been you have not been attacked. You have not been attacked. That's why you are talking like that.
Ose ameogopa kuwa hacked. Unaona vile amebadilisha majina hata tumeshindwa kumuita nani.
I think hiyo jina yake sasa hivi inasoma kama ooze.
Julia, wacha kuchokoza Jose bwana.
Hi, Neto.
Just wait. You didn't hear the people who were here earlier, how their phones were getting hot. That was one of the complaints.
Oh, unajua uko na mafans. Sasa hao mafans they lose track of you. Hmm?
Well, you can't help it. Better safe than.
Itabidi waangalie sura, wajue sura. Akichange wanaangalia sura na kumkanuni.
In whose hands are you safe?
Yeah, that is a question we need to ask Duke here. Duke, Mr. Duke, hizo projects zote mnasema watu kufanya na kuwa na mortgage, those are wonderful ideas. In fact, I will not contest that. The only problem we have ni kwamba hii list yenye na propose hivi ni kama charge sheet. Yani, yenye wana propose all those projects is like going to the magistrate court. Alafu unasomea majina. Wenye wameiba, wamepora mali, wameiba mashamba. So the truth is, Duke, whatever the DP says, inaingia masikio yetu pande hii, inatokea pande hii, because we are so afraid that somebody is going to grab the land for our schools, the land of our hospitals. Somebody is going to loot treasury, iishe kabisa. Yani hao watu ni watu wenye wanapea Kenya Meat Commission, wenye na provide nyama ni msichana wake, kijana yake, ama bibi yake. If we decide to irrigate our country and have projects like Kimwarel and others, mtu ameiba pesa. Sasa unatumia tuwapatie hizi projects, wataenda hata Mwea, those irrigation dams you have in Mwea, watapora, they will stop functioning. If chenye kimebaki Kenya, yani hawa watu wamejipanga. I listened to one of the speakers the other day here, and he was talking about what these guys did in the 5 years from 2013 to 2017, when the guy was given half the ministries, cabinet secretaries. I mean, kama project haikupewa msichana yake, ilipewa his cousin, ama his brother, ama his wife, ama he did everything to loot this country. So all those wonderful things these guys are talking about, KK is talking about, are wonderful things. Kenyans paying mortgage for 15 years, those are wonderful things. The only problem is that we cannot trust them with a single coin from our treasury. Hata shilingi moja. Duke, no, hata pata, hata moja, they will not get. Better hata fadhali Kenyans waseme, wa propose Adams na Julia, wapewe hiyo kazi. Because at least we have not stolen from them before. So they can risk, let's risk with Julia, because at least I've not stolen from them before. So the problem, Duke, is not the projects. I'll not argue with you. I'll not even say the projects are not good, or the ideas are not good, or they are bad. But I'll just tell you one thing. I cannot take myself to the slaughterhouse. Ama ati niweke kidole changu kwa moto nijaribu nikisema, ebu nione kama nitachomeka. So Kenyans, voting for KKA Kenya is like saying, ebu tuone kama wataiba treasury tena kama vile walimba. Let's try and see whether they steal from treasury. That's what we shall be saying. So we cannot do that, Mr. Duke. So when you argue next time, don't even argue. It's a waste of time. Even DP should stop telling us about those projects, a waste of time. Maneno yote anasema inaingia kwa sikio moja inatoka kwa sikio ingine, because we cannot trust him, period. Now, today what happened to... I want to talk about, I saw something yesterday, sijui makeni kama mliona, in Kamkunji. People, did you see buses transporting people to Kamkunji? Women with yellow things. I mean, somebody
buses and lorries.
That's
Buses and
always,
lorries.
Yeah, did you see that?
that's always, Julia, if you don't know. That is known.
Yani, it was so open. And the good thing, pressmen went and prepared themselves to take those video clips of people being ushered in. And some even confess how much money they are being paid. They are being paid. It is so the evidence is DP cannot even get a crowd in Nairobi. I'm surprised. Nairobi is a cosmopolitan place. So we expect that he has followers. We expect that any politician can call a meeting and get a gathering. I don't understand why he can get followers in Nairobi. I don't understand that. That gives him a good answer. I don't know what Roberto wants to say, but I think, Roberto, let me just finish presenting so that we don't waste time answering questions.
No. I just want to compliment on what you have talked about. The transportation. In fact, I want to put a tweet to the transport, the CS for transport. Since the introduction of the Michuki rules, we cannot have human beings being transported on lorries. This is a danger to our citizens, regardless of whether they are on the Udaku side. We don't want people dying and falling off lorries. So I am taking it upon myself to incite CS Macharia to ensure that the law is followed. We don't
Some
want to see
arrests
these
to be made.
people.
They need to make some arrests.
Yes, someone needs to be
Yes,
arrested.
exactly.
Even
Okay,
those
thank you.
buses,
Proceed.
I think
Proceed, Julie.
Robert, you're a
buses,
patriot.
I think those buses were overloaded. So the guy had to transport people there. And so this guy, it seems he is very miserable when it comes to city politics. And I don't know how, I really wonder where he has so much money, Mr. Makiadi. We need to investigate him because kwani hii pesa anatoa wapi ya kulipa watu? I think that's the biggest problem now. That is why, Duke, now you understand that whatever the projects you people talk about, don't waste your time here. Because hiyo message inaingia kwa sikio moja, inatokea kwa sikio mingine. Because me, I don't want my mother's small farm to be taken by the people appearing in the charge sheet in the KKA. Because the next thing, wataiba serikali, wataiba treasury, wataiba mashamba ya shule, then they'll go to Jose shamba yake, Adams shamba yake, mama yako itaenda, Duke hata ile yako yenye mmebakisha, I'm telling you they'll grab it. They'll just create a scuffle in your home area. And the next thing, you'll be like that guy that anaitwa nani? Ile kesi ya Ruto na nani? Naitwa nani huyo? Jamaa anaitwa nani?
Mteshi.
Duke will be like Mteshi. I'm telling you. You'll not escape. As we suffer, you'll also suffer. You'll be like Mteshi. Utakuwa na kesi kubwa ati president amekunyang'anya shamba. Can you believe it that a deputy president alinyang'anya mtu kama mimi shamba? Can you believe it? It's so that is why you see Baba has such following. It was very beautiful to see what happened in Nakuru. Now, the analysis of Nakuru is one thing. First, we need to see that AZIMIO has already conquered Nairobi. Now, I know we've talked about rigging and voting irregularities in the past years that we've had voting and elections, but I also want to point here. One of the things that make people succeed in rigging is when they also command large numbers. So I think from the days of Kibaki, I think even Matiba commanded a huge following in Nairobi. And you can see that when you manage to win Nairobi and Nakuru, that's what Makiadi has said, you have a head start. And then it happens that you have Kiambu behind you, you really have a big head start with your number of votes. You are like ukombele sana. As the rest add their votes, you ukombele mbaya mbovu. So what's happening now? We have Nairobi. Nairobi now is the side of AZIMIO. I totally believe that AZIMIO get more than 60% of Nairobi votes, because what's happening, I don't want to go tribal, but there's one thing: when Kikuyus work together with Luo, that is a formidable force. That force, you cannot, uwezi uta make na your force. So, and then you see what happens. It's a matter of perception. The rest of the communities have this thing. Wakikuyu na Wajaluo wako hivi. Na Wakikuyu wakikuuga mkono, uko mbele mbaya mbovu. So the rest of the communities are like, me, I cannot throw away my vote. These Kikuyus and the Luos are this side now. They're working together as a team. So that's what is happening. That's a perception.
Julia,
yes.
Kwa nini umesahau Waluya?
Then Waluya now, they are the best people in this country. I'm not saying the others are not good. Because one thing, they are so independent-minded. Hawana kitu ya ukabila. Iyo kitu hawananga. Wanasemanga kama nikupigia baba kura, nikupigia baba kura. And let me shock you. Luyas have also voted for other people. They voted for Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo. Remember when we had Moi, we had Kibaki, we had Matiba. Moi led, Matiba was number 2, Kibaki was number 3. How can two people of the same tribe be among the top? Do you want to tell me that Kibaki and Matiba were in that position because of Kikuyu votes only? No. They got lots of votes from Western Province. The Western Province voted for them massively. So can you imagine, this is what Kenyans are looking at. That Kikuyus are now willing to vote for Raila, and are now willing to, so, and the Luo side and the Luya side, they're like, wakisiwa tasuna, sisi, atupotezangi kura zetu. Sisi, we are not in that group of losing our votes. We cannot do that. That's what happened to the other communities. Now that takes me to Nakuru. Nakuru is a cosmopolitan place. It has all tribes. It has all tribes. And unfortunately, Ruto has spent his time fighting now other tribes, thinking he has a Kikuyu vote. He's been feeling so good. He's been pronouncing himself as a Kikuyu kingpin and walking around insulting Baba. And me, when he's insulting Baba, I want to ask him, wewe unatukana Baba? Wewe tena wewe ni nani? who are you? Kama unasema baba ni Mjaluo, who are you? I mean, if you're talking about tribes, then I don't say what Martin says, who the H you are, but who are you? Who are you? So that you insult Baba, thinking you are the Kiku's tribesman. So what has
Julia, niliokoka, sitajarudia hiyo kitu tena. Niliokoka, nilisema sitawahi. Niliokoka, sitawahi.
Uliwachanga? Okay.
Poleni sana.
So Ruto is going around insulting Baba, ati ni mchawi, sijui ni Mjaluo. So Kikuyu wameamka wamesema from nowhere, who are you? Wewe Baba ni Mjaluo na wewe ni malizia, fill in the missing spaces, and say who you are. So Nakuru also happens to be the place where Kikuyus have suffered in the hands of former governments, especially the Moi regime. And Ruto worked very well with the Moi regime and Youth for KANU 92. So the people from Molo and Nakuru cannot forget those things. So this time, they are like, there is always payback time. Bwana Ruto, payback time has come. My dear, payback time has come. So what's happening? Those Kikuyus in Nakuru will definitely vote for Baba. Na kuambia hawataki hizo story, hiyo jinga ya ati Baba ni mchawi ama ni. All they want to deal with is William Samoei Ruto by sending him to Sugoi. In fact, let me tell you, Duke and KKF followers here, one of the objectives of the Kikuyus who will vote for Baba is to send William Samoei Ruto, and they are telling him it is payback time. Doesn't even have to do with Baba ni mchawi ama wewe ni bwana asifue. No, it is William Samoei Ruto's payback time. That is what is happening. So that is why you saw that crowd. And I was very happy. That was very strategic for Baba, because he proved that he doesn't have to transport people to a meeting, to a rally. People just come because they love it. And this time the love is genuine. It's not tribal. It's very genuine. It's like Kenya tumeamua. So, Mr. Duke, this time Kenyans are bound by one thing. One thing, they can't believe that they can give their treasury and their resources in the hands of people who appear in a charge sheet. They can't do that. Second thing, this guy has walked around balkanizing people, insulting people. So it's payback time. It's payback time, Mr. William Samoei Ruto. Asante Makiadi.
Julia, umefanya submission mzuri, alafu kumalizia umenishtua. Karibu niangalie kwani ameingilia wapi. Na sitaki kumtaja kwa sababu alisema ako holiday. Let me I think we've exhausted that issue of Kalonzo, and Julia, thank you for moving the debate forward. I'm trying to look. Roba, you've been quiet for a while. David is here also. Karibu Daudi. We'll give you a bit of time also to give your view. Roba, uko na kitu ya kusema kwanza? I'll give you 2 minutes. Umenyamaza for a while.
I'm enjoying some fresh air from Julia Adams. I am actually missing some a little bit.
He's happy because
yeah, I'm very happy. I'm having a field day. I am actually missing a bit.
Mr. is going to come in the show now.
Don't worry.
Okay, so watch it.
Richie, can we talk about why Waluke is in Azimio? I mean, he's tainted.
Hold on, Mato. Hold on. Just a minute.
Sitting on some answers, I think.
Just a minute. I want to move the debate forward.
Order.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. I want to move the debate forward. That's why I am going round again. So let me give Robert a few minutes. Just 2 minutes.
Yeah. They do not even want me to present. Now, I will not present. In fact, I'll just leave it to Duke to first irritate me before I can come back. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Duke, there are so many questions that were directed to you. I'll give you just 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Then I give also Daudi after you a few minutes to talk.
I think I will respond to Maggie, who asked me about what was the question. I think it was about you see, I've even forgotten the question. What was the question, Meg?
I said so many things. Which one are you referring to?
You asked me one question
No,
which I did not respond.
now, is there any question that you can remember that was directed towards you that you can address right now?
I think Meg repeated the questions. It was about why should I actually have remembered. It was about why should I always I talk about the president and not the vice president or the deputy president. The reason is that the president has all the instrument of power. You know, if maybe you own a company or you are a CEO of the company, and there is issues within that company, you know, the person who has all the instrument of power, the control, is the one who should have the highest responsibility of the wrongs. For instance, when the president maybe makes some statements which are general and empty, and sometimes most of them are contradicting, then we cannot actually believe even what he was saying. For instance, when he comes and says that I will leave a statement of KEMSA scandal in 2 weeks and then goes for 2 years. So when he says, what do you want me to do? It means you are unable to execute your duties. You should resign. So actually, I talk about the president because he is the person with the ultimate power within the nation. Another response I want to make is about most of us MEO affiliated panelists here, they actually give statements as if they are speaking for 1 million people. And that was specifically from Julia and Adams. They say, we are sure we are going to win. We should be. So I expect you when you come here to speak as one person. You are actually representing your opinion as one person. You're not even speaking for 2 people. So when you, another thing, the last thing I want to respond to is about the numbers. Most of you are talking about the numbers in Nakuru. And what do you take when you see too many people in a campaign rally? You see faults, or what do you see? For me, as an individual, if I see too many individuals actually in a disorganized rally, whether it's in Kenya Kwanza or it is in the other side, it actually means we have a lot of unemployed youths. So people can just go to a rally, and because somebody like me, I've never gone to a rally. I expect a decent organization whereby maybe we have an hall so we can discuss about specific issues. So you cannot say that somebody has won by just seeing too many people in a rally. Most of them may not vote for you. Others are not registered. Others maybe just have come there because they were idle. So also, Raila has been controlling the largest crowd, actually, I can say, since 2007 in Kenya. So political crowd do not directly translate to votes. Also, another point, there's an individual who said that if you win in Kiambu and Nakuru and Kitare, then you are like, is there anybody who expects Raila to win in Kiambu or Nakuru? Maybe we can talk about Kitale, but for me, that's my personal opinion. In Kiambu and Nakuru, Kenya Kwanza will take that. So that's what I can say.
You need to answer my questions. You don't remember?
I remember your question. You know, your questions, you see, when, for instance, the problem is this. It's not about we are defending
the land in Rwanda.
Yes, I remember those questions. I'm responding to them.
Yeah.
First of all, most of the corruption cases we hear or allegations, many of them are from the media. We don't have specific facts. For instance, if we talk one case of Kimwarer, we don't even know the specific companies which were involved. How we expect the government or the institution to give us a proper detailed report. For instance, 23 billion were allocated to this scandal. Maybe 10 billion went to a company. The name of the company is TIS. It's owned by APCD. The accounts which were involved are Equity account owned by APCD. You see, that one is like a proper report. Even the resources can be recovered. But when we hear about that is 2 billion, 23 billion was stolen, and that's over, and most of you pay that, actually we should be upset because the government is not doing enough. Should give us specific detail and recover those amounts from individuals' accounts. Same applies to those corrupt cases. We just hear them, and we have the working government institutions. So sometimes we don't take those allegations seriously because they are just general and empty, and nothing is recovered, and no action is taken. So we can take them as political statement to a large extent.
Duke, Kimwarer or whatever was a government project indeed, but it was under, he's called William Samoei Ruto. I think the person who is supposed to give people a report is William Samoei Ruto, who is your man. Why don't you tell him for us to bring for us the report about it, because it is something which is disturbing our minds. Please.
No, when you are accused, you cannot actually give the verdict for you. First of all, he is the one who's accused.
No. Listen,
so we expect the government, the courts, other institutions to follow up and to give details.
You are supposed to prove people right that whatever you have been alleging about me, here is the report. This is what happened, and this is what I did, and this and this and this. How much did I pay into this, and how much did I do into this, and where we reached is this, because the money was not enough, but nothing happened. Please let Ruto give us the report.
He has denied he was not involved. So if the government insists, this is the government and the investigation agencies.
The money is no longer there. Yeah?
Okay, let me ask you a question, Duke, because I don't want us to prolong this debate because it never ends. When William Ruto stood before the country and said that he knows that only 7 billion shillings has been stolen or has been misappropriated with regards to Kimwarer and Aror Dam, where did he get those figures?
First of all, he did not say that it's only 7 billion which were. He said those were the amount which were having questions. So for instance, if somebody knows that maybe the CS was affiliated to the RUTO side, and then maybe there was a contract with the issues, and that the file of that contract was 7 billion. And then an individual says it was that billion extradition. So he was just clarifying the amount.
Hold on, Adams. I don't know. I don't have the video right now for us to play. I don't know if I'm the one who used the wrong language. Or...
He used the word only. Makiadi, the word was only.
Did he say?
It is only 7 billion lost. This is informing us.
Lost
He used the word only.
29 billion.
Okay, did he say that only 7 billion shillings has been lost or has been misappropriated, or only 7 billion shillings is the one that has questions? I mean, I'm trying to find...
Let me clarify what happened. The allegations, initial allegations were saying 23 billion. In a podium, the deputy president stood up to say the money in question is not 23. The money you people are saying is stolen is not 23. It is only 7 billion.
Okay, that is the language that I wanted. Osea, good job. That is the language that I wanted us to capture. So the deputy president said that the money in question is only 7 billion shillings. And Duke, you say that the deputy president is not aware of any corruption in government. So where did he get these figures from? And if indeed he had an affirmative, he was very sure that 7 billion shillings, there were questions about the 7 billion shillings. Where did the 7 billion shillings go to?
First of all, you have already said that the amount of money which was in question was 7 billion. For instance, it's very easy if you are part of the government, if you are part of the executive, you can know the value of several projects. For instance, we knew that the SGL was about 150 billion. Maybe if the Kimwarer project was about 7 billion, that was the amount allocated. Why should the government say that it was 21 billion? So what's that? And they are trying to associate that corruption with RUTO.
Duke,
So
the disclosure came from, I think, from auditing. There was some auditing which was done to assess the progress going on. That is when they discovered that even the project had not been started, it had been awarded, yet money had been spent. And even the breakdown, even the land had not been cleared, yet the money had been spent. That is where and how much was spent according to that assessment? 23. That is when he came up to correct that no, so far the money in question that are question marks is 7 billion. That 7 billion.
That is what I'm trying to ask Duke. Okay, there were audits. Hold on, there were audit reports that had already been done. Let's agree up to there. Now, the money that was in question here was 7 billion shillings. So the money that when somebody says the money that is in question, it means that they cannot account for the 7 billion shillings.
Yeah, that's according to the DP. Yes,
that's according to the DP. That's the way we interpret that. Now that the DP is saying, he keeps on reminding us that KEMSA money was stolen, in KEMSA scandal and all that. Can you, as a person who supports the DP, tell us what happened to the 7 billion shillings that he claimed was in question?
You see, I can say that's a biased question.
Duke,
First of all,
Duke,
if
Duke,
say,
I think
moment,
Richard is
Robert,
asking you a very straightforward question. Richard is asking you a very straightforward question. What happened to the 7 that had a problem? Where did it go? It's a very simple question that Richard is asking.
Yes, can I respond to that? Give me time. So that question should be answered by auditors and the government and all agencies we have the government. We don't expect the government to tell us that 7 billion has been lost and that's enough. So the individuals, the auditors, and the government institutions which are mandated should give up specific details. That's their work to follow those amounts to specific accounts.
Let me guide you here. So it is not the Auditor General. Hold on, Meg. It is not the Auditor General who came out to say that the only amount that has questions is just 7 billion. It is the Deputy President. From where I stand, it means that the Deputy President had information. He had prior information, because I don't think the Deputy President is just an ordinary man. And the Deputy President anasemanga yeye si mlevi na yeye si mwenda wazimu. So I think he's a very sober person. He comes out and tells us only 7 billion shillings is the amount.
Richina, you put intelligence after President.
And also he says that he gets intelligence. Why has he kept quiet from then up to now about the 7 billion shillings? Why has he never said anything about the 7 billion shillings? Because
Richard,
now
a point of information. When that issue came up, a committee was set up to find out exactly where the truth lies. By the way, check your WhatsApp. I think I've forwarded it. Some committee was set up, and that committee investigated. And if you remember, during one of the sessions in Sagana, I think 2 or 3, there were information regarding the Aurora and Kimorel Dam and how the money, how 3 billion of the same ended up with the. Well, I think you better check your Sagana notes. A committee was set up, and
may I play something?
Hold on. Just a minute.
As we speak now,
hold on,
the matter, Aurora and Kimorel have been stopped.
Hold on,
based on
Jose.
that
Listen to this. Listen to this video. Just give me a minute. Mute your mics, please.
You've heard, for example, that the government has lost 21 billion in Kimwarer and I don't know flat lie. The money in question is about 7 billion. And for every coin that has been paid, we have a bank guarantee. No money will be lost because we are a responsible government. We have engaged every arm of government to make sure that public resources are safe, and therefore the correct information must be used as we target the fight against corruption so that we can nail the true culprits. Sometimes when we say 9 billion has been lost, and then when it goes to court, it is 100 million. The public is asking, what happened to 8.1 billion? So we shoot ourselves in the foot.
Okay, now.
Okay, Makiadi, may I say something before Duke replies? The fact remains he admitted that 7 billion is in question. He admitted that. So 7 billion is not 1 shilling, Mr. Duke. You are beginning to annoy us. It is not 100 bob. Let us go by the 7 billion. He admitted 7 billion was lost. That is Kenyans, taxpayers' money. He said that, Mr. Duke. Stop. You are beginning to annoy us. That is not
No, he has not said that was the amount which was lost. He said that was the amount in question.
In question means it cannot be accounted for. Where is your English, sir?
No,
English says it cannot
and
be
they went ahead to clarify that.
Julia, wacha nimuulize. According to you, Mr. Duke, Ruto ni mtu wa rejareja tu ama ni mtu wa government? Is he a government or ni mtu common person like me?
I want to add something, Duke. In the audio that you have been played by Makiadi, do you understand the meaning of a bank guarantee? In this particular case, a bank guarantee is supposed to. Yes, a bank guarantee is supposed to is like a deposit that in case this money is lost, the project will still go ahead. Now, is the project on? Because he is talking about a bank guarantee. And the purpose of a bank guarantee is like a deposit or some insurance of some sorts. And
that's correct, Robert. Roberto, that is correct.
Yes.
But besides that, the bank guarantee is on certain terms. And if you veer off the term, the bank guarantee will not pay you. You must do things
but
according to the agreement.
I'm insisting, just a minute, what I'm insisting, he has made it very clear that they know what they are doing. And there is a bank guarantee against this particular project. Now, is the project on? No. Why isn't the project on? Tell us, Duke.
It was
You know, that's the fallacy in your question. Do you expect, I'm even questioning that. I'm saying the government should give a detailed report. So if the government, which has exposed that, is not telling us where the project is going, where is the money, so you expect me to tell you as a person? I'm saying those are the functions of the government.
Who is the
Mr.
government?
Duke, why are you separating RUTO from the government?
The government should be RUTO.
Now, for instance, if RUTO is the one who's accused, so I'm accused and give information about that.
He's accused because it's the
there
government.
should be separate investigative institutions.
Mr. Duke, I think the best thing to do, there are certain things that because you are reasoning now from a point of non-knowledge, certain things, if you don't know them, just pass.
Yeah.
You are clueless about this. Just pass, let it go. You don't know.
You are the one who are not clueless. So for instance, if I ask you, for instance, you are saying 7 billion was lost. I ask you, which company was paid? What's the name of the company? Who are the account holders of the company? Do you have those information? You just hear 7 billion and then you go with that. Can you give me more details? Names of the companies, names of the accounts. Those are the specific details we want.
So I had to mute your mics because I don't think I could have controlled you. Duke, we are taking this issue from the point of information, from the deputy president. the Deputy President himself, not the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya, not the Auditor General, not the EACC, not the NIS, not the DCI, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya himself, without being asked by anybody, came out and said that the money in question is roughly 7 billion shillings. And for every money that we spend, no money is going to be lost. We are accountable for every penny, and there's a guarantee, there's a bank guarantee. So the guarantee, like Osea and Roberto said here, is just in case something happens and the money is not spent in the way that it's supposed to be spent. Then I basically believe that the guarantee would come in and compensate for that. Now, since then, the Deputy President has never addressed that issue, because nobody went to ask him. I think people talked about this issue and it was hot on his heels. He was hot. He came out and said, people are saying pesa ni sisi tumeiba. So he was trying to put the record straight. So he did not address, since then, he has never addressed where the money went to. He has never told Kenyans if the government received, the money from the banks that he was saying were guaranteeing these projects. And all of us know here that the projects have never been done up to date. So we want you, as a person who supports the Deputy President, to tell us, was this money lost, or did the government do what it was supposed to do with this money?
As I respond, when I try to respond, people interject me, and so I want to respond that once for all.
I'll protect you.
Okay. If you got the clip clearly, what Ruto said from his side, he said the amount of money was in question was 7 billion, and they went ahead and said no coin will be lost. So according to him, no amount has been lost. So it is the responsibility of those who are accusing him, or who are saying that the specific amount which was lost, to go ahead and provide the details of that.
Okay, let me ask you something. Were the dams constructed?
No.
Then it means government lost its money.
What if they were not constructed and the government retains the money? Do you know whether the government has?
The contractor was paid. The contractor was paid. Let me tell you, the contractor was paid, and even before he started doing his, the clearance of the bushes and stuff like that, he was already paid. He had already received money, and there's documentation to show that the contractor had already been paid even before he started doing his job. So the government here lost money, and the ultimate goal was that two big dams were supposed to be built with this guy from, which country did he come from? Is it Italy or where?
Italy.
Now
Italy.
Go to the records. Yeah, go to the records and check if that company still exists right now as we talk. Ebu ingia Google. We wonder what happened to that company. It filed for bankruptcy.
Let me clarify. Yes.
Richie, bro, man, this is painful to listen. Duke, if you don't know something, wachana tu now. Just say it's okay. Maybe you'll do your research. It's painful to listen.
You see, the Timaror case is special. Just a minute. You see.
So can I proceed and you cut me halfway.
Let me do this. Jose, let me do this. Duke.
Yes.
I'll do this because we want to put this matter to rest so that at least Daudi can speak. We are running out of time. Let me give you Jose 1 minute. Then I give you Adams 1 minute. And Duke, I'll give you 2 minutes to respond so that at least we move on to the next person. So 1 minute, Jose. Just 1 minute.
What I want to say is this. You see, when the Aror Kimorer matter came up, initially there were claims of 23 billion lost. Because the money had already left and was already paid to the contractor. Unfortunately, it was through investigation, it was found out that the contractor was going bankrupt, could not even deliver. So what happened? The government, I think the president, set up a committee for Aror and Kimorer peke yake. There were very many other dams. And this thing, you remember, by the time they delivered their report, they discovered so much money had been lost. 3 billion out of the money that was lost was traced and found out to be connected to Weston. Well, what you need to do, find out what is the report of the committee that investigated the Aurora and Timorev dams.
All right, thank you. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Makiadi. Mr. Makiadi, I'm not addressing this guy. I'm addressing you. All of us, we can see, let us not force somebody. We are trying to grill this guy, and he has no information. This guy is blank. Mr. Duke is blank. You see the things Mr. Oziz just spoke right now? If you look at Mr. Duke, he's getting that information right now. You don't even know about those committees. And you keep on pressing him. This guy is blank, Mr. Makiadi. Just let him be. He don't know. He has no information. You let him be. We are wasting time. Let's move on. Please.
Okay.
He's blank.
Okay. Duke, 1 minute.
This is what I have to respond, and let it be the last time I'm not going to speak again. First of all, if we have a scandal, maybe a corruption scandal or something of that kind, we expect to hear that from mandated institutions. Most of the information most of you are giving here, you got them from the media. Just a news anchor comes and reports. And because we have freedom of media, those reports are not even packed. We expect the media to broadcast individuals, maybe from the anti-corruption or from the judicial or the mandated institution, so that we can have. But what has happened in Kenya, we hear reports from just the media. For instance, Mtembe TV, a person comes and reports that way. Now, let us assume 7 billion was lost. So let us assume that for the sake of argument. What is the right procedure which should have been followed? So the government should trace those resources and recover them, or have a proper. For instance, data said that they were traced to Osea, and they were traced to Western Hotel. Then that should be a serious case which should be prosecuted. We don't want to hear just words from the media or wherever, even from the government. We want action. If traced the amount, it was taken to company A, this is the name of the company. These are the registered or the account holders of the companies. And then we arrest them or we recover the resources from home. If it was an Italy farm, if, for instance, the government writes to the government of Italy, until it would be able to respond to that, and they would do investigation from the other side. But when we just hear from the media stories without concrete facts, recovery of resources or individuals being arrested, so we treat that as like political statement. For instance, Rotich was taken to court and he was cleared. They said he has no case to answer. Why? And it was the person who was accused.
All right, Duke, I'll cut you short. Just look in the private chat section. I've posted a link there just to show you that there was a committee that was formed to investigate how money was lost. And the President of the Republic of Kenya on Wednesday, 18th September 2019, received a report from a technical committee that he had formed. So check your facts. I've posted the link there just to help you so that next time you come in, you might have your facts right. I'll give the next person, Julia, just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes, I just want to conclude this thing of Duke defending Mr. William Ruto. I want to repeat the words of Martin Deto. Discussing corruption in Kenya is a very painful thing. It's so painful that I think the next thing you'll find us on the streets. Why it is so painful is because one of the persons mentioned is the Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto. That is why it is very painful, Mr. Duke. So next time you think about coming here to defend Ruto, please don't. That is a painful discussion. And you are asking why he was not prosecuted. He's gonna be prosecuted by Baba and Mother Karua. He's gonna go to jail and he's gonna pay back what he owes Kenya. I promise you that. You can take that to the bank. Thank you, Mr. Makiadi.
Daudi, pole sana. Leo tumekuwa na heated debate. I'll give you a couple of minutes at least you make your submission. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makiadi. Just to tee off the topic that has been going on, If Mr. Duke had done his homework, he should have remembered that in May last year, CS Rotich was indicted, and the amount is not even 7 billion. It's up to the top of 63 billion shillings that was lost. Part of the charges that were leveled against him was in regard to the Kimwarere and Aror Dam scandal. So it's not even 7 billion, it's 63 billion Kenya shillings. So just go and do your homework. May last year, that's when that event was going on. But going on to the four topics.
That clip is very accurate.
I beg your pardon?
The clip displayed there is very accurate. The matter is not clear the way Duke is trying to say.
Yeah. So yeah, he was sacked. Ex-CS Rotich, I think, still has those charges ongoing. I think he's out on bail. But the government is acting. It's not like nobody's doing anything. Someone somewhere is doing something, and the people involved in the scandal obviously going to be held culpable here. It is sad that it's the small fish that are suffering right now. I think there will be a time that the big fish himself will be fried as well, to use the words of one PLO Lumumba. Now, back down to the four topics that are running regarding Baba instructing his supporters not to interfere with his opponents' campaigns. I think that speaks to the magnanimity or the goodness of Baba in how he conducts his campaigns. He has been a person who I think is just interested in taking the political practices in Kenya to the next level. So that speaks a lot about Baba, and we just have to admire his maturity, as opposed to one William Samoei Arap Ruto, who tries to incite his supporters by bringing things about billboards that were destroyed in Kisumu. So Baba, kudos to him. About IEBC clearing him and Martha, I watched a few clips on that, and a few things that came up. I think the issues he raised regarding voters register, very pertinent. IEBC readiness, very important. And you could see that the team was well organized. I think the AZIMIO team is a well-oiled machine compared to the Kenya Kwanza team. There was a stark difference between what we saw the day before and what we saw yesterday morning Kenya time, today US time. So we could see that the team is a well-oiled machinery. But on top of that, there was diversity in his team. You could see people like Ole Kanchori, a Masai. You could see people like Isaiah Wakindiki from Central. You saw Duor Ongwen, from the Nyanza region. And then you also saw the deputy governor in there. So a very diverse team, which just speaks on who Raila is as a person. I think he's a person who embodies just the national spirit that needs to be encouraged across the country of Kenya. So that was really telling for me, and I was very impressed by their submission this morning. One thing about KKA and Ruto giving promises, if you follow Ruto's campaigns, his promises keep changing. There's no, it's not coherent. So he's giving this promise today, the next month he's giving another promise. He's just shifting. So this amorphous messaging from him, I think, is problematic. But if you listen very carefully to Raila's messaging, I think it's coherent. He speaks about 6,000 Kenya shillings. He speaks about kicking away corruption, free education. Those are the same points that he's been singing about since his campaign started. So there is a clear difference in the two campaigns. And lastly, about the reception at Mazembe Stadium today, I think that was great. I was surprised that Charity was given fish, but it was a very interesting, I think, reception for the team. You could see how euphoric the crowd was, as opposed to the crowd that William Ruto pulls or buys. I don't know. It's usually a very quiet, sad crowd. But with Baba's crowd, you can just see the excitement and the euphoria that engulfs the crowds he pulls. So very interesting, exciting time. You could just easily tell that AZIMIO is going for the juggernaut. So yeah, those are a few remarks I thought to share today. Very interesting debate we're having.
All right, thank you, Daudi, for your short remarks. I want to listen to Lawrence. I think Lawrence still has a bone to chew with somebody here. Let me give you a few minutes, Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Makiadi, for giving me this opportunity again. Yeah, I want to comment something about Baba. Yesterday, while he was in Nakuru, he said something that the difference between us and the other side is like day and night. Yeah, it is true. Is the difference between us and those other side is like day and night, because Baba has a good plan for Kenyans. Or either you uwe mkabila gani is not angalii ukabila. The agenda is selling for Kenyans ni ya kila mtu. Anasema uwe Mkalejini, uwe Mkikuyu, uwe Mluya, Mkenya yoyote, as long as you are Kenyans, you will be getting or receiving the full service from his government. Then when we look to the other side, you know, the other side, their business is just to purloin. They are purloining from us. Even when you look, when you listen at the is Garrison, instead of selling the ideas, telling us what they will do for Kenyans, they just they are just insulting Baba, calling him funny names. Yeah, that is part of their campaigning, calling Baba fun names, Ganga, see whatever. But as Kenyans, we know the plan of William Ruto is just to purloin from us. Though he has been campaigning from 2017, and that is not a job. He has been, he must have spent a lot from 2017 up to date. So for him to recover all those resources he have been giving out, he must do something, and doing something just to purloin from Kenyans. So as Kenyans, we are not going to buy those things, those lies and whatever is from him. We know where we are going. We are focusing to the leader we want to put in government. So as Kenyans, what I can tell my fellow Kenyans is, as you fought, don't fought because you are certain, you are from a certain region, or your leader is fighting for a certain position. We are going to fight because of the manifesto ile kiongozi ako nayo, vitu kama hizo. Yeah.
Yeah, Roba, I see your hand, but let me ask you a question, guys. You know, we are talking about the promises that the deputy president has been making, and this one might not be a promise, but I want you to at least dissect these. Today, the deputy president said that the deep state was shocked by my IBC clearance. So, is there a deep state? Is there a system that we know or we don't know about that the deputy president knows? Robert.
I will start by saying I am the deputy president. If there was a deep state, I would know. Do you remember those words? So when this guy talks about the deep state being shocked, and yet just a few months or a few days ago, he claims to be the deputy president, the second in command. He's in office, and if there was a deep state, he would know. You can tell that this gentleman is not coherent. Something is serious.
So which deep state is this that was surprised by him being cleared to run for president?
That is now why I'm he talks to suit the moments, but not because he has any knowledge. And I don't know whether the deep state he was talking about is at all, because I don't seem to understand him anymore, and it's very shocking the way he can flip flop. Even Kalonzo could flip flop, but Kalonzo is better because Kalonzo is flip flopping on particular issues, but this one is flip flopping with lies, So I don't want to even dwell on that. I'll leave it for other panelists to continue dissecting.
Deep state, the way I look at it,
Just a moment, Maggie. I just wanted to mention something that the deputy president is running for presidency. Who of you, can somebody tell me why he's running for presidency? Because I don't think he's running for presidency because he wants to serve Kenyans, and for him, I see this is a do or die thing. He must be president, and he cannot imagine anything outside that. Why am I saying this? If you look at the amount of money that this guy has spent from 2018, trust me, if he does not get to presidency and recover this money through corruption, I see this guy actually falling sick, or
Robert,
something will just happen to him. Because I cannot imagine anybody in his right senses who has spent the kind of money this guy has spent from 2018 and goes home without knowing where he's going to get or recover this money. This guy is going to go mad. Trust me. Thank you.
And the worst is, Roberto, is that he may be jailed. If he's not jailed, he will lose a lot of money. A lot of his property will be taken back by the government. And don't forget, there's a case in ICC that has not left him. He has baggage in ICC. So I think you ask a good question. Why is he running? Okay, first, I think he was running to amass.
Julia, he never spent any money. It was money laundering.
Yeah, I think he's running because he wanted to continue stealing from the government. That was his first agenda. So when he began working with Uhuru, when that ICC thing came and all that, he saw the opportunity to ascend to power and to loot the government and become as rich as the Kenyatta family. That was, I think, the first agenda, which he did. He really looted. I listened to somebody. You people, there's someone, I will ask him to come here and say that again. And the way he was speaking, I don't want to mention his name, but you know him. He presented that information in the way that gave a story of what has happened to the Kenyan poor economy. that this guy went along, could give tenders to his son, to his daughter, to his wife, to his cousin, I mean, all sorts of things you don't want to discuss. What Martin Deto doesn't want to discuss, and I agree with him, is really a sad story. So I think that was the first agenda. But now going to 2017, after 2017, first he didn't see this coming. And I think it is just God who had, like Maggie is saying, who had mercy upon this country, that Baba came along and we had the handshake. In fact, Baba has rescued this nation. Baba has literally rescued this nation from political and economic instability. Because I believe it is Baba who gave Uhuru the courage to say, stop, we have to stop this. So when in 2017, 2018, I think all of us were hearing handshake. Me, I didn't understand the handshake, and I didn't see anything wrong with it. And I didn't know why Ruto was fighting the handshake. You know, I could say, according to me, I thought, if Baba has stooped so low to do a handshake, then we should appreciate it. Because you see, this is a man whose election has been stolen several times, and he's coming back to make peace. I didn't know why Ruto was fighting Baba. Ruto knew it. Ruto knew it, that this man is going to stop his stealing. He's going to stop his ascent to power. He knew so much. We didn't, is the rest of the Kenyans who did not know. So he had to do what it would take him to get to power. Now, his agenda now is to protect himself from corruption cases. That is his agenda. That is why he'll do what it will take him to get to power. That is it. Because I'm telling you guys, I'm telling Kenya that I know with Baba and Mother, these people will be arrested. These people will be made to pay for it. Those in AZIMIO and those with KK, they will be made to pay for it. They will return our resources. This is Kenya's movement of rescue. In fact, Baba is in charge of that rescue team. That is what is going to happen. So those who are going around saying, ati kwa nini Uhuru hakushika hii, ati kwa nini serikali haijafanya, now time is coming. And I'm telling you, if Baba and Mother do not act, people are going to go to the streets. People are going to the streets. I'm telling you, that's what is going to happen to Kenya, because Kenyans cannot take it anymore. I think that's what I wanted to say, Makiadi.
Okay, Daudi, nataka pia mtu anijibu, na naona Njiru ameingia hapa ameniambia ako na jibu ya deep state ni nani. Daudi, go ahead, and then at least 1 minute each.
Yeah, I think like the deep state, as you know, is, I mean, this is my opinion, I could be wrong, is a combination of Matiang'i, Kibicho, and Musheru. This is my opinion. This is what I think. These guys have a lot of power.
Okay, as you say that, is there a difference between a deep state and system? Because they are two, bodies and dimensions.
They're in control of the systems.
No, he says he's very specific that the deep state and the system were surprised to see me cleared to run for president. So which
you are wrong. You are wrong. That is not the analogy.
Let me finish my submission, and then Jiro, you can come in and make your submission. Because these are the folks who can sway the election in whatever direction we, quote unquote, election results in whatever direction they can win. Because one, they're in control of the security, first of all, talk of Matiang'i, and also the system, the server is under their control. So in my opinion, that is the deep state, because they're in control of the system. So Njiro might disagree with me. But also to kind of add on what Julia had mentioned on what Ruto had done, Ruto had cleverly engineered a situation where Uhuru was going to be completely helpless, and it had to be Baba to come in and save the government. Because I think post 2017, Uhuru was going to be impeached, because this guy had engineered a situation where all the member of parliaments, almost all the way in his side. It took the ODM side and the other side to help with keeping things in order. So we have to thank Baba for at least making sure that the reins of power didn't go to Ruto. Otherwise, I think would be a banana republic by now. Thank you.
Adams, do you have a comment or a question?
I want to reply you.
Okay, just a minute or 1.5.
Yeah, Mr. Deep state and system. These are two different things. Deep state, each and every government of the world, any nation in the entire planet Earth, there is deep state and there is system. So in our case, Kenya, what we call deep state, these are people, they're individuals who are perceived to be so powerful and rich, such that they control the government system, especially the presidency. Not the president. No, we have president and the presidency. They control it. But these are people that you'll never see them even in the newspaper. They don't appear in the dailies, but they're at the back. But they call shots. So people like the people Dawood just mentioned, the likes of Matiang'i and Kibiki, those are their prefects. Those are people who work for them. Those are messengers. Those are messengers for these guys because they can fire and hire them anytime. But a system is something which is set there, that when you come in, like say, right now, Makiadi, you're an outsider. Today, if tomorrow they announce that Makiadi is now the minister for justice, you go into the government, you take the oath, and you get into the system. Now the system works. It's like things are done this way. You come in and you hey, Makiadi, here we do it like this. That is the system, okay? But Ruto coming now today and saying, or yesterday saying, that the system and the deep state are surprised that he has been cleared, is a contradictory. Because if one say that such a thing doesn't exist, okay? But we all know that is the Lord of doublespeak. Ruto doublespeak so many issues, not even only that. It's what he says today, tomorrow you play another clip, is contradicting himself, be it the port of Mombasa, be it the deep state system, be it the money that is getting lost. He's just a master of doublespeak. So let's take him for that. But my understanding for deep state and system is that is how it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Adams. Njiru, nasikia ati wewe ndio unajua ni nani deep state na nani
yeah, I want to explain to you a little bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah, any organized country, a country which is not in chaos, is put in order by these two orders. That is the system and the deep state. The system controls discipline in a government. The deep state, most of it controls succession. And the president is just a mere puppet. Sorry to say this. The president is, in any country, I've said an organized country, the president is a button. The president is just a symbol. And for you to become a president, these two systems have to agree. And if one of them is in contradiction of you cannot become a president. For example, for so long, Raila Odinga, the system has always been with him. The only problem which Raila has been having is with the deep state. And because the deep state is the one which organizes succession, let me talk of the system. First of all, this is how the system works. Like, for example, if you look at how Raila Odinga has been progressing politically, he can organize, he can have big rallies, he has a big name. So that is how the system portrays you. But the deep state is the one which will always make sure that you are able now to cross over. The deep state, you cannot say so and so is the deep state. What happens deep state keeps on enlarging as the country go. Unaona kama vile sasa unasikia tukisema Kenya, we are on our 60th anniversary. The deep state keeps on enlarging. Sasa hata Ruto ni part of deep state sasa, because now he has enjoyed power. So what happens is that deep state is any person within an organized government who has come close to power. So ukiangalia Kenya from 1963 up to 2022, all those people who have been in the trapping of the power, and as we go, so hiyo group inaenda ikiongezeka. Now what happens on that group, inakujanga inaanzia kujigawa pole depending with the interest and the aspiration. So inafika level, both Ruto and Raila, they have factions within the deep state who are supporting them. So itategemea yule ambayo atasapotiwa na wengi, and the ones who are calling the shot. So, and let me tell you the reason why, in my own opinion, Raila Odinga is poised to win this election, in my own instincts. Number one, look at the organized system. When we talk of the organized system, we are talking about technocrats, big people in the business. We are talking about the people who own manufacturing. Look at all of them. The people who own like the banking industry, financial industries, and all those other things. Try to look at those key people, see where those people are pointed to. So those are the key people who can tell you where the government is getting shape. Like, for example, there is one person who I will tell you, he will never go wrong. There is a guy called Jiraine. I don't know how many people noted that Johnny Jiraine, who used to be the KRA expert, I think he used to be the head of KRA at some time. During the EU Commission talk of Raila Odinga, he was there and he gave a speech. I don't know, sijui nani aliona huyo jamaa? Johnny Jiraine was there. So, in other words, that is not the only guy. So, what I'm trying to say is that those are the indicators to show you that the deep state is within you. But we cannot come here, or we cannot be here. Matiangi, Akina Kebicho, those are not deep state. Those are employees within the organized system who have been propelled by the system. The system, you will never know it. You will only be seeing how they are doing through some key people in the government. But those people will never be known. So that's what I wanted to say. And the reason why Ruto is saying that the deep state is against him, he knows it. Because in 2013 and 2017, he knows how these groups got organized. And he knows all these people, they have pulled power against him. And when you want to become a president, you can feel the power getting away from you, because it is something which you can feel. When you see the confidence which Raila Odinga has, that confidence is not what he used to have in 17 and 13. You can see that there is something which is driving him, beyond him. And that is what we call deep state and the system, and has to agree. And if the two of them don't agree, you don't get power. That is my simple submission.
Njeru, you see the question that is addressed to you. You know, the deputy president said that there is no deep state, or there is no what do you call it?
No, don't listen to Ruto.
My
system is there. Don't listen to that guy, please.
So
both
I mean,
are there.
So if you answer the question on the screen, then I'll believe in 2017 maybe you might have had an idea where the system lied. Now that you're in AZIMIO,
brother, in 2007, who pulled the election away of Raila? Who pulled the election? You know, let's not pretend. These are the ideologies and the functionalities of how these people work.
Zero, answer the question. Answer the question on the screen.
Okay, how is it, Zero? I've been voting for Raila Odinga from 2007. So that is me.
So you don't know where the system is.
I know.
And you don't know.
I know where the system is.
And you don't know what the deep state is.
Okay. Okay, whoever knows can explain. But that is my explanation.
Makiadi, some other places, according to the explanation of Jiru, some other places they say I don't know whether you guys have heard this. They say the government systems are being controlled by the Freemasons. So in some other places, the deep state of the system has referred to us as the Freemason. I don't know whether you guys have heard that.
Okay, and it doesn't mean that because I did not vote for the people who won the election, I don't know what deep state is. I think Makiadi, we need to be clear of that. It is something which you can see. Ni kama saa zingine you have gotten something, but it gets pulled away from you. That is what is deep state. Things which you cannot control, but they are functioning against your life.
Njiru, exactly what Adams is saying is what Ruto meant. The deep state are those Freemason, and Freemason are the ones whom Ruto has been relying on to put him on power. And he's been alleging that Raila is not a godly person. Even you saw Raila, before he went to Bomas of Kenya, he had to come from the church. So the deep state are the Freemason for Ruto, and that is what he meant. The deep state he was meaning are those Freemasons.
You know, Maggie, I from the time I was a young man, I knew that Freemason was just an organization of the masonry, you know, people who build houses. I don't know when it changed to a very powerful organization that can put people into presidency and
They
deny
have
others.
a church in under the water.
Let me give Matua. Hold on, Daudi. Acha nipatie Matua nafasi dakika mbili aongee kwanza.
Makiadi, and you have to tell Black, you have to tell Black he should stop saying what if he knows what deep state is, let him come and explain here. But he has no audacity to tell people they don't know what they are saying. So I take that one personal. If he has
Black,
a choice, let him come.
no, you know, Njiru, Black is a supporter of William Ruto, and it is the same William Ruto who says if there was any deep state or system, he would have known. So you don't expect Black to give you an answer on that because he also has no idea what we are talking about. Mato, 2 minutes, tafadhali.
Asante Richie, nice moderation man. Sijai kupata ukimoderate mpaka leo ndo nimekupata. If it's your first time man, you done a good job man. I appreciate that. Good job. Sorry guys, I need to go. Nilikuwa nimeuliza Richie anipatie tu kidogo nikimbie. But mine hey, ati Mason. Really? You guys think about that? Anyways, una mchezo. But for me, actually, I'm gonna be, unajua nachekaga sana, but this one I'm gonna be serious on this one. I think we gave Raila a very weak, and it's not gonna be seen now until at the elections. I've been looking at some things, right? And Ruto was not a formidable competitor of Raila. He beat way too much that he could chew. This is gonna be, somebody told me somewhere it's gonna be 80-20%. And I was like, unacheza mchezo bwana, hiyo ni utoto. But starting to look at it, it seems like it's gonna be actually. It might be 80, it might like na mwingine tukacheka naye nikamwambia, you know, kwani mtu anaweza kuja number 2 and number 3. Yes, it doesn't look that way, lakini where Ruto will be and the other ones, sijui kama ni Wajakoya ama ni kina nani, they won't, hawataachana mbali sana, watakaribiana kama mmoja hata mruka. Sijui, maybe Wajakoya anaweza mgonga juu ya bangi zake na vitu zake na nini, na unajua na watu wa East London na huko na vitu kama hizo. Lakini sioni Ruto. This one was a bad one. This is but also it's history in the making. I think I'm happy to be living today to see this history being made. Raila Karua, it's a done deal. It's over. Done. Dusted. Imeisha. Watu wakate miti, my friend, na wengine nini, dawa zifichwe na kamba zifichwe. Imeisha. Na ni kubaya.
Wajakoya is a good teacher. Usiongee vibaya kumuhusu.
Adams, nilikuwa nakuona, nilikuwa naona ukikuja tu, nilikuwa na kuangalia vizuri kwa screen. But yeah, this is done. I think we don't have good election this time. This is mmoja ameshindwa, mwingine ako huko chini na nini. This is not a good competition, but also it's a very good. It's time for Kenya to change. It's a time that we are respecting women. It's also a time that also Kenya is gonna grow after that. For me, I'm happy. Vitu za kina nani Duke hapa kuja kutuambia juu 7, I mean anatuambia ni 7 zilipotea na hawezi tuambia kule zilienda, and that's the problem with KKA. I mean, hiyo ndio shida niko nao kabisa. These guys can never explain anything. They can never stand on a podium and say something profitable unless they attack mtu akitendawili ule mama sijui. There's nothing good they say. I don't know. Watu wa KKA, come here, mtseme ni nini hao watu wanatuambianga kitu ya maana yenye tunaweza sikiza, you know, and there's nothing. But then you can also see there's I was listening, Richie, real quick, I hope sijamaliza. I was watching something, nini, I was listening to, not watching, podcast where they were talking about is it initagwa nini sasa, imeanza kunipotelea. Hii ni where plants follow the light where it's going. Watu nini wataniambia hapa hivi, sorry, I'm trying to move, inanipotelea. But you see, photosynthesis, thank you. You see, you start seeing hata watu wenye kwa government saizi, you know, when you ukifanyia hiyo experiment, maua ilikuwa inafuata saidi ya kwenda mahali kuna mwangaza.
Adams, you're wrong. It's called phototropism.
Ni photosynthesis wewe. So
photosynthesis is the manufacture of food by plants, right, Daudi?
Yes, and then when plants follow light, that is phototropism.
I was almost.
Inaonekana ukurudi shule afternoon kama mimi. Sawa, mato endelea, malizia.
Ado watu wa kukosa kwenda prep kama sisi. Anyway, so you can see the government where it's going. You can see hata ukiangalia msafara ya Raila. You can see the seriousness in that thing. You can see everything that is happening there, the coordination. My friends, is done. Na vile Julia alisema, saa zingine it's painful to listen to some things that don't even make sense, because this is a country that we are going to build. This is a country that has been built, and now it's going we went from white colonialism to black colonialism, but now we're getting the independence that we actually needed. We never got independence. This is the time that we're going to get the real independence. So Julia, thank you for your venye unaongea. I like it. I admire where you are. Na the other people, na kila mtu mwenye ako kwa show. Richie, good show. I appreciate. Kama ni siku yako ya kumoderate, my friend, kudos. You done a good job. But at this point, I'm going to leave you guys. And sorry, Adam, sitakuwa hapa ni kusumbu kiimba national anthem. Ujigonge kabisa. Lakini nitakuwa nasikiza. Julia na kila mtu, good night. Unless kuna mtu ako na swali.
Rishi, can I put something in 15 seconds on it, please?
Okay, because you're about to close now.
Yeah, kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka kusema, and in any country, presidents are not elected. Presidents are chosen. An election is just an actualization. Think about that.
Haya. Hiyo sasa mimi
Raila atakuwa chosen.
Hiyo sasa ni mambo ingine. Njiru,
Njiru, I need you to stop that. You are trying to tell us here that the Kenyans will waste their time on 9th. I really need you to stop that. You're trying to create a picture, forgive me if I say this, of rigging, election malpractices and all that. That is not good. Let us encourage Kenya.
I did not say that. I did not say that. There's a difference between election and choosing. In both of them, people queue.
No Njiru. Hiyo nimekataa.
Haya,
Mr. Njiru,
tufanye namna
you're
hii
opening a
sasa.
Pandora box.
Tufanye
Google
namna hii.
first.
Hiyo ya Njiru hatutafuata saa hii kwa sababu haitaisha. Let's do this. I'm looking at the time now, we are hitting our 9th hour. So like we always do, we get a few minutes to do our closing remarks. Na kama ulikuwa na kitu inakubana unataka kuaddress, you can take at least that time also to address it, so that at least tuende tupumzike. Kesho ni Jumatatu, tukutane hapa tena masaa na mida kama hii. So ninataka nifanye namna hii. Daudi, nilikuwa nimeona umeinua mkono, so I'll begin from this end. I'll
Yes.
give you, let me see, it's 10:35 hapa. Okay, I'll give you at least everybody 3 minutes.
Okay.
Closing
So
remarks.
thank you so much, Makiari, for the opportunity. I agree there's a concept of the deep state, but I think in the context of Kenya, I think it's a fragmented deep state. You can't tell me the deep state in the era of Nyayo is the same deep state we have right now. So I think, for example, the deep state that ushered in Uhuru and Ruto was the deep state entrenched within the Kibaki government. And so what is going to usher in Raila is going to be the deep state entrenched within the Uhuru government. So I feel like the Kenyan deep state is fragmented. It's not as static as what we have in the US. In the US, if you talk of a deep state, I would think about the Rockefeller family. I would think about Rothschild. I would think of these families that have amassed a lot of wealth and they have invested interest in government. So that is my theory about a deep state in the context of Kenya. Now, moving forward to some of the things that were mentioned today about whether Ruto was a mismatch for Raila. 1 year ago, you wouldn't think that way. It's just that Raila is just things happen. I think it was mainly Fed, but also the right choices that Raila made in terms of choosing Martha Karua. If he had chosen a different running mate, I think we would still be thinking differently. So I think it's a combination of Fed and also just the nice choices that Raila has been able to make. That's all.
Any predictions in half a second? Any predictions for tomorrow?
Any predictions for tomorrow? So campaign-wise, I feel KKA is still going to a very bad messaging. They had a good message initially, as I continuously say. The hustler messaging was a good message, but now they're going towards date and paying $120 against $100. Macroeconomics and all this loan thing, people are not getting it, so they'll continue losing it. I think Raila's wave is going to continue to grow, and that's my prediction for today.
Thank you so much, Daudi. Adams, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. My own submission is I don't know whether you guys realized something. There are two things going on. I don't know whether it's the third one. Today, yesterday, Ruto made Professor Kindiki Kithure his chief agent. And then today, Raila made Kindiki's brother his chief agent. Before that, we had Moses Wetangula in Ruto's camp, and Tim Wanyoni in Raila's camp. So these are very interesting things which happens only in our country, Kenya. In places like the US, if your family are Democrats, they're Democrats from A to Z. If they're Republicans, they're Republicans. So it's only in Kenya where we have such kind of interesting things. So it's a very interesting thing going on. You don't even know. It is even hard to tell who can be a mole in your camp and who cannot be a mole. You cannot even know who can leak information and who cannot leak information, because in both scenarios, information can be leaked from KKA into AZIMIO, and it can be leaked from AZIMIO into KKA, because these are blood brothers, these are families spreading their wing from both sides. And also today, Raila Odinga, after being given clear, he said that he dismantled something where people were saying, oh, farasi ni mbili. He said there is nothing like that. He said farasi ni moja na nyingine ni punda. So Raila is the farasi, Ruto ni punda. He's competing a donkey. That's also what he said. Moving forward, I think things are gonna be well, and we really hope for the best, and we will continue, tabulating and trying to process and come up with things that we really think are good or are of good benefit for our people and our country, Kenya, moving forward into the future. And also, I think tomorrow, if I may say something about prediction, I don't want to take a lot of time. Because of that mammoth crowd in Nakuru today, that one really sent very wrong shockwaves into Ruto's camp. So I predict them not taking too long before they go to Nakuru. They have this tendency of following AZIMIO. When AZIMIO do a big rally here, they follow them back. They go behind them. So I think very soon they're going to go to Nakuru to pull another rally like that. Because after all, Kenya Kwanza people that just campaign around Rift Valley, Nakuru, and Central. They just revolve around that place. So I think they will go there. And in any other rally, also another prediction, beginning tomorrow, especially tomorrow, they will really come up strongly to dismantle and rubbish a lot of things that happened or was said in AZIMIO's camp. Otherwise, we'll continue further ahead, and thank you so much for the time. God bless.
Thank you, Adams.
Okay, thank you. There is one thing which I a little bit like being honest. Unajua, these fathers of ours, Raila and Ruto, very few people here know them. Yani, to have first-hand interaction with them. So, personally, mtu kama mimi, najua Raila from the media. Ruto namujua from media. I've never been close with these people. So, what happens is that within the government, there are people who interact closely with these people. And now these are the people who build some confidence to us. Unaanzia kusema, kama huyu, sasa unaona sasa ni kama vile ukiangalia sasa pande ya baba, kuna akina Martha Karua pale, kuna akina Ngilu pale. You see the team surrounding him. But Baba himself, it might become very difficult for you to make a decision. Ruto himself might become very difficult for you to make a decision. Sasa mimi ndio sasa nakuja hapa sasa nikiangalia Ruto, naangalia Gachagua, naangalia Waititu, naangalia Okoth bado. So you see, I look at the layer with him. Then sasa from there, I start now slowly making the decision. But I will not make my decision in the claim that I have first-hand information about these people. Yes, I read about them, I hear about them. So, and these two things which we are talking about, it tunasema system na deep state, that is now what helps to debunk that and bring whoever they want to bring to us, and we make a rational decision about it. I'm not saying that they are the only people we need to rely on to make a good decision. These people, we can also look on their lifestyle. We can also look on their thinking and what they have been doing throughout their life. Na nikiangalia mtu kama Baba, there is a history which has been portrayed through him. Ruto, na nilisema hapa leo mchana, Ruto has been a government employee throughout his lifetime. Ruto hakuna ile siku hata moja amewahi hata enda kwa street kupigania mtu. Na sasa mimi ndio nasema kwa saa hii, wacha Ruto aende akule tiangas kidogo, ajue kupigania mambo ni nini. But if we end up having somebody like Ruto, these are the people who can easily turn into dictators because he doesn't know the other side of the mirror. So yeye ni mtu wa Serelak. He is ni mtu ya Serelak too. He has not like immediately after university, ndiye huyu wako na Moi establishes him, ndiye huyu amekuwa MP. So if you look at the lifestyle of Ruto, he has no nerves. Like, and Kenya is a very complex country. You know, Kenya is one of the many countries within Africa ambao tunaangaliwa sana. While you are in Kenya, we are giving a lot of solutions to Congo, we are giving a lot of solutions to Somalia, a lot of solutions to Southern Sudan. And we cannot bring a baby here, somebody who has no idea, who has no concept. Also in Kenya, you know, Kenya houses very serious headquarters. Tuko na UN pale, tuko na kina UNEP pale. Sasa ndio huyu mtu, and I don't know why Kenyans like forgetting. There is a day Ruto alisema Kongo hakuna ng'ombe, na hii story mumeruhusu tu ioshwe tu. There was a day when Ruto said, I'm finalizing Bwana Makiadi.
Okay, Njiru, do this. I want you to do me a favor. Malizia alafu patie Lawrence yende namna hiyo, Julia, Roberto ndiye atafunga mwisho, and then we come close the show. I'll be back in a minute, 2 minutes.
Okay, fine. Okay, in 1 minute I'm finalizing. So we are having a deputy president here who has broken all the civilized political laws in Kenya to the extent of even kukosea yule ambaye ako juu yake heshima. And let me tell you, in any civilized country, talk up, even hata Russia kwenye mambo inatendeka saa hii, I don't know kama munasikia hata deputy president wa huko ama prime minister wa huko akiongea. So kuna ile kitu tunasemanga, the absolute power of the president, which has to be respected. And Ruto has no authority to criticize the absolute power of the presidency unless if he is not in that presidency. And if you want to criticize the absolute power of the presidency, you need to leave that power. And that is the reason why I fault him. The day when Ruto decided to criticize his boss, that is the day when I said to myself, this guy cannot succeed anyone in Kenyan civilized politics. So mtu yote ambaye anatusikiliza hapa and the thing that Kenya needs to continue getting organized, we cannot vote somebody who has insubordinated his boss, somebody who has been extremely tribal, 7 encouraging cabinet secretaries. So there are so many forces we can vote this guy. Mtu ambaye anasema in Trans Nzoia hao watu wako huko watolewe, we cannot vote such a guy. So what the few people who we have in Kenya Kwanza, because I still believe Kenya Kwanza is a very tiny party within a small section of Kenya. Please, you have a duty to come and make history by voting Raila Odinga as your 5th president, because he's a guy who is going to unleash the potential which has been sleeping and has not been awakened in Kenya. Thank you. Next one can go on.
Okay. Thank you for your contribution, Njiro. I say thank you once more for this channel. Yeah, I want to make my conclusion by saying I have sent it as a chat to Jiro, saying never forget the mendacious politician will say anything to get your vote. Then his promises will disappear like tears in the rain. You know, you can't see tears in the rain. According to the topics ya leo, ile Ruto's promises, it's like tears in the rain will disappear. We know it is is lying Kenyans. Then today's predictions, I think AZIMIO UMOJA will introduce officially unveil his manifesto at around 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. if I'm not wrong. Somebody can confirm. Yeah, thank you so much, Richie.
Okay, Julia.
Asante Makiadi. First, I want to tell Kenyans, those who support AZIMIO, please don't listen to Mr. Njiru. That deep state is on your side. I don't think anyone can get anywhere without us voting. Yani kumira. And let's imagine if today Uhuru decides to support this Bangi man. Do you think he's going to win? He's not going to win. He's not going to get anywhere because you need Kenyans to agree you are the right person. So deep state or no deep state, you cannot win an election without the people deciding you are the right person. That's my point. The other thing I want to say that to those people who come here, kutetea DP Ruto with his corruption scandals, please don't do it. That is so aggravating. Afadhali mkuja hapa mtuambie maneno, mtudanganye tu, mtuambie kuna bottoms up. Just talk those things. We will bear that, we'll tolerate that. But defending the corruption scandals of DP Ruto is so aggravating. Now, I think what's going to happen tomorrow, Makiadi, these people are going to go to, KK is going to go to Nakuru because hiyo ndio tabia yao, and they are going to try and pour some little insults there. That is what I expect them to do because they like to trade Baba. Otherwise, mimi naomba Wakenya wenzangu, we prepare ourselves, kumira. Na wenye hajaamua, you cannot be on the wrong side of the vote. You cannot just throw your vote away because the winning side is Baba Mother. Asante Makiadi.
Maggie.
Thank you, Bwana Makiadi. Let me add something on deep state. This deep state, the way Adam said, probably it is Freemason. And even if it is Freemason, what time did RUTO go there and then he saw the deep state shocked? So if they are not the Freemason, then the deep state ni bibi yake, because that time I think alikuwa na bibi yake. So the deep state, according to RUTO and to me, is ni bibi yake, because hakuna mwenye alikuwa na yeye at that time unless ni Mudavadi na Wetangula and those are the people who are the deep state according to him. And again, you deep state, why hata kama ni Freemason, Julia, we are not threatened by them because the Almighty God has taken over Kenya. The Freemason ni wale cults, but the Almighty God, everlasting, has taken over. They have, I know that is why, if it is true that they were them, that is why RUTO saw them shocked, because they didn't believe. So God has taken over. So they are threatened. Even right now, they are so threatened because nothing like those deep states are going to rule us anymore, because they have really taken us back and we want to go ahead. And God is taking control. And the control, we are seeing the Holy Spirit is flowing into our country, and we are happy about it. I know RUTO is always a copycat. Tomorrow he's going to be in Nakuru just to see how much Mammoth is going to pull up, but he's always known by paying those who attend his rally. Thank you very much for giving me this time.
Santi Maggie. Roberto, dakika zako kadhaa tatu tumalize. You are muted. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, I'll try to be very brief. I don't want to spend 3 minutes. Yeah, deep state. I want to believe that this is just a myth. I don't believe there is any deep state as such. This is just power, and power is there to be grabbed. And to talk about the deputy president, I feel like I want to forgive Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru Kenyatta is the person who created William Ruto. He was hands off. He trusted him. And like I said, power is there to be grabbed. This gentleman saw the opportunity and became the power monster that we see, and wants to grab power at all costs. And if I am to inculcate the deep state or the Freemason Adams has talked about, there are these people who are industrialists, people who control the economy, influential characters that have business interests, both present and projected. These are the people who I want to believe that could be funding the deputy president, because as we all know, in 2015, he declared his wealth at 175 million, I think million or something. Yeah. And the kind of money this guy is spending, even the corruption that he has been attached to, cannot raise that kind of money. The guy is spending big. So definitely there must be some people, a bunch of characters who are funding this gentleman. And it cannot be people who are in Kenya. No. These are people who want to do business with the country through the government. And they are behind his well-oiled campaign machine and the campaign that he has done for the last 4 or 5 years. Yeah. Now, tomorrow, rather today in Kenya, we are going to unveil the manifesto, AZIMIO manifesto at Nyayo Stadium. As usual, it will be pomp and color, but I want I hope that AZIMIO is going to launch a manifesto that is realistic, so that at the end of the day, or at the end of the 5-year term, they do not receive a backlash from the public, so that whoever who is going to propel the country forward after 2027 has an easy time. And I want to believe it must be somebody from AZIMIO. Yes, I think I want to leave it at that. I don't want to make any predictions. The normal prediction is that Kenya Kwanza, or no, not Kenya Kwanza, UDA will be tiptoeing the AZIMIO brigade. They would want to try and clean up the mess that the AZIMIO have left behind. So I expect them to be in Nakuru. If it's not Nakuru, within the environs, and continue spreading their falsehoods.
Oh,
thank you very much.
all right.
I'll leave it at that.
Makiadi, I have one thing for Julia. Just one thing. Julia, there is this thing you just mentioned, but please just tell me the meaning. Kumera. What's the meaning again, please?
Kumera is a Kikuyu word. It is used like to describe, have you ever seen safari ants? How safari ants, like they get into a hole or come out, when they start invading something, they never stop. Like,
yes,
there are too many, they are unstoppable. Have you ever had safari ants in your home in back Bishagu?
Yes, I know them.
the way they rain terror, like even chasing them is so hard.
They rain.
It's a slogan used by Kikuyus, like when voting, mtatoka kama safari ant, kumira.
Oh.
So removing, eh? Yeah. Kutokelezea.
No, not removing.
Kutokelezea. Okay, sawa basi. Njiru, just 30 seconds.
Yeah. If you saw how Jubilee did a lot of imagery work during their manifesto launch, AZIMIO Leo, it will be 15 times of what you saw. So it will be a lot of imagery, there will be big stuff. Then, hiyo kitu ingine, I also wanted to add, I hope you people, you remember, there was a time when Baba votes, 1 million votes, disappeared within 8 hours. That is deep state. In simple, sitaki kuongea sana.
Haya, sawa. Thank you Njiru. Umeleta mawosia mengine mazito na ambayo hatuwezi anza kuyazungumzia saa hii kwa sababu hatutamaliza. Mimi ningependa kusema na stick na what Roberto has said. Let AZIMIO give a manifesto that is achievable, not something that is over ambitious, because we will also treat it as the Jubilee manifesto that was promising us I don't know how many stadiums, and they never built one. Now, the other thing I wanted to bring you up to speed is that Kuru Court tomorrow will be moving to court to kushtaki Raila Odinga kwamba hatoshi kurun for presidency because in his state project. He is going to do that in tomorrow in the morning, which is today for those that are in Kenya. Ruto today will be in eastern part of Kenya campaigning. Gachagua has been given Central, and the two brothers Bure na Bure kabisa watarudi Western. Finally, kwa watazamaji wetu, hashtag PSS pimeni suti sasa. Nitamalizia hapo. Let's acknowledge at least wale watu wamekuja kwa comment section. Tunashukuru. Julia, you have something to say? Thank you. Wale watu wamekuja kwa comment section tunashukuru sana because you keep the show going. Black na kuona huko siku hizi umeogopa kuingia hapa, nadhani propaganda ilisha labda namna gani. Steve Mutumbu, Eufin, asante sana. Mary Jones, Black, hey, Black yuko huko karibu kila comment ni yake. Ben Catalyst, Njiru na kuona pia huko. Panda, George Amos, Martin Deto. Hawa ni wale wa kawaida tu, mashabiki wetu, mafans wetu. Tunashukuru sana. So we want to close this show. Thank you very much. It was my first time doing this. I hope wale ambao nimewakosea mtanisamehe, na ule ambaye amenigosea nimemsamehe. Julia, wewe utatupatia stanza number 1. Lawrence, umejificha bwana ama umelala? I think umeona vile huwa tunafunga show yetu. At least huwa tunaimba wimbo wa taifa, na ni kusema kukariri wimbo wa taifa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. So tunataka ikifika wakati tutatusomea stanza number 2. Alafu wazee Adams leo utapumzika leo, na Roberto leo, acha Daudi atufungie stanza number 3. Now before that, let me just go through the Constitution. Today we are reading Article 70. It talks about enforcement of the environment rights. Number 1, if a person alleges that a right to a clean and healthy environment recognized and protected under Article 42 is being or likely to be denied, violated, infringed, or threatened, the person may apply to a court for redress in addition to any other legal remedies. Hold on, I have some background noise here. So number 2, on application under clause 1, the court may make an order or give any direction it considers appropriate. A, to prevent, stop, or discontinue any act of omission that is harmful to the environment. B, to complete any public officer, to compel any public officer to take measures to prevent or discontinue any act or omission that is harmful to the environment. Or C, to provide compensation for any victim of a violation of right to a clean and healthy environment. Number 3, for the purpose of this article, any applicant does not have to demonstrate that any person has incurred loss or suffered injury. Julia.
Yes. Okay, let's pray. Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Lawrence.
Hamkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Daudi.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asanteni sana kwa kuja siku ya leo. It was a nice and informative session. I hope you enjoyed. I hope we learned something new. Ndemba mahali unatutazama, tunajua unatuangalia saa hii. You are just missing us. Ninajua unatuangalia saa hii.
And now you know what he's feeling? He's feeling like Makiadi has been received so well. Sasa Demba unasikia kiwaru ama sami inside here. How are you feeling, Demba?
Demba mahali huko tumetoboa day 1. We are counting 4 more. So jipange.
Okay, Makiadi erokamano.
Okay, but before you close, I forgot something. I had a bone to chew with some people here.
Yes,
They are
please.
not here. I think it was Robert and Mise. Niliwasikia walikuwa wananiongelelea jana.
And unfortunately, unfortunately, I can't allow you to do that because one person does not have the right of reply. So I hope Mise umesikia umetajwa hapa, kesho kuja hapa ujibu maswali. Robert, at least wewe uko hapa ungeulizwa, lakini najua ukiulizwa saa hii utashindwa kujibu kwa sababu ni
Makiadi, unajua Makiadi, wewe you are not a good friend because saa hii ndio niko na advantage na bado unataka kuweka level playing field. This is not you are not being a good friend. You stick with the friend kabisa. Saa hii ndio unafaa kunipatia nafasi nimalize hiyo mise kabisa kwa kaburi la sahau.
Yeah, but it would be unfair to him because he has no right of reply. So wacha tungoje kesho. Kesho najua atajitokelezea hapa muweze kumaliza historia yenu in the open.
Tumeweka pause.
Asante, much obliged. So leo nilikuwa na feel a little bit generous, ndio maana nilikuwa nataka tufunge show at least najua najaribu kumit you mic ndio sikuwe na feedback. So kila siku wanawapatia at least mstari wa kwenda kufikiria. Leo ni kama nimekosa mistari, lakini kuna wimbo ambao unaitwa Nadina wa mwanadada mashuhuri ambaye anajulikana kama Bilia Bell. Julia, sijui kama unamjua, ushamsikia huyo?
Twende Nairobi.
So Bilia Bell alimba wimbo mmoja ambao unajulikana kama Nadina. Uko ulimbo kwa Kiswahili na kwa Kilingala.
Nadina.
Ndio hiyo sasa. So leo nitawakariria stanza moja tu peke yake ya wimbo huo ambao aliimba kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Ni tafsiri ambayo ilitoka kwa lugha ya Kilingala. Na wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii. Jua ni moto, tena ni mwangaza ya dunia. Jua, maji, mwezi, nyota, upepo na udongo ni uzima wa binadamu. Nadina yo, Nadina yo yo. Nadina yo, Nadina yo. Tuombe Mungu Baba yo yo. Atuhurumie dhambi zetu mama.
Is it romantic?
Huo wimbo unaosikia Adam, chukua wakati wako uende ukautafute ukausake kwa YouTube uweze kusikiza kwa lugha ya Kilingala.
Ninalo.
Nenda ukatafute huo wimbo kwa lugha ya Kilingala, najua utaupenda sana. So uko na tafsiri ya Kiswahili na pia na pia umeimbwa kwa lugha ya Kilingala. Na kwa kumalizia show, kama alivyoniahidi, nilivyomwahidi ndugu yangu Themba, nitasema muweze kusubscribe kwa show yake. Acha niandike hapa. Themba atanilipa kweli?
Yaani Themba, he can't even comment on the chat. Themba, seriously?
Hawezi. Saizi anatutazama tu kule, lakini hawezi. So Themba and Lulu Show ndio hiyo hapo. Na pia uweze kumbuka kusubscribe kwa Mutembei TV, ndio tuendelee kuweza kukuza hii stesheni. Na kwa hayo machache, unless kuna mtu ambaye ana kitu cha kusema, tunawatakia siku njema, asubuhi njema walioko katika ughaibuni. Julia, unajua Kenya saa hii tunaita abroad, ni ngambo Kenya, ughaibuni. Yeah, so walioko ughaibuni na wale wote ambao mnatazama kutoka sehemu zote za dunia, tunawatakia siku njema, Mungu awabariki. Tukutane sana wakati mwingine kama hii. Na kama uko Kenya, Nairobi pia, nenda ukasaidie timu ya Azimio. Kuanzia saa 11:30 nilitazama kibango pale kimeandikwa 5:30 to I guess 9 p.m. at 9 na I think Nyayo Stadium kama sijakosea. Azimio itakuwa na launch manifesto yake, ndipo wakati tutakuja hapa tutakuwa tunauliza ni nini ambayo iko ndani ya manifesto. We can at least be able to interrogate what Baba wants to to do for the Kenyans. Na watu wa UDA bado tunangojea manifesto yenu. Mkiacha kutuimbia hizi stories za bottom up juu ya gari, mtuletee manifesto yenu, basi tutajua ni nini ambacho pia mnataka kufanyia watu. Kwa hayo nawatakia siku njema. Asanteni sana. Tuonane.
Makiadi, tunashukuru sana. Tunashukuru sana. Tunaona umekalia kiti vizuri. Sijui nia yako. Sijui nia yako ni gani? Hauonekani kama mtu ambaye alikuwa anajaribu siku yake ya kwanza. Umeikalia hiyo kiti sana.
Hii kiti ni ya wenyewe Roberto. Acha tuonane wakati mwingine. Asanteni.
Themba is not watching.
All right, bye.
Okay, bye.